Section 89 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 89. The Maison Tellier. They went there every evening about 11 o'clock, just as they would go to the club. 6 or 8 of them, always the same set, not fast men, but respectable tradesmen, and young men in government or some other employ, and they would drink their chartreuse and laugh with the girls, or else talk seriously with Madame Tellier, whom everybody respected, and then they would go home at 12 o'clock. The younger men would sometimes stay later. It was a small, comfortable house painted yellow at the corner of a street behind Saint Etienne's church, and from the windows one could see the docks full of ships being unloaded, the big salt marsh, and, rising beyond it, the Virgin's Hill with its old grey chapel. Madame Tellier, who came out of a respectable family of peasant proprietors in the department of the Eure, had taken up her profession, just as she would have become a milliner or a dressmaker. The prejudice which is so violent and deeply rooted in large towns does not exist in the country places in Normandy. The peasant says, "It is a paying business," and he sends his daughter to keep an establishment of this character, just as he would send her to keep a girls' school. She had inherited the house from an old uncle to whom it belonged. Monsieur and Madame Tellier, who had formerly been innkeepers near Yvetot, had immediately sold their house, as they thought that the business at Fécamp was more profitable, and they arrived one fine morning to assume the direction of the enterprise, which was declining on account of the absence of the proprietors. They were good people enough in their way, and soon made themselves liked by their staff and their neighbors. Monsieur died of apoplexy 2 years later, for as the new place kept him in idleness without any exercise, he had grown excessively stout, and his health had suffered. Since she had been a widow, all the frequenters of the establishment made much of her, but people said that, personally, she was quite virtuous, and even the girls in the house could not discover anything against her. She was tall, stout, and affable, and her complexion, which had become pale in the dimness of her house, the shutters of which were scarcely ever opened, shone as if it had been varnished. She had a fringe of curly false hair, which gave her a juvenile look, that contrasted strongly with the ripeness of her figure. She was always smiling and cheerful, and was fond of a joke, but there was a shade of reserve about her which her occupation had not quite made her lose. Coarse words always shocked her, and when any young fellow who had been badly brought up called her establishment a hard name, she was angry and disgusted. In a word, she had a refined mind, and although she treated her women as friends, yet she very frequently used to say that she and they were not made of the same stuff. Sometimes during the week she would hire a carriage and take some of the girls into the country, where they used to enjoy themselves on the grass by the side of the little river. They were like a lot of girls let out from school, and would run races and play childish games. They had a cold dinner on the grass, and drank cider, and went home at night with a delicious feeling of fatigue, and in the carriage they kissed Madame Tellier as their kind mother, who was full of goodness and complaisance. The house had 2 entrances. At the corner there was a sort of tap-room, which sailors and the lower orders frequented at night, and she had 2 girls whose special duty it was to wait on them with the assistance of Frederick, a short, light-haired, beardless fellow, as strong as a horse. They set the half-bottles of wine and the jugs of beer on the shaky marble tables before the customers, and then urged the men to drink. The 3 other girls, there were only 5 of them, formed a kind of aristocracy, and they remained with the company on the first floor, unless they were wanted downstairs, and there was nobody on the first floor. The Salon de Jupiter, where the tradesmen used to meet, was papered in blue, and embellished with a large drawing representing Leda and the Swan. The room was reached by a winding staircase, through a narrow door opening on the street, and above this door a lantern enclosed in wire, such as one still sees in some towns, at the foot of the shrine of some saint, burned all night long. The house, which was old and damp, smelled slightly of mildew. At times there was an odor of eau de cologne in the passages, or sometimes from a half-open door downstairs the noisy mirth of the common men sitting and drinking rose to the first floor, much to the disgust of the gentlemen who were there. Madame Tellier, who was on friendly terms with her customers, did not leave the room, and took much interest in what was going on in the town, and they regularly told her all the news. Her serious conversation was a change from the ceaseless chatter of the 3 women. It was a rest from the obscene jokes of those stout individuals who every evening indulged in the commonplace debauchery of drinking a glass of liqueur in company with common women. The names of the girls on the first floor were Fernande, Raphael, and Rosa, the Jade. As the staff was limited, Madame had endeavored that each member of it should be a pattern, an epitome of the feminine type, so that every customer might find as nearly as possible the realization of his ideal. Fernande represented the handsome blonde. She was very tall, rather fat, and lazy, a country girl who could not get rid of her freckles, and whose short, light, almost colorless, tow-like hair, like combed-out hemp, barely covered her head. Raphael, who came from Marseille, played the indispensable part of the handsome Jewess, and was thin, with high cheekbones which were covered with rouge, and black hair covered with pomatum, which curled on her forehead. Her eyes would have been handsome if the right one had not had a speck in it. Her Roman nose came down over a square jaw, where 2 false upper teeth contrasted strangely with the bad color of the rest. Rosa was a little roll of fat, nearly all body with very short legs, and from morning till night she sang songs which were alternately risque or sentimental, in a harsh voice, told silly, interminable tales, and only stopped talking in order to eat, and left off eating in order to talk. She was never still, and was active as a squirrel, in spite of her embonpoint and her short legs. Her laugh, which was a torrent of shrill cries, resounded here and there, ceaselessly, in a bedroom, in the loft, in the café, everywhere, and all about nothing. The 2 women on the ground floor, Lodise, who was nicknamed La Cocotte, and Flora, whom they called Balançoise, because she limped a little, the former always dressed as the goddess of liberty, with a tricolored sash, and the other as a Spanish woman, with a string of copper coins in her carroty hair, which jingled at every uneven step, looked like cooks dressed up for the carnival. They were like all other women of the lower orders, neither uglier nor better looking than they usually are. They looked just like servants at an inn, and were generally called the 2 pumps. A jealous peace, which was, however, very rarely disturbed, reigned among these 5 women, thanks to Madame Tellier's conciliatory wisdom, and to her constant good humor, and the establishment, which was the only one of the kind in the little town, was very much frequented. Madame Tellier had succeeded in giving it such a respectable appearance, she was so amiable and obliging to everybody, her good heart was so well known, that she was treated with a certain amount of consideration. The regular customers spent money on her, and were delighted when she was especially friendly toward them, and when they met during the day they would say, "Until this evening, you know where," just as men say, "At the club after dinner." In a word, Madame Tellier's house was somewhere to go to, and they very rarely missed their daily meetings there. One evening toward the end of May, the first arrival, Monsieur Poulain, who was a timber merchant, and had been mayor, found the door shut. The lantern behind the grating was not alight, there was not a sound in the house, everything seemed dead. He knocked, gently at first, but then more loudly, but nobody answered the door. Then he went slowly up the street, and when he got to the market-place, he met Monsieur Duvert, the gunmaker, who was going to the same place, so they went back together, but did not meet with any better success. But suddenly they heard a loud noise close to them, and on going round the house, they saw a number of English and French sailors, who were hammering at the closed shutters of the tap-room with their fists. The 2 tradesmen immediately made their escape, but a low psst stopped them. It was Monsieur Torvenot, the fish-curer, who had recognized them and was trying to attract their attention. They told him what had happened, and he was all the more annoyed, as he was a married man and father of a family, and only went on Saturdays. That was his regular evening, and now he should be deprived of this dissipation for the whole week. The 3 men went as far as the quay together, and on the way they met young Monsieur Philippe, the banker's son, who frequented the place regularly, and Monsieur Pinipes, the collector, and they all returned to the Rue aux Juifs together, to make a last attempt. But the exasperated sailors were besieging the house, throwing stones at the shutters and shouting, and the 5 first-floor customers went away as quickly as possible and walked aimlessly about the streets. Presently they met Monsieur Dupuis, the insurance agent, and then Monsieur Vasse, the judge of the Tribunal of Commerce, and they took a long walk, going to the pier first of all, where they sat down in a row on the granite parapet and watched the rising tide, and when the promenaders had sat there for some time, Monsieur Tourneveau said, "This is not very amusing." "Decidedly not," Monsieur Pinipes replied, and they started off to walk again. After going through the street alongside the hill, they returned over the wooden bridge which crosses the retenue, passed close to the railway, and came out again on the market-place, when suddenly a quarrel arose between Monsieur Pinipes, the collector, and Monsieur Tourneveau about an edible mushroom which one of them had declared he had found in the neighborhood. As they were out of temper already from having nothing to do, they would very probably have come to blows if the others had not interfered. Monsieur Pinipes went off furious, and soon another altercation arose between the ex-mayor, Monsieur Poulain, and Monsieur Dupuis, the insurance agent, on the subject of the tax collector's salary and the profits which he might make. Insulting remarks were freely passing among them when a torrent of formidable cries was heard, and the body of sailors, who were tired of waiting so long outside a closed house, came into the square. They were walking arm in arm, 2 and 2, and followed a long procession, and were shouting furiously. The townsmen hid themselves in a doorway, and the yelling crew disappeared in the direction of the abbey. For a long time they still heard the noise, which diminished like a storm in the distance, and then silence was restored. Monsieur Poulain and Monsieur Dupuis, who were angry with each other, went in different directions, without wishing each other good-bye. The other 4 set off again, and instinctively went in the direction of Madame Tellier's establishment, which was still closed, silent, impenetrable. A quiet but obstinate drunken man was knocking at the door of the lower room, and then stopped and called Frederic in a low voice. but finding that he got no answer, he sat down on the doorstep and waited the course of events. The others were just going to retire when the noisy band of sailors reappeared at the end of the street. The French sailors were shouting the Marseillaise, and the Englishmen Rule Britannia. There was a general lurching against the wall, and then the drunken fellows went on their way toward the quay, where a fight broke out between the two nations, in the course of which an Englishman had his arm broken, and a Frenchman his nose split. The drunken man who had waited outside the door was crying by that time, as drunken men and children cry when they are vexed, and the others went away. By degrees calm was restored in the noisy town. Here and there at moments the distant sound of voices could be heard, and then died away in the distance. Only one man was still wandering about, Monsieur Tourneveau, the fish-curer, who was annoyed at having to wait until the following Saturday, and he hoped something would turn up, he did not know what, but he was exasperated at the police for thus allowing an establishment of such public utility, which they had under their control, to be closed. He went back to it and examined the walls, trying to find out some reason, and on the shutter he saw a notice stuck up. He struck a wax match and read the following, in a large, uneven hand: "Closed on account of the confirmation." Then he went away, as he saw it was useless to remain, and left the drunken man lying on the pavement fast asleep, outside that inhospitable door. The next day all the regular customers, one after the other, found some reason for going through the street, with a bundle of papers under their arm to keep them in countenance, and with a furtive glance they all read that mysterious notice: "Closed on account of the confirmation." Madame Tellier had a brother, who was a carpenter in their native place, Virville, in the department of Eure. When she still kept the inn at Yvetot, she had stood godmother to that brother's daughter, who had received the name of Constance Rivet, she herself being a Rivet on her father's side. The carpenter, who knew that his sister was in a good position, did not lose sight of her, although they did not meet often, for they were both kept at home by their occupations, and lived a long way from each other. But as the girl was 12 years old and going to be confirmed, he seized that opportunity to write to his sister, asking her to come and be present at the ceremony. Their old parents were dead, and as she could not well refuse her goddaughter, she accepted the invitation. Her brother, whose name was Joseph, hoped that by dint of showing his sister attention she might be induced to make her will in the girl's favor, as she had no children of her own. His sister's occupation did not trouble his scruples in the least, and besides, nobody knew anything about it at Verville. When they spoke of her, they only said, "Madame Tellier is living at Fécamp," which might mean that she was living on her own private income. It was quite 20 leagues from Fécamp to Verville, and for a peasant, 20 leagues on land is as long a journey as crossing the ocean would be to city people. The people at Verville had never been further than Rouen, and nothing attracted the people from Fécamp to a village of 500 houses in the middle of a plain, and situated in another department. At any rate, nothing was known about her business. But the confirmation was coming on, and Madame Tellier was in great embarrassment. She had no substitute, and did not at all care to leave her house, even for a day, for all the rivalries between the girls upstairs and those downstairs would infallibly break out. No doubt Frederic would get drunk, and when he was in that state he would knock anybody down for a mere word. At last, however, she made up her mind to take them all with her, with the exception of the man, to whom she gave a holiday until the next day but one. When she asked her brother, he made no objection, but undertook to put them all up for a night, and so on Saturday morning the 8 o'clock express carried off Madame Tellier and her companions in a second-class carriage. As far as Beuzeville they went alone, and chattered like magpies, but at that station a couple got in. The man, an old peasant, dressed in a blue blouse with a turned-down collar, wide sleeves tight at the wrist, ornamented with white embroidery, wearing an old high hat with long nap, held up an enormous green umbrella in one hand, and a large basket in the other, from which the heads of 3 frightened ducks protruded. The woman, who sat up stiffly in her rustic finery, had a face like a fowl, with a nose that was as pointed as a bill. She sat down opposite her husband and did not stir, as she was startled at finding herself in such smart company. There was certainly an array of striking colors in the carriage. Madame Tellier was dressed in blue silk from head to foot, and had on a dazzling red imitation French cashmere shawl. Fernand was puffing in a Scotch plaid dress, of which her companions had laced the bodice as tight as they could, forcing up her full bust, that was continually heaving up and down. Raphael, with a bonnet covered with feathers, so that it looked like a bird's nest, had on a lilac dress with gold spots on it, and there was something oriental about it that suited her Jewish face. Rosa had on a pink skirt with largo flounces, and looked very like a fat child, an obese dwarf, while the 2 pumps looked as if they had cut their dresses out of old flowered curtains dating from the Restoration. As soon as they were no longer alone in the compartment, the ladies put on staid looks, and began to talk of subjects which might give others a high opinion of them. But at Bolbec, a gentleman with light whiskers, a gold chain, and wearing 2 or 3 rings, got in, and put several parcels wrapped in oilcloth on the rack over his head. He looked inclined for a joke, and seemed a good-hearted fellow. "Are you ladies changing your quarters?" he said, and that question embarrassed them all considerably. Madame Tellier, however, quickly regained her composure, and said sharply, to avenge the honor of her corps, "I think you might try and be polite." He excused himself, and said, "I beg your pardon, I ought to have said your nunnery." She could not think of a retort, so, perhaps thinking she had said enough, Madame gave him a dignified bow and compressed her lips. Then the gentleman, who was sitting between Rosa and the old peasant, began to wink knowingly at the ducks whose heads were sticking out of the basket, and when he felt that he had fixed the attention of his public, he began to tickle them under their bills, and spoke funnily to them to make the company smile. "We have left our little pond, quack, quack, to make the acquaintance of the little spit, quack, quack." The unfortunate creatures turned their necks away to avoid his caresses, and made desperate efforts to get out of their wicker prison, and then suddenly, all at once, uttered the most lamentable quacks of distress. The women exploded with laughter. They leaned forward and pushed each other so as to see better. They were very much interested in the ducks, and the gentleman redoubled his airs, his wit, and his teasing. Rosa joined in, and leaning over her neighbor's legs, she kissed the 3 animals on the head, and immediately all the girls wanted to kiss them in turn, and as they did so the gentleman took them on his knee, jumped them up and down, and pinched their arms. The 2 peasants, who were in even greater consternation than their poultry, rolled their eyes as if they were possessed, without venturing to move, and their old wrinkled faces had not a smile, not a twitch. Then the gentleman, who was a commercial traveler, offered the ladies suspenders by way of a joke, and taking up one of his packages, he opened it. It was a joke, for the parcel contained garters. There were blue silk, pink silk, red silk, violet silk, mauve silk garters, and the buckles were made of 2 gilt metal cupids embracing each other. The girls uttered exclamations of delight, and looked at them with that gravity natural to all women when they are considering an article of dress. They consulted one another by their looks or in a whisper, and replied in the same manner, and Madame Tellier was longingly handling a pair of orange garters that were broader and more imposing looking than the rest, really fit for the mistress of such an establishment. The gentleman waited, for he had an idea. "Come, my kittens," he said, "you must try them on." There was a torrent of exclamations, and they all squeezed their petticoats between their legs, but he quietly waited his time and said, "Well, if you will not try them on, I shall pack them up again." And he added cunningly, "I offer any pair they like to those who will try them on." But they would not, and sat up very straight and looked dignified. But the 2 pumps looked so distressed that he renewed his offer to them, and Flora especially visibly hesitated, and he insisted, "Come, my dear, a little courage, just look at that lilac pair, it will suit your dress admirably." That decided her, and pulling up her dress she showed a thick leg fit for a milkmaid, in a badly fitting coarse stocking. The commercial traveler stooped down and fastened the garter. When he had done this, he gave her the lilac pair and asked, "Who next?" "I, I!" they all shouted at once, and he began on Rosa, who uncovered a shapeless, round thing without any ankle, a regular sausage of a leg, as Raphael used to say. Lastly, Madame Tellier herself put out her leg, a handsome, muscular Norman leg, and in his surprise and pleasure, the commercial traveler gallantly took off his hat to salute that master calf, like a true French cavalier. The 2 peasants, who were speechless from surprise, glanced sideways out of the corner of one eye, and they looked so exactly like fowls that the man with the light whiskers, when he sat up, said, "Cocorico," under their very noses, and that gave rise to another storm of amusement. The old people got out at Montville with their basket, their ducks, and their umbrella, and they heard the woman say to her husband as they went away, "They are no good, and are off to that cursed place, Paris." The funny commercial traveler himself got out at Rouen, after behaving so coarsely that Madame Tellier was obliged sharply to put him in his right place, and she added, as a moral, "This will teach us not to talk to the first comer." At Roissel they changed trains, and at a little station further on Monsieur Joseph Rivet was waiting for them, with a large cart and a number of chairs in it drawn by a white horse. The carpenter politely kissed all the ladies and helped them into his conveyance. 3 of them sat on 3 chairs at the back, Raphael, Madame Tellier, and her brother on the 3 chairs in front, while Rosa, who had no seat, settled herself as comfortably as she could on tall Fernand's knees, and then they set off. But the horse's jerky trot shook the cart so terribly that the chairs began to dance and threw the travelers about, to the right and to the left, as if they were dancing puppets, which made them scream and make horrible grimaces. They clung on to the sides of the vehicle, their bonnets fell on their backs, over their faces, and on their shoulders, and the white horse went on stretching out his head and holding out his little hairless tail like a rat's, with which he whisked his buttocks from time to time. Joseph Rivet, with one leg on the shafts and the other doubled under him, held the reins with his elbows very high, and kept uttering a kind of clucking sound, which made the horse prick up its ears and go faster. The green country extended on either side of the road, and here and there the colza and flower presented a waving expanse of yellow, from which arose a strong, wholesome, sweet, and penetrating odor which the wind carried some distance. The cornflowers showed their little blue heads amid the rye, and the women wanted to pick them, but Monsieur Rivet refused to stop. Then sometimes a whole field appeared to be covered in blood, so thick were the poppies, and the cart, which looked as if it were filled with flowers of a more brilliant hue, jogged on through fields bright with wild flowers, and disappeared behind the trees of a farm, only to reappear and go on again through the yellow or green standing crops, which were studded with red or blue. 1 o'clock struck as they drove up to the carpenter's door. They were tired out and pale with hunger, as they had eaten nothing since they left home. Madame Rivet went out and made them a light, one after the other, and kissed them as soon as they were on the ground, and she seemed as if she would never tire of kissing her sister-in-law, whom she apparently wanted to monopolize. They had lunch in the workshop, which had been cleared out for the next day's dinner. The capital omelette, followed by boiled chitterlings that washed down with good hard cider, made them all feel comfortable. Rivet had taken a glass so that he might drink with them, and his wife cooked, waited on them, brought in the dishes, took them out, and asked each of them in a whisper whether they had everything they wanted. A number of boards standing against the walls and heaps of shavings that had been swept into the corners gave out a smell of planed wood, a smell of a carpenter's shop, that resinous odor which penetrates to the lungs. They wanted to see the little girl, but she had gone to church and would not be back again until evening, so they all went out for a stroll in the country. It was a small village, through which the high road passed. 10 or a dozen houses on either side of the single street were inhabited by the butcher, the grocer, the carpenter, the innkeeper, the shoemaker, and the baker. The church was at the end of the street and was surrounded by a small churchyard, and 4 immense lime trees, which stood just outside the porch, shaded it completely. It was built of flint in no particular style, and had a slate-roofed steeple. When you got past it, you were again in the open country, which was varied here and there by clumps of trees which hid the homesteads. Rivet had given his arm to his sister out of politeness, although he was in his working clothes, and was walking with her in a dignified manner. His wife, who was overwhelmed by Raphael's gold-striped dress, walked between her and Fernand, and roly-poly Rosa was trotting behind with Louise and Flora, the seesaw, who was limping along, quite tired out. The inhabitants came to their doors, the children left off playing, and a window curtain would be raised so as to show a muslin cap, while an old woman with a crutch, who was almost blind, crossed herself as if it were a religious procession, and they all gazed for a long time at those handsome ladies from town, who had come so far to be present at the confirmation of Joseph Rivet's little girl, and the carpenter rose very much in the public estimation. As they passed the church they heard some children singing. Little shrill voices were singing a hymn, but Madame Tellier would not let them go in, for fear of disturbing the little cherubs. After the walk, during which Joseph Rivet enumerated the principal landed proprietors, spoke about the yield of the land and the productiveness of the cows and sheep, he took his tribe of women home and installed them in his house, and as it was very small, they had to put them into the rooms 2 and 2. Just for once, Rivet would sleep in the workshop on the shavings. His wife was to share her bed with her sister-in-law, and Fernand and Raphael were to sleep together in the next room. Louise and Flora were put into the kitchen, where they had a mattress on the floor, and Rosa had a little dark cupboard to herself at the top of the stairs, close to the loft, where the candidate for confirmation was to sleep. When the little girl came in, she was overwhelmed with kisses. All the women wished to caress her with that need of tender expansion, that habit of professional affection which made them kiss the ducks in the railway carriage. They each of them took her on their knees, stroked her soft, light hair, and pressed her in their arms with vehement and spontaneous outbursts of affection, and the child, who was very good and religious, bore it all patiently. As the day had been a fatiguing one for everybody, they all went to bed soon after dinner. The whole village was wrapped in that perfect stillness of the country, which is almost like a religious silence, and the girls, who were accustomed to the noisy evenings of their establishment, felt rather impressed by the perfect repose of the sleeping village, and they shivered, not with cold, but with those little shivers of loneliness which come over uneasy and troubled hearts. As soon as they were in bed, 2 and 2 together, they clasped each other in their arms, as if to protect themselves against this feeling of calm and profound slumber of the earth. But Rosa, who was alone in her dark little cupboard, felt a vague and painful emotion come over her. She was tossing about in bed, unable to get to sleep, when she heard the faint sobs of a crying child close to her head through the partition. She was frightened and called out, and was answered by a weak voice broken by sobs. It was a little girl, who was always used to sleeping in her mother's room, and who was afraid in her small attic. Rosa was delighted, got up so softly as not to waken anyone, and went and fetched the child. She took her into her warm bed, kissed her and pressed her to her bosom, lavished exaggerated manifestations of tenderness on her, and at last grew calmer herself and went to sleep. Until morning the candidate for confirmation slept with her head on Rosa's bosom. At 5 o'clock the little church bell, ringing the Angelus, woke the women, who usually slept the whole morning long. The villagers were up already, and the women went busily from house to house, carefully bringing short, starched muslin dresses or very long wax tapers tied in the middle with a bow of silk fringed with gold, and with dents in the wax for the fingers. The sun was already high in the blue sky, which still had a rosy tint toward the horizon, like a faint remaining trace of dawn. Families of fowls were walking about outside the houses, and here and there a black cock with a glistening breast raised his head, which was crowned by his red comb, flapped his wings and uttered his shrill crow, which the other cocks repeated. Vehicles of all sorts came from neighboring parishes, stopping at the different houses, and tall Norman women dismounted, wearing dark dresses, with kerchiefs crossed over the bosom, fastened with silver brooches 100 years old. The men had put on their blue smocks over their new frock coats or over their old dress coats of green cloth, the two tails of which hung down below their blouses. When the horses were in the stable, there was a double line of rustic conveyances along the road, carts, cabriolets, tilburys, wagonettes, traps of every shape and age, tipping forward on their shafts or else tipping backward with the shafts up in the air. The carpenter's house was as busy as a beehive. The women, in dressing jackets and petticoats, with their thin short hair, which looked faded and worn, hanging down their backs, were busy dressing the child, who was standing quietly on a table, while Madame Tellier was directing the movements of her battalion. They washed her, did her hair, dressed her, and with the help of a number of pins, they arranged the folds of her dress and took in the waist, which was too large. Then, when she was ready, she was told to sit down and not to move, and the women hurried off to get ready themselves. The church bell began to ring again, and its tinkle was lost in the air, like a feeble voice which is soon drowned in space. The candidates came out of the houses and went toward the parochial building, which contained the two schools and the mansion house, and which stood quite at one end of the village, while the church was situated at the other. The parents, in their very best clothes, followed their children with embarrassed looks, and those clumsy movements of a body bent by toil. The little girls disappeared in a cloud of muslin which looked like whipped cream, while the lads, who looked like embryo waiters in a cafe, and whose heads shone with pomatum, walked with their legs apart, so as not to get any dust or dirt on their black trousers. It was something for a family to be proud of, when a large number of relatives, who had come from a distance, surrounded the child, and the carpenter's triumph was complete. Madame Tellier's regiment, with its leader at its head, followed Constance. Her father had given his arm to his sister. Her mother walked through the side of Raphael, Fernand with Rosa, and Louise and Flora together, and thus they proceeded majestically through the village, like a general's staff in full uniform, while the effect on the village was startling. At the school, the girls ranged themselves under the Sister of Mercy, and the boys under the schoolmaster, and they started off, singing a hymn as they went. The boys led the way in two files, between the two rows of vehicles, from which the horses had been taken out, and the girls followed in the same order, and as all the people in the village had given the town ladies the precedence out of politeness, they came immediately behind the girls, and lengthened the double line of the procession still more, 3 on the right and 3 on the left, while their dresses were as striking as a display of fireworks. When they went into the church, the congregation grew quite excited. They pressed against each other, turned round and jostled one another in order to see, and some of the devout ones spoke almost aloud, for they were so astonished at the sight of those ladies whose dresses were more elaborate than the priest's vestments. The mayor offered them his pew, the first one on the right, close to the choir, and Madame Tellier sat there with her sister-in-law, Fernand and Raphael. Rosa, Louise, and Flora occupied the second seat, in company with the carpenter. The choir was full of kneeling children, the girls on one side and the boys on the other, and the long wax tapers which they held looked like lances pointing in all directions, and 3 men were standing in front of the lectern, singing as loud as they could. They prolonged the syllables of the sonorous Latin indefinitely, holding on to amens with interminable ahs, which the reed stop of the organ sustained in a monotonous, long-drawn-out tone. A child's shrill voice took up the reply, and from time to time a priest sitting in a stall and wearing a biretta got up, muttered something and sat down again, while the 3 singers continued, their eyes fixed on the big book of plain chant lying open before them on the outstretched wings of a wooden eagle. Then silence ensued, and the service went on. Toward the close, Rosa, with her head in both hands, suddenly thought of her mother, her village church, and her first communion. She almost fancied that day had returned, when she was so small and almost hidden in her new white dress, and she began to cry. First of all she wept silently, and the tears dropped slowly from her eyes, but her emotion increased with her recollections, and she began to sob. She took out her little pocket handkerchief, wiped her eyes, and held it to her mouth, so as not to scream, but it was in vain. A sort of rattle escaped her throat, and she was answered by 2 other profound, heart-breaking sobs, for her 2 neighbors, Louise and Flora, who were kneeling near her, overcome by similar recollections, were sobbing by her side amid a flood of tears, and as tears are contagious, Madame Tellier soon in turn found that her eyes were wet, and on turning to her sister-in-law, she saw that all the occupants of her seat were also crying. Soon throughout the church, here and there, a wife, a mother, a sister, seized by the strange sympathy of poignant emotion, and affected at the sight of those handsome ladies on their knees, shaken with sobs, moistening her camera pocket handkerchief, and pressing her beating heart with her left hand. Just as the sparks from an engine will set fire to dry grass, so the tears of Rosa and of her companions infected the whole congregation in a moment. Men, women, old men, and lads in new smocks were soon all sobbing, and something superhuman seemed to be hovering over their heads. A spirit, the powerful breath of an invisible and all-powerful being. Suddenly a species of madness seemed to pervade the church, the noise of a crowd in a state of frenzy, a tempest of sobs and stifled cries. It came like gusts of wind which blow the trees in a forest, and the priest, paralyzed by emotion, stammered out incoherent prayers without finding words, ardent prayers of the soul soaring to heaven. The people behind him gradually grew calmer. The cantors, in all the dignity of their white surplices, went on in somewhat uncertain voices, and the reed stop itself seemed hoarse, as if the instrument had been weeping. The priest, however, raised his hand to command silence, and went and stood on the chancel steps when everybody was silent at once. After a few remarks on what had just taken place, and which he attributed to a miracle, he continued, turning to the seats where the carpenter's guests were sitting. I especially thank you, my dear sisters, who have come from such a distance, and whose presence among us, whose evident faith and ardent piety have set such a salutary example to all. You have edified my parish, your emotion has warmed all hearts. Without you, this great day would not, perhaps, have had this really divine character. It is insufficient at times that there should be one chosen lamb for the Lord to descend on his flock. His voice failed him again from emotion, and he said no more, but concluded the service. They now left the church as quickly as possible. The children themselves were restless and tired with such a prolonged tension of the mind. The parents left the church by degrees to see about dinner. There was a crowd outside, a noisy crowd, a babble of loud voices, where the shrill Norman accent was discernible. The villagers formed two ranks, and when the children appeared, each family took possession of their own. The whole house full of women caught hold of Constance, surrounded her and kissed her, and Rosa was especially demonstrative. At last she took hold of one hand, while Madame Tellier took the other, and Raphael and Fernand held up her long muslin skirt so that it might not drag in the dust. Louise and Flora brought up the rear with Madame Rivet, and the child, who was very silent and thoughtful, set off for home in the midst of this guard of honor. Dinner was served in the workshop on long boards supported by trestles, and through the open door they could see all the enjoyment that was going on in the village. Everywhere they were feasting, and through every window there were to be seen tables surrounded by people in their Sunday best, and a cheerful noise was heard in every house, while the men sat in their shirt-sleeves, drinking glass after glass of cider. In the carpenter's house the gaiety maintained somewhat an air of reserve, the consequence of the emotion of the girls in the morning, and Rivet was the only one who was in a jolly mood, and he was drinking to excess. Madame Tellier looked at the clock every moment, for, in order to not lose 2 days running, they must take the 3:55 train, which would bring them to Fécamp by dark. The carpenter tried very hard to distract her attention, so as to keep his guests until the next day, but he did not succeed, for she never joked when there was business on hand, and as soon as they had their coffee she ordered her girls to make haste and get ready, and then, turning to her brother, she said, "You must put in the horse immediately," and she herself went to finish her last preparations. When she came down again, her sister-in-law was waiting to speak to her about the child, and a long conversation took place, in which, however, nothing was settled. The carpenter's wife was artful, and pretended to be very much affected, and Madame Tellier, who was holding the girl on her knee, would not pledge herself to anything definite, but merely gave vague promises. She would not forget her, there was plenty of time, and besides, they would meet again. But the conveyance did not come to the door, and the women did not come downstairs. Upstairs they even heard loud laughter, romping, little screams, and much clapping of hands, and so, while the carpenter's wife went to the stable to see whether the cart was ready, Madame went upstairs. Rivet, who was very drunk, was plaguing Rosa, who was half choking with laughter. Louise and Flora were holding him by the arms and trying to calm him, as they were shocked at his levity after the morning's ceremony, but Raphael and Fernand were urging him on, writhing and holding their sides with laughter, and they uttered shrill cries at every rebuff the drunken fellow received. The man was furious, his face was red, and he was trying to shake off the two women who were clinging to him, while he was pulling Rosa's skirt with all his might and stammering incoherently. But Madame Tellier, who was very indignant, went up to her brother, seized him by the shoulders, and threw him out of his room with such violence that he fell against the wall in the passage, and a minute afterward they heard him pumping water on his head in the yard, and when he reappeared with the cart he was quite calm. They started off in the same way as they had come the day before, and the little white horse started off with his quick dancing trot. Under the hot sun, their fun, which had been checked during dinner, broke out again. The girls now were amused at the jolting of the cart, pushed their neighbors' chairs, and burst out laughing at every moment. There was a glare of light over the country which dazzled their eyes, and the wheels raised 2 trails of dust along the high road. Presently, Fernand, who was fond of music, asked Rosa to sing something, and she boldly struck up the Grosse Coeur de Moudon, but Madame Tellier made her stop immediately, as she thought it was a very unsuitable song for such a day, and she added, "Sing us something of Béranger's." And so, after a moment's hesitation, Rosa began Béranger's song, The Grandmother, in her worn-out voice, and all the girls, and even Madame Tellier herself, joined in the chorus. "How I regret my dimpled arms, my nimble legs, and vanished charms." "That is first-rate," Rivet declared, carried away by the rhythm, and they shouted the refrain to every verse, while Rivet beat time on the shaft with his foot and with the reins on the back of the horse, who, as if he himself were carried away by the rhythm, broke into a wild gallop and threw all the women in a heap, one on top of another, on the bottom of the conveyance. They got up, laughing as if they were mad, and the gong went on, shouted at the top of their voices, beneath the burning sky, among the ripening grain, to the rapid gallop of the little horse, who set off every time the refrain was sung, and galloped 100 yards to their great delight, while occasionally a stone-breaker by the roadside sat up and looked at the load of shouting females through his wire spectacles. When they got out at the station, the carpenter said, "I am sorry you are going, we might have had some good times together." But Madame Tellier replied very sensibly, "Everything has its right time, and we cannot always be enjoying ourselves." And then he had a sudden inspiration. "Look here, I will come and see you at Fécamp next month," and he gave Rosa a roguish and knowing look. "Come," his sister replied, "you must be sensible. You may come if you like, but you are not to be up to any of your tricks." He did not reply, and as they heard the whistle of the train, he immediately began to kiss them all. When it came to Rosa's turn, he tried to get to her mouth, which she, however, was smiling with her lips closed, turned away from him each time by a rapid movement of her head to one side. He held her in his arms, but he could not attain his object, as his large whip, which he was holding in his hand and waving behind the girl's back in desperation, interfered with his movements. "Passengers for Rouen, take your seats," a guard cried, and they got in. There was a slight whistle, followed by a loud whistle from the engine, which noisily puffed out its first jet of steam, while the wheels began to turn a little with a visible effort, and Rivet left the station and ran along by the track to get another look at Rosa, and as the carriage passed him, she began to crack his whip and to jump, while he sang at the top of his voice, "How I regret my dimpled arms, my nimble legs, and vanished charms," and then he watched a white pocket-handkerchief which somebody was waving as it disappeared in the distance. They slept the peaceful sleep of a quiet conscience until they got to Rouen, and when they returned to the house, refreshed and rested, Madame Tellier could not help saying, "It was all very well, but I was longing to get home." They hurried over their supper, and then, when they had put on their usual evening costume, waited for their regular customers, and the little colored lamp outside the door told the passers-by that Madame Tellier had returned, and in a moment the news spread, nobody knew how or through whom. Monsieur Philippe, the banker's son, even carried his friendliness so far as to send a special messenger to Monsieur Tourneveau, who was in the bosom of his family. The fish curer had several cousins to dinner every Sunday, and they were having coffee, when a man came in with a letter in his hand. Monsieur Tourneveau was much excited. He opened the envelope and grew pale. It contained only these words in pencil: "The cargo of cod has been found, the ship has come into port, good business for you, come immediately." He felt in his pockets, gave a messenger 2 sous, and suddenly blushing to his ears, he said, "I must go out." He handed his wife the laconic and mysterious note, rang the bell, and when the servant came in, he asked her to bring him his hat and overcoat immediately. As soon as he was in the street, he began to hurry, and the way seemed to him to be twice as long as usual in consequence of his impatience. Madame Tellier's establishment had put on quite a holiday look. On the ground floor, a number of sailors were making a deafening noise, and Louise and Flora drank with one and the other, and were being called for in every direction at once. The upstairs room was full by 9 o'clock. Monsieur Voss, the judge of the Tribunal of Commerce, Madame Tellier's regular but platonic wooer, was talking to her in a corner in a low voice, and they were both smiling, as if they were about to come to an understanding. Monsieur Poulain, the ex-mayor, was talking to Rosa, and she was running her hands through the old gentleman's white whiskers. Tall Fernand was on the sofa, her feet on the coat of Monsieur Pinipes, the tax-collector, and leaning back against young Monsieur Philippe, her right arm around his neck, while she held a cigarette in her left hand. Raphael appeared to be talking seriously with Monsieur Dupuis, the insurance agent, and she finished by saying, "Yes, I will, yes." Just then the door opened suddenly, and Monsieur Tourneveau came in, and was greeted with enthusiastic cries of "Long live Tourneveau!" And Raphael, who was dancing alone up and down the room, went and threw herself into his arms. He seized her in a vigorous embrace, and, without saying a word, lifted her up as if she had been a feather. Rosa was chatting to the ex-mayor, kissing him and puffing, both his whiskers at the same time, in order to keep his head straight. Fernand and Madame Tellier remained with the 4 men, and Monsieur Philippe exclaimed, "I will pay for some champagne. Get 3 bottles, Madame Tellier." and Fernand gave him a hug and whispered to him, "Play us a waltz, will you?" So he rose and sat down at the old piano in the corner and managed to get a hoarse waltz out of the depths of the instrument. The tall girl put her arms around the tax collector, Madame Tellier let Monsieur Vasse take her around the waist, and the two couples turned round, kissing as they danced. Monsieur Vasse, who had formerly danced in good society, waltzed with such elegance that Madame Tellier was quite captivated. Frederic brought the champagne, the first cork popped, and Monsieur Philippe played the introduction to a quadrille, through which the four dancers walked in society fashion, decorously, with propriety, deportment, bows and curtsies, and then they began to drink. Monsieur Philippe next struck up a lively polka, and Monsieur Tourneveau started off with the handsome Jewess, whom he held without letting her feet touch the ground. Monsieur Pinipes and Monsieur Vasse had started off with renewed vigor, and from time to time one or other couple would stop to toss off a long draught of sparkling wine, and that dance was threatening to become never-ending when Rosa opened the door. "I want to dance!" she exclaimed, and she caught hold of Monsieur Dupuis, who was sitting idle on the couch, and the dance began again. But the bottles were empty. "I will pay for one," Monsieur Tourneveau said. "So will I," Monsieur Vasse declared. "And I will do the same," Monsieur Dupuis remarked. They all began to clap their hands, and it soon became a regular ball, and from time to time Louise and Flora ran upstairs quickly and had a few turns, while their customers downstairs grew impatient, and then they returned regretfully to the tap-room. At midnight they were still dancing. Madame Tellier let them amuse themselves while she had long private talks in corners with Monsieur Vasse, as if to settle the last details of something that had already been settled. At last, at 1 o'clock, the two married men, Monsieur Tourneveau and Monsieur Pinipes, declared that they were going home, and one wanted to pay. Nothing was charged for except the champagne, and that cost only 6 francs a bottle instead of 10, which was the usual price, and when they expressed their surprise at such generosity, Madame Tellier, who was beaming, said to them, "We don't have a holiday every day." End of section 89. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 90 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 90. Denis. To Léon Chaperon. Marambeau opened the letter which his servant Denis gave him and smiled. For 20 years Denis has been a servant in this house. He was a short, stout, jovial man, who was known throughout the countryside as a model servant. He asked, "Is monsieur pleased? Has monsieur received good news?" Monsieur Marambeau was not rich. He was an old village druggist, a bachelor, who lived on an income acquired with difficulty by selling drugs to farmers. He answered, "Yes, my boy. Old man Voila is afraid of the lawsuit with which I am threatening him. I shall get my money tomorrow. 5,000 francs are not liable to harm the account of an old bachelor." Monsieur Marambeau rubbed his hands with satisfaction. He was a man of quiet temperament, more sad than gay, incapable of any prolonged effort, careless in business. He could undoubtedly have amassed a greater income had he taken advantage of the deaths of colleagues established in more important centers, by taking their places and carrying on their business. But the trouble of moving and the thought of all the preparations had always stopped him. After thinking the matter over for a few days, he would be satisfied to say, "Bah, I'll wait until the next time. I'll not lose anything by the delay. I may even find something better." Denis, on the contrary, was always urging his master to new enterprises. Of an energetic temperament, he would continually repeat, "Oh, if I had only the capital to start out with, I could have made a fortune. 1,000 francs would do me." Monsieur Marambeau would smile without answering and would go out in his little garden, where, his hands behind his back, he would walk about dreaming. All day long Denis sang the joyful refrains of the folk songs of the district. He even showed an unusual activity, for he cleaned all the windows of the house, energetically rubbing the glass and singing at the top of his voice. Monsieur Marambeau, surprised at his zeal, said to him several times, smiling, "My boy, if you work like that, there will be nothing left for you to do tomorrow." The following day, at about 9 o'clock in the morning, the postman gave Denis 4 letters for his master, one of them very heavy. Monsieur Marambeau immediately shut himself up in his room until late in the afternoon. He then handed his servant 4 letters for the mail. One of them was addressed to Monsieur Malois. It was undoubtedly a receipt for the money. Denis asked his master no questions. He appeared to be as sad and gloomy that day as he had seemed joyful the day before. Night came. Monsieur Marambeau went to bed as usual and slept. He was awakened by a strange noise. He sat up in his bed and listened. Suddenly the door opened, and Denis appeared, holding in one hand a candle, and in the other a carving knife, his eyes staring, his face contracted, as though moved by some deep emotion. He was pale as a ghost. Monsieur Marambeau, astonished, thought that he was sleepwalking, and he was going to get out of bed and assist him when the servant blew out the light and rushed for the bed. His master stretched out his hands to receive the shock which knocked him over on his back. He was trying to seize the hands of his servant, whom he now thought to be crazy, in order to avoid the blows which the latter was aiming at him. He was struck by the knife, once in the shoulder, once in the forehead, and the third time in the chest. He fought wildly, waving his arms around in the darkness, kicking and crying, "Denis! Denis, are you mad? Listen, Denis!" But the latter, gasping for breath, kept up his furious attack, always striking, always repulsed, sometimes with a kick, sometimes with a punch, and rushing forward again furiously. Monsieur Marambeau was wounded twice more, once in the leg and once in the stomach. But suddenly a thought flashed across his mind, and he began to shriek, "Stop! Stop, Denis! I have not yet received my money!" The man immediately ceased, and his master could hear his labored breathing in the darkness. Monsieur Marambeau then went on, "I have received nothing. Monsieur Malouat takes back what he said. The lawsuit will take place. That is why you carried the letters to the mail. Just read those on my desk." With a final effort, he reached for his matches and lit the candle. He was covered with blood. His sheets, his curtains, and even the walls were spattered with red. Denis, standing in the middle of the room, was also bloody from head to foot. When he saw the blood, Monsieur Marambeau thought himself dead and fell unconscious. At break of day he revived. It was some time, however, before he regained his senses and was able to understand or remember. But suddenly the memory of the attack and of his wounds returned to him, and he was filled with such terror that he closed his eyes in order not to see anything. After a few minutes he grew calmer and began to think. He had not died immediately, therefore he might still recover. He felt weak, very weak, but he had no real pain, although he noticed an uncomfortable smarting sensation in several parts of his body. He also felt icy cold and all wet, and as though wrapped up in bandages. He thought that this dampness came from the blood which he had lost, and he shivered at the dreadful thought of this red liquid which had come from his veins and covered his bed. The idea of seeing this terrible spectacle again so upset him that he kept his eyes closed with all his strength, as though they might open in spite of himself. What had become of Denis? He had probably escaped. But what could he, Marambeau, do now? Get up? Call for help? But if he should make the slightest motions, his wounds would undoubtedly open again, and he would die from loss of blood. Suddenly he heard the door of his room open. His heart almost stopped. It was certainly Denis who was coming to finish him up. He held his breath in order to make the murderer think that he had been successful. He felt his sheet being lifted up, and then someone feeling his stomach. A sharp pain near his hip made him start. He was being washed very gently with cold water. Therefore someone must have discovered the misdeed, and he was being cared for. A wild joy seized him, but prudently he did not wish to show that he was conscious. He opened one eye, just one, with the greatest precaution. He recognized Denis standing beside him, Denis himself. Mercy! He hastily closed his eye again. Denis! What could he be doing? What did he want? What awful scheme could he now be carrying out? What was he doing? Well, he was washing him in order to hide the traces of his crime, and he would now bury him in the garden under 10 feet of earth so that no one could discover him, or perhaps under the wine-cellar. And Monsieur Marambeau began to tremble like a leaf. He kept saying to himself, "I am lost, lost." He closed his eyes so as not to see the knife as it descended for the final stroke. It did not come. Denis was now lifting him up and bandaging him. Then he began carefully to dress the wound on his leg, as his master had taught him to do. There was no longer any doubt. His servant, after wishing to kill him, was trying to save him. Then Monsieur Marambeau, in a dying voice, gave him a practical piece of advice. Wash the wounds in a dilute solution of carbolic acid. Denis answered, "That is what I am doing, monsieur." Monsieur Marambeau opened both his eyes. There was no sign of blood either on the bed, on the walls, or on the murderer. The wounded man was stretched out on clean white sheets. The two men looked at each other. Finally, Monsieur Marambeau said calmly, "You have been guilty of a great crime." Denis answered, "I am trying to make up for it, monsieur. If you will not tell on me, I will serve you as faithfully as in the past." There was no time to anger his servant. Monsieur Marambeau murmured as he closed his eyes, "I swear not to tell on you." Denis saved his master. He spent days and nights without sleep, never leaving the sick room, preparing drugs, broths, potions, feeling his pulse, anxiously counting the beats, tending to him with the skill of a trained nurse and the devotion of a son. He continually asked, "Well, monsieur, how do you feel?" Monsieur Marambeau would answer in a weak voice, "A little better, my boy, thank you." And when the sick man would wake up at night, he would often see his servant seated in an armchair, weeping silently. Never had the old druggist been so cared for, so fondled, so spoiled. At first he had said to himself, "As soon as I am well, I shall get rid of this rascal." He was now convalescing, and from day to day he would put off dismissing his murderer. He thought that no one would ever show him such care and attention, for he held this man through fear, and he warned him that he had left a document with a lawyer denouncing him to the law if any new accident should occur. This precaution seemed to guarantee him against any future attack, and he then asked himself if it would not be wiser to keep this man near him in order to watch him closely. Just as formerly, When he would hesitate about taking some larger place of business, he could not make up his mind to any decision. There was always time, he would say to himself. Denis continued to show himself an admirable servant. Monsieur Marambeau was well. He kept him. One morning, just as he was finishing breakfast, he suddenly heard a great noise in the kitchen. He hastened in there. Denis was struggling with two gendarmes. An officer was taking notes on his pad. As soon as he saw his master, the servant began to sob, exclaiming, "You told on me, monsieur. That's not right, after what you had promised me. You have broken your word of honor, Monsieur Marambeau. That is not right. That's not right." Monsieur Marambeau, bewildered and distressed at being suspected, lifted his hand. "I swear to you before the Lord, my boy, that I did not tell on you. I haven't the slightest idea how the police could have found out about your attack on me." The officer started. "You say that he attacked you, Monsieur Marambeau?" The bewildered druggist answered, "Yes, but I did not tell on him. I haven't said a word. I swear it. He has served me excellently from that time on." The officer pronounced severely, "I will take down your testimony. The law will take notice of this new action of which it was ignorant, Monsieur Marambeau. I was commissioned to arrest your servant for the theft of 2 ducks surreptitiously taken by him from Monsieur Duhamel, of which act there are witnesses. I shall make a note of your information." Then, turning toward his men, he ordered, "Come on, bring him along." The 2 gendarmes dragged Denis out. The lawyer used a plea of insanity, contrasting the 2 misdeeds in order to strengthen his argument. He had clearly proved that the theft of the 2 ducks came from the same mental condition as the 8 knife wounds in the body of Marambeau. He had cunningly analyzed all the phases of this transitory condition of mental aberration, which could, doubtless, be cured by a few months' treatment in a reputable sanatorium. He had spoken in enthusiastic terms of the continued devotion of this faithful servant, of the care with which he had surrounded his master, wounded by him in a moment of alienation. Touched by this memory, Monsieur Marambeau felt the tears rising to his eyes. The lawyer noticed it, opened his arms with a broad gesture, spreading out the long black sleeves of his robe like the wings of a bat, and exclaimed, "Look, look, gentlemen of the jury, look at those tears. What more can I say for my client? What speech, what argument, what reasoning would be worth these tears of the master? They speak louder than I do, louder than the law, and they cry, 'Mercy for the poor wandering mind of a while ago.' They implore, they pardon, they bless." He was silent and sat down. Then the judge, turning to Marambeau, whose testimony had been excellent for his servant, asked him, "But, monsieur, even admitting that you consider this man insane, that does not explain why you should have kept him. He was none the less dangerous." Marambeau, wiping his eyes, answered, "Well, your honor, what can you expect? Nowadays it's so hard to find good servants. I could never have found a better one." Denis was acquitted and put in a sanatorium at his master's expense. End of section 90. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 91 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 91. My Wife. It had been a stag dinner. These men still came together once in a while without their wives, as they had done when they were bachelors. They would eat for a long time, drink for a long time. They would talk of everything, stir up those old and joyful memories which bring a smile to the lip and a tremor to the heart. One of them was saying, "Georges, do you remember our excursion in Saint-Germain with those 2 little girls from Montmartre?" "I should say I do." And a little detail here or there would be remembered, and all these things brought joy to the hearts. The conversation turned on marriage, and each one said with a sincere air, "Oh, if it were to do over again." Georges Duportant added, "It's strange how easily one falls into it. You have fully decided never to marry, and then in the springtime you go to the country, the weather is warm, the summer is beautiful, the fields are full of flowers, you meet a young girl at some friend's house, crash! All is over, you return married." Pierre L'Etoile exclaimed, "Correct, that is exactly my case, only there were some peculiar incidents." His friend interrupted him. "As for you, you have no cause to complain. You have the most charming wife in the world. Pretty, amiable, perfect. You are undoubtedly the happiest one of us all." The other one continued, "It's not my fault." "How so?" "It is true that I have a perfect wife, but I certainly married her much against my will." "Nonsense!" "Yes, this is the adventure. I was 35, and I had no more idea of marrying than I had of hanging myself. Young girls seemed to me to be inane, and I loved pleasure. During the month of May, I was invited to the wedding of my cousin, Simon d'Arabelle, in Normandy. It was a regular Normandy wedding. We sat down at the table at 5 o'clock in the evening, and at 11 o'clock we were still eating. I had been paired off for the occasion with a Mademoiselle Dumoulin, daughter of a retired colonel, a young, blonde, soldierly person, well-formed, frank and talkative. She took complete possession of me for the whole day, dragged me into the park, made me dance willy-nilly, bored me to death. I said to myself, that's all very well for today, but tomorrow I'll get out. That's all there is to it. Toward 11 o'clock at night, the women retired to their rooms. The men stayed, smoking while they drank, or drinking while they smoked, whichever you will. Through the open window we could see the country folks dancing. Farmers and peasant girls were jumping about in a circle, yelling at the top of their lungs, a dance air, which was feebly accompanied by 2 violins and a clarinet. The wild song of the peasants often completely drowned the sound of the instruments, and the weak music, interrupted by the unrestrained voices, seemed to come to us in little fragments of scattered notes. 2 enormous casks, surrounded by flaming torches, contained drinks for the crowd. 2 men were kept busy rinsing the glasses or bowls in a bucket, and immediately holding them under the spigots, from which flowed the red stream of wine, or the golden stream of pure cider, and the parched dancers, the old ones quietly, the girls panting, came up, stretched out their arms, and grasped some receptacle, threw back their heads, and poured down their throats the drink which they preferred. On a table were bread, butter, cheese, and sausages. Each one would step up from time to time and swallow a mouthful, and under the starlit sky this healthy and violent exercise was a pleasing sight, and made one also feel like drinking from these enormous casks and eating the crisp bread and butter with a raw onion. A mad desire seized me to take part in this merrymaking, and I left my companions. I must admit that I was probably a little tipsy, but I was soon entirely so. I grabbed the hand of a big, panting peasant woman, and I jumped her about until I was out of breath. Then I drank some wine and reached for another girl. In order to refresh myself afterward, I swallowed a bowlful of cider, and began to bounce around as if possessed. I was very light on my feet. The boys, delighted, were watching me and trying to imitate me. The girls all wished to dance with me, and jumped about heavily with the grace of cows. After each dance, I drank a glass of wine or a glass of cider, and toward 2 o'clock in the morning I was so drunk I could hardly stand up. I realized my condition and tried to reach my room. Everybody was asleep, and the house was silent and dark. I had no matches, and everybody was in bed. As soon as I reached the vestibule, I began to feel dizzy. I had a lot of trouble finding the banister. At last, by accident, my hand came in contact with it, and I sat down on the first step of the stairs in order to try to gather my scattered wits. My room was on the 2nd floor. It was the 3rd door to the left. Fortunately, I had not forgotten that. Armed with this knowledge, I arose, not without difficulty, and I began to ascend step by step. In my hands I firmly gripped the iron railing in order not to fall, and took great pains to make no noise. Only 3 or 4 times did my foot miss the steps, and I went down on my knees, but thanks to the energy of my arms and the strength of my will, I avoided falling completely. At last I reached the 2nd floor, and I set out in my journey along the hall, feeling my way by the walls. I felt 1 door, I counted 1. But a sudden dizziness made me lose my hold on the wall, make a strange turn, and fall up against the other wall. I wished to turn in a straight line. The crossing was long and full of hardships. At last I reached the shore, and, prudently, I began to travel along again until I met another door. In order to be sure to make no mistake, I again counted out loud 2. I started out on my walk again. At last I found the 3rd door. I said 3, that's my room, and I turned the knob. The door opened. Notwithstanding my befuddled state, I thought, since the door opens, this must be home. After softly closing the door, I stepped out into the darkness. I bumped against something soft, my easy chair. I immediately stretched myself out on it. In my condition, it would not have been wise to look for my bureau, my candles, my matches. It would have taken me at least 2 hours. It would probably have taken me that long also to undress, and even then I might not have succeeded. I gave it up. I only took my shoes off. I unbuttoned my waistcoat, which was choking me. I loosened my trousers and went to sleep. This undoubtedly lasted for a long time. I was suddenly awakened by a deep voice which was saying, "What, you lazy girl, still in bed? It's 10 o'clock. A woman's voice answered, "Already? I was so tired yesterday." In bewilderment, I wondered what this dialogue meant. Where was I? What had I done? My mind was wandering, still surrounded by a heavy fog. The first voice continued, "I'm going to raise your curtains." I heard steps approaching me. Completely at a loss at what to do, I sat up. Then a hand was placed on my head. I started. The voice asked, "Who is there?" I took good care not to answer. A furious grasp seized me. I, in turn, seized him, and a terrific struggle ensued. We were rolling around, knocking over the furniture, and crashing against the walls. A woman's voice was shrieking, "Help! Help!" Servants, neighbors, frightened women crowded around us. The blinds were open and the shades drawn. I was struggling with Colonel Dumoulin. I had slept beside his daughter's bed. When we were separated, I escaped to my room, dumbfounded. I locked myself in and sat down with my feet on a chair, for my shoes had been left in the young girl's room. I heard a great noise through the whole house, doors being opened and closed, whisperings and rapid steps. After half an hour someone knocked on my door. I cried, "Who's there?" It was my uncle, the bridegroom's father. I opened the door. He was pale and furious, and he treated me harshly. "You have behaved like a scoundrel in my house, do you hear?" Then he added more gently, "But you young fool, why the devil did you let yourself get caught at 10 o'clock in the morning? You go to sleep like a log in that room instead of leaving immediately after?" I exclaimed, "But, uncle, I assure you that nothing occurred. I was drunk and got into the wrong room." He shrugged his shoulders. "Don't talk nonsense." I raised my hand, exclaiming, "I swear to you on my honor." My uncle continued, "Yes, that's all right. It's your duty to say that." I in turn grew angry and told him the whole unfortunate occurrence. He looked at me with a bewildered expression, not knowing what to believe. Then he went out to confer with the colonel. I heard that a kind of jury of the mothers had been formed, to which were submitted the different phases of the situation. He came back an hour later, sat down with the dignity of a judge, and began, "No matter what may be the situation, I can see only one way out of it for you. It is to marry Mademoiselle Dumoulin." I bounded out of the chair, crying, "Never! Never!" Gravely he asked, "Well, what do you expect to do?" I answered simply, "Why, leave as soon as my shoes are returned to me." My uncle continued, "Please do not jest. The colonel has decided to blow your brains out as soon as he sees you, and you may be sure that he does not threaten idly. I spoke of a duel, and he answered, 'No, I tell you that I will blow his brains out.' Let us now examine the question from another point of view. Either you have misbehaved yourself, and then so much the worse for you, my boy, one should not go near a young girl, or else, being drunk, as you say, you made a mistake in the room. In this case, it's even worse for you. You shouldn't get yourself into such foolish situations. Whatever you may say, the poor girl's reputation is lost, for a drunkard's excuses are never believed. The only real victim in the matter is the girl. Think it over." He went away, while I cried after him, "Say what you will, I'll not marry her." I stayed alone for another hour. Then my aunt came. She was crying. She used every argument. No one believed my story. They could not imagine that this young girl could have forgotten to lock her door in a house full of company. The colonel had struck her. She had been crying the whole morning. It was a terrible and unforgettable scandal. And my good aunt added, "Ask for her hand, anyhow. We may perhaps find some way out of it when we are drawing up the papers." The prospect relieved me, and I agreed to write my proposal. An hour later I left for Paris. The following day I was informed that I had been accepted. Then in 3 weeks, before I had been able to find any excuse, the bans were published, the announcement sent out, the contract signed, and one Monday morning I found myself in a church beside a weeping young girl, after telling the magistrate that I consented to take her as my companion, for better or for worse. I had not seen her since my adventure, and I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye with a certain malevolent surprise. However, she was not ugly, far from it. I said to myself, "There is someone who won't laugh every day." She did not look at me once until the evening, and she did not say a single word. Toward the middle of the night I entered the bridal chamber with the full intention of letting her know my resolutions, for I was now master. I found her sitting in an armchair, fully dressed, pale with red eyes. As soon as I entered she rose and came slowly toward me, saying, "Monsieur, I am ready to do whatever you may command. I will kill myself if you so desire." The colonel's daughter was as pretty as she could be in this heroic role. I kissed her. It was my privilege. I soon saw that I had not got a bad bargain. I have now been married 5 years. I do not regret it in the least. Pierre L'Etoile was silent. His companions were laughing. One of them said, "Marriage is indeed a lottery. You must never choose your numbers. The haphazard ones are best." Another added by way of conclusion, "Yes, but do not forget that the god of drunkards chose for Pierre." End of section 91. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 92 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 92. The Unknown. We were speaking of adventures, and each one of us was relating the story of delightful experiences, surprising meetings, on the train, in a hotel, at the seashore. According to Roger des Annettes, the seashore was particularly favorable to the little blind god. Gontran, who was keeping mum, was asked what he thought of it. "I guess Paris is about the best place for that," he said. "Woman is like a precious trinket. We appreciate her all the more when we meet her in the most unexpected places, but the rarest ones are only to be found in Paris." He was silent for a moment, and then continued. "By Jove, it's great. Walk along the streets on some spring morning. The little women, daintily tripping along, seem to blossom out like flowers. What a delightful, charming sight! The dainty perfume of violet is everywhere. The city is gay, and everybody notices the women. By Jove, how tempting they are in their light, thin dresses, which occasionally give one a glimpse of the delicate pink flesh beneath. One saunters along, head up, mind alert, and eyes open. I tell you, it's great. You see her in the distance, while still a block away, you already know that she is going to please you at closer quarters. You can recognize her by the flower on her hat, the toss of her head, or her gait. She approaches. You say to yourself, "Look out, there she is." You come closer to her and you devour her with your eyes. Is it a young girl running errands for some store? A young woman returning from church, or hastening to see her lover? What do you care? Her well-rounded bosom shows through the thin waist. Oh, if you could only take her in your arms and fondle and kiss her! Her glance may be timid or bold, her hair light or dark. What difference does it make? She brushes against you and a cold shiver runs down your spine. Ah, how you wish for her all day! How many of those dear creatures have I met this way, and how wildly in love I had been, had I known them more intimately. Have you ever noticed that the ones we would love the most distractedly are those whom we never meet to know? Curious, isn't it? From time to time we barely catch a glimpse of some woman, the mere sight of whom thrills our senses. But it goes no further. When I think of all the adorable creatures that I have elbowed in the streets of Paris, I fairly rave. Who are they? Where are they? Where can I find them again? There is a proverb which says that happiness often passes our way. I am sure that I have often passed alongside the one who could have caught me like a linnet in the snare of her fresh beauty. Roger des Annettes had listened smilingly. He answered, "I know that as well as you do. This is what happened to me. About 5 years ago, for the first time, I met, on the Pont de la Concorde, a young woman who made a wonderful impression on me. She was dark, rather stout, with glossy hair, and eyebrows which nearly met above 2 dark eyes. On her lip was a scarcely perceptible down, which made one dream as one dreams of beloved woods, on seeing a bunch of wild violets. She had a small waist and a well-developed bust, which seemed to present a challenge, offer a temptation. Her eyes were like 2 black spots on white enamel. Her glance was strange, vacant, unthinking, and yet wonderfully beautiful. I imagined that she might be a Jewess. I followed her, and then turned round to look at her, as did many others. She walked with a swinging gait that was not graceful, but somehow attracted one. At the Place de la Concorde she took a carriage, and I stood there like a fool, moved by the strongest desire that had ever assailed me. For about 3 weeks I thought only of her, and then her memory passed out of my mind. 6 months later, I descried her in the Rue de la Paix again. On seeing her, I felt the same shock that one experiences on seeing a once dearly loved woman. I stopped that I might better observe her. When she passed close enough to touch me, I felt as though I were standing before a red-hot furnace. Then, when she had passed by, I noticed a delicious sensation, as of a cooling breeze blowing over my face. I did not follow her. I was afraid of doing something foolish. I was afraid of myself. She haunted all my dreams. It was a year before I saw her again, but just as the sun was going down on one beautiful evening in May, I recognized her walking along the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. The Arc de Triomphe stood out in bold relief against the fiery glow of the sky. A golden haze filled the air. It was one of those delightful spring evenings which are the glory of Paris. I followed her, tormented by a desire to address her, to kneel before her, to pour forth the emotion which was choking me. Twice I passed by her only to fall back, and each time as I passed by I felt this sensation as of scorching heat, which I had noticed in the Rue de la Paix. She glanced at me, and then I saw her enter a house on the Rue de Prébourg. I waited for her 2 hours, and she did not come out. Then I decided to question the janitor. He seemed not to understand me. "She must be visiting someone," he said. The next time I was 8 months without seeing her, but one freezing morning in January, I was walking along the Boulevard Malesherbes at a dog trot so as to keep warm, when at the corner I bumped into a woman and knocked a small package out of her hand. I tried to apologize. It was she. At first I stood stock still from the shock. Then, having returned to her the package which she had dropped, I said abruptly, "I am both grieved and delighted, madame, to have jostled you. For more than 2 years I have known you, admired you, and had the most ardent wish to be presented to you. Nevertheless, I have been unable to find out who you are or where you live. Please excuse these foolish words. Attribute them to a passionate desire to be numbered among your acquaintances. Such sentiments can surely offend you in no way. You do not know me. My name is Baron Roger des Annettes. Make inquiries about me, and you will find that I am a gentleman. Now, if you refuse my request, you will throw me into abject misery. Please be good to me and tell me how I can see you." She looked at me with her strange vacant stare, and answered smilingly, "Give me your address. I will come and see you." I was so dumbfounded that I must have shown my surprise, but I quickly gathered my wits together and gave her a visiting card, which she slipped into her pocket with a quick, deft movement. Becoming bolder, I stammered, "When shall I see you again?" She hesitated, as though mentally running over her list of engagements, and then murmured, "Will Sunday morning suit you?" "I should say it would." She went on, after having stared at me, judged, weighed, and analyzed me with this heavy and vacant gaze which seemed to leave a quieting and deadening impression on the person towards whom it was directed. Until Sunday, my mind was occupied day and night trying to guess who she might be, and planning my course of conduct towards her. I finally decided to buy her a jewel, a beautiful little jewel, which I placed in its box on the mantelpiece, and left it there awaiting her arrival. I spent a restless night waiting for her. At 10 o'clock she came, calm and quiet, with her hand outstretched, as though she had known me for years. Drawing up a chair, I took her hat and coat and furs, and laid them aside. And then, timidly, I took her hand in mine. After that, all went on without a hitch. Ah, my friends, what a bliss it is to stand at a discreet distance and watch the hidden pink and blue ribbons, partly concealed, to observe the hazy lines of the beloved one's form as they become visible through the last of the filmy garments. What a delight it is to watch the ostrich-like modesty of those who are in reality none too modest, and what is so pretty as their motions. Her back was turned towards me, and suddenly my eyes were irresistibly drawn to a large black spot right between her shoulders. What could it be? Were my eyes deceiving me? But no, there it was, staring me in the face. Then my mind reverted to the faint down on her lip, the heavy eyebrows almost meeting over her coal-black eyes, her glossy black hair. I should have been prepared for some surprise. Nevertheless, I was dumbfounded, and my mind was haunted by dim visions of strange creatures. I seemed to see before me one of the evil genies of 1001 Nights, one of those dangerous and crafty creatures whose mission it is to drag men down to unknown depths. I thought of Solomon, who made the Queen of Sheba walk on a mirror, that he might be sure that her feet were not cloven. And when the time came for me to sing of love to her, my voice forsook me. At first she showed surprise, which soon turned to anger, and she said, quickly putting on her wraps, "It was hardly worth while for me to go out of my way to come here." I wanted her to accept the ring which I had bought for her, but she replied haughtily, "For whom do you take me, sir?" I blushed to the roots of my hair. She left without saying another word. There is my whole adventure. But the worst part of it is that I am now madly in love with her. I can't see a woman without thinking of her. All the others disgust me unless they remind me of her. I cannot kiss a woman without seeing her face before me, and without suffering the torture of unsatisfied desire. She is always with me, always there, dressed or nude, my true love. She is there beside the other one, visible but intangible. I am almost willing to believe that she was bewitched, and carried a talisman between her shoulders. Who is she? I don't know yet. I have met her once or twice since. I bowed, but she pretended not to recognize me. Who is she? An Oriental? Yes, doubtless an Oriental Jewess. I believe that she must be a Jewess. But why? Why? I don't know. End of section 92. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 93 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 93. The Apparition. The subject of sequestration of the person came up in speaking of a recent lawsuit, and each of us had a story to tell. A true story, he said. We had been spending the evening together at an old family mansion in the Rue de Grenelle, just a party of intimate friends. The old Marquis de la Tour Samuel, who was 82, rose, and leaning on his elbow on the mantelpiece, said in his somewhat shaky voice, "I also know of something strange, so strange that it has haunted me all my life. It is now 56 years since the incident occurred, and yet not a month passes that I do not see it again in a dream, so great is the impression of fear it has left on my mind. For 10 minutes I experienced such a horrible fright that ever since then a sort of constant terror has remained with me. Sudden noises startle me violently, and objects imperfectly distinguished at night inspire me with a mad desire to flee from them. In short, I am afraid of the dark. But I would not have acknowledged that before I reached my present age. Now I can say anything. I have never receded before real danger, ladies. It is, therefore, permissible at 82 years of age not to be brave in presence of imaginary danger. That affair so completely upset me, caused me such deep and mysterious and terrible distress, that I never spoke of it to anyone. I will now tell it to you exactly as it happened, without any attempt at explanation. In July 1827 I was stationed at Rouen. One day as I was walking along the quay, I met a man whom I thought I recognized, without being able to recall exactly who he was. Instinctively I made a movement to stop. The stranger perceived it at once and extended his hand. He was a friend to whom I had been deeply attached as a youth. For 5 years I had not seen him. He seemed to have aged half a century. His hair was quite white, and he walked bent over as though completely exhausted. He apparently understood my surprise, and he told me of the misfortune which had shattered his life. Having fallen madly in love with a young girl, he had married her, but after a year of more than earthly happiness, she died suddenly of an affection of the heart. He left his country home on the very day of her burial, and came to his town house in Rouen, where he lived alone and unhappy, so sad and wretched that he thought constantly of suicide. "Since I have found you again in this manner," he said, "I will ask you to render me an important service. It is to go and get me out of this desk in my bedroom, our bedroom, some papers of which I have urgent need. I cannot send a servant or a business clerk, as discretion and absolute silence are necessary. As for myself, nothing on earth would induce me to re-enter that house. I will give you the key of the room, which I myself locked on leaving, and the key of the desk, also a few words for my gardener, telling him to open the chateau for you. But come and breakfast with me tomorrow, and we will arrange all that." I promised to do him the slight favor he asked. It was, for that matter, only a ride which I could make in an hour on horseback, his property being but a few miles distant from Rouen. At 10 o'clock the following day I breakfasted, tete-a-tete, with my friend, but he scarcely spoke. He begged me to pardon him. The thought of the visit I was about to make to that room, the scene of his dead happiness, overcame him, he said. He indeed seemed singularly agitated and preoccupied, as though undergoing some mysterious mental struggle. At length he explained to me exactly what I had to do. It was very simple. I must take 2 packages of letters and a roll of papers from the first right-hand drawer of the desk, of which I had the key. He added, "I need not beg you to refrain from glancing at them." I was wounded at that remark, and told him so somewhat sharply. He stammered, "Forgive me, I suffer so," and tears came to his eyes. At about 1 o'clock I took leave of him to accomplish my mission. The weather was glorious, and I trotted across the fields, listening to the song of the larks and the rhythmical clang of the sword against my boot. Then I entered the forest and walked my horse. Branches of trees caressed my face as I passed, and now and then I caught a leaf with my teeth and chewed it, from sheer gladness of heart at being alive and vigorous on such a radiant day. As I approached the chateau, I took from my pocket the letter I had for the gardener, and was astonished at finding it sealed. I was so irritated that I was about to turn back without having fulfilled my promise, but reflected that I should thereby display undue susceptibility. My friend in his troubled condition might easily have fastened the envelope without noticing that he did so. The manor looked as if it had been abandoned for 20 years. The open gate was falling from its hinges, the walks were overgrown with grass, and the flower beds were no longer distinguishable. The noise I made by kicking at a shutter brought out an old man from a side door. He seemed stunned with astonishment at seeing me. On receiving my letter, he read it, reread it, turned it over and over, looked me up and down, put the paper in his pocket, and finally said, "Well, what is it you wish?" I replied shortly, "You ought to know, since you have just read your master's orders. I wish to enter the chateau." He seemed overcome. "Then you are going into her room?" I began to lose patience. "Damn it, are you presuming to question me?" He stammered in confusion. "No, sir, but it has not been opened since the death. If you will be kind enough to wait 5 minutes, I will go and see if—" I interrupted him angrily. "See here, what do you mean by your tricks? You know very well you cannot enter the room, since here is the key." He no longer objected. "Then, sir, I will show you the way. Show me the staircase and leave me, I'll find my way without you." "But, sir—" "Indeed." This time I lost patience, and pushing him aside went into the house. I first went into the kitchen, then 2 rooms occupied by this man and his wife. I then crossed a large hall, mounted a staircase, and recognized the door described by my friend. I easily opened it and entered the apartment. It was so dark that at first I could distinguish nothing. I stopped short, disagreeably affected by that disagreeable, musty odor of closed, unoccupied rooms. As my eyes slowly became accustomed to the darkness, I saw plainly enough a large and disordered bedroom, the bed without sheets but still retaining its mattresses and pillows, on one of which was a deep impression, as though an elbow or a head had recently rested there. The chairs all seemed out of place. I noticed that a door, doubtless that of a closet, had remained half open. I went first to the window, which I opened to let in the light, but the fastenings of the shutters had grown so rusty that I could not move them. I even tried to break them with my sword, but without success. As I was growing irritated over my useless efforts, and could now see fairly well in the semi-darkness, I gave up the hope of getting more light, and went over to the writing desk. I seated myself in an armchair, and, letting down the lid of the desk, I opened the drawer designated. It was full to the top. I needed but 3 packages, which I knew how to recognize, and began searching for them. I was straining my eyes in the effort to read the superscriptions, when I seemed to hear, or rather feel, something rustle back of me. I paid no attention, believing that a draught from the window was moving some drapery. But in a minute or so, another movement, almost imperceptible, sent a strangely disagreeable little shiver over my skin. It was so stupid to be affected, even slightly, that self-respect prevented my turning around. I had just found the 2nd package I needed, and was about to lay my hand on the 3rd, when a long and painful sigh, uttered just at my shoulder, made me bound like a madman from my seat and land several feet off. As I jumped, I had turned round, my hand on the hilt of my sword. And truly, if I had not felt it at my side, I would have taken to my heels like a coward. A tall woman dressed in white stood gazing at me from the back of the chair where I had been sitting an instant before. Such a shudder ran through all my limbs that I nearly fell backward. No one who has not experienced it can understand that frightful, unreasoning terror. The mind becomes vague, the heart ceases to beat, the entire body grows as limp as a sponge. I do not believe in ghosts. Nevertheless, I collapsed from a hideous dread of the dead, and I suffered. I suffered in a few moments more than in all the rest of my life from the irresistible terror of the supernatural. If she had not spoken, I should have died, perhaps. But she spoke. She spoke in a sweet, sad voice that set my nerves vibrating. I dare not say that I became master of myself and recovered my reason. No, I was terrified, and scarcely knew what I was doing. But a certain innate pride, a remnant of soldierly instinct, made me, almost in spite of myself, maintain a bold front. She said, "Oh, sir, you can render me a great service." I wanted to reply, but it was impossible for me to pronounce a word. Only a vague sound came from my throat. She continued, "Will you? You can save me, cure me. I suffer frightfully. I suffer, oh, how I suffer." And she slowly seated herself in my armchair, still looking at me. "Will you?" she said. I nodded in assent, my voice still being paralyzed. Then she held out to me a tortoise-shell comb and murmured, "Comb my hair. Oh, comb my hair. That will cure me. It must be combed. Look at my head. How I suffer. And my hair pulls so." Her hair, unbound, very long and very black, it seemed to me, hung over the back of the armchair and touched the floor. Why did I promise? Why did I take that comb with a shudder, and why did I hold in my hands her long black hair that gave my skin a frightful cold sensation, as though I was handling snakes? I cannot tell. That sensation has remained in my fingers, and I still tremble in recalling it. I combed her hair. I handled, I know not how, those icy locks. I twisted, knotted, unknotted, and braided them. She sighed, bowed her head, seemed happy. Suddenly she said, "Thank you," snatched the comb from my hands, and fled by the door that I had left ajar. Left alone, I experienced for several seconds the horrible agitation of one who wakes from a nightmare. At length I regained my senses. I ran to the window, and with a mighty effort burst open the shutters, letting a flood of light into the room. Immediately I sprang to the door by which that being had departed. I found it closed and immovable. Then the mad desire to flee overcame me like a panic, the panic which soldiers know in battle. I seized the 3 packets of letters on the open desk, ran from the room, dashed down the stairs 4 steps at a time, found myself outside, I know not how, and, perceiving my horse a few steps off, leaped into the saddle and galloped away. I stopped only when I reached Rouen and alighted at my lodgings. Throwing the reins to my orderly, I fled to my room and shut myself in to reflect. For an hour I anxiously asked myself if I were not the victim of a hallucination. Undoubtedly, I had had one of those incomprehensible nervous attacks, those exaltations of the mind that give rise to visions and are stronghold of the supernatural. As I was about to believe I had seen a vision and had a hallucination, when, as I approached the window, my eyes fell, by chance, upon my breast. My military cape was covered with long black hairs. One by one, with trembling fingers, I plucked them off and threw them away. I then called my orderly. I was too disturbed, too upset to go and see my friend that day, and I also wished to reflect more fully upon what I ought to tell him. I sent him his letters, for which he gave me the soldier a receipt. He asked after me most particularly, and, on being told I was ill, had had a sunstroke, appeared exceedingly anxious. Next morning I went to him, determined to tell him the truth. He had gone out the evening before and had not yet returned. I called again during the day. My friend was still absent. After waiting a week longer without news of him, I notified the authorities and a judicial search was instituted. Not the slightest trace of his whereabouts or manner of disappearance was discovered. A minute inspection of the abandoned chateau revealed nothing of a suspicious character. There was no indication that a woman had been concealed there. After fruitless researches, all further efforts were abandoned, and for 56 years I have heard nothing. I know no more than before. End of section 93. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 94 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 94. Clochette. How strange those old recollections are which haunt us, without our being able to get rid of them. This one is so very old that I cannot understand how it has clung so vividly and tenaciously to my memory. Since then I have seen so many sinister things, which were either affecting or terrible, that I am astonished at not being able to pass a single day without the face of Mother Bellflower returning to my mind's eye, just as I knew her formerly, now so long ago, when I was 10 or 12 years old. She was an old seamstress who came to my parents' house once a week, every Thursday, to mend the linen. My parents lived in one of those country houses called chateaux, which are merely old houses with gable roofs, to which are attached 3 or 4 farms lying around them. The village, a large village, almost a market town, was a few hundred yards away, closely circling the church, a red brick church, black with age. Well, every Thursday Mother Clochette came between 6:30 and 7 in the morning, and went immediately into the linen room and began to work. She was a tall, thin, bearded, or rather hairy woman, for she had a beard all over her face, a surprising, an unexpected beard, growing in improbable tufts, in curly branches which looked as if they had been sewn by a madman over that great face of a gendarme in petticoats. She had them on her nose, under her nose, round her nose, on her chin, on her cheeks, and her eyebrows, which were extraordinarily thick and long, and quite grey, bushy and bristling, looked exactly like a pair of mustaches stuck on there by mistake. She limped, not as lame people generally do, but like a ship at anchor. When she planted her great, bony, swerving body on her sound leg, she seemed to be preparing to mount some enormous wave, and then suddenly she dipped as if to disappear in an abyss, and buried herself in the ground. Her walk reminded me of a storm, as she swayed about, and her head, which was always covered with an enormous white cap, whose ribbons fluttered down her back, seemed to traverse the horizon from north to south, and from south to north, at each step. I adored Mother Clochette. As soon as I was up, I went into the linen room where I found her installed at work with the foot-warmer under her feet. As soon as I arrived, she made me take the foot-warmer and sit upon it, so that I might not catch cold in that large, chilly room under the roof. "That draws the blood from your throat," she said to me. She told me stories, whilst mending the linen with her long, crooked, nimble fingers. Her eyes behind her magnifying spectacles, for age had impaired her sight, appeared enormous to me, strangely profound, double. She had, as far as I can remember, the things which she'd told me, and by which my childish heart was moved, the large heart of a poor woman. She told me what had happened in the village, how a cow had escaped from the cow-house, and had been found the next morning in front of Prosper Malet's windmill, looking at the sails turning, or about a hen's egg which had been found in the church belfry without anyone being able to understand what creature had been there to lay it, or the story of Jean Pilat's dog, who had been 10 leagues to bring back his master's breeches, which a tramp had stolen whilst they were hanging up to dry out of doors, after he had been in the rain. She told me these simple adventures in such a manner that in my mind they assumed the proportions of never-to-be-forgotten dramas, of grand and mysterious poems, and the ingenious stories invented by the poets which my mother told me in the evening had none of the flavour, none of the breadth or vigour of the peasant woman's narratives. Well, one Thursday, after I had spent all morning listening to Mother Clochette, I wanted to go upstairs to her again during the day after picking hazelnuts with the manservant in the wood behind the farm. I remember it all as clearly as what happened only yesterday. On opening the door of the linen room, I saw the old seamstress lying on the ground by the side of her chair, with her face to the ground and her arms stretched out, but still holding her needle in one hand and one of my shirts in the other. One of her legs in a blue stocking, the longer one, no doubt, was extended under her chair, and her spectacles glistened against the wall as if they had rolled away from her. I ran away uttering shrill cries. They all came running, and in a few minutes I was told that Mother Clochette was dead. I cannot describe the profound, poignant, terrible emotion which stirred my childish heart. I went slowly down into the drawing-room and hid myself in a dark corner, in the depths of an immense old armchair, where I knelt down and wept. I remained there a long time, no doubt, for night came on. Suddenly somebody came in with a lamp, without seeing me, however, and I heard my mother and father talking with the medical man, whose voice I recognized. He had been sent for immediately, and he was explaining the causes of the accident, of which I understood nothing, however. He then sat down and had a glass of liquor and a biscuit. He went on talking, and what he then said will remain engraved in my mind until I die. I think I can give the exact words which he used. "Ah," said he, "the poor woman, she broke her leg the day of my arrival here, and I had not even the time to wash my hands after getting off the diligence before I was sent for in all haste, for it was a bad case, very bad. She was 17, and a pretty girl, very pretty. Would anyone believe it? I have never told her story before, and nobody except myself and one other person who is no longer living in this part of the country ever knew it. Now that she is dead, I may be less discreet. Just then a young assistant teacher came to live in the village. He was handsome, well-made fellow, and looked like a non-commissioned officer. All the girls ran after him, but he paid no attention to them, partly because he was very much afraid of his superior, the schoolmaster, old Grabou, who occasionally got out of bed the wrong foot first. Old Grabou already employed pretty Hortense, who has just died here, and who was afterwards nicknamed Clochette. The assistant master singled out the pretty young girl, who was, no doubt, flattered at being chosen by this impregnable conqueror. At any rate, she fell in love with him, and he succeeded in persuading her to give him a first meeting in the hayloft behind the school at night, after she had done her day's sewing. She pretended to go home, but instead of going downstairs when she left the Graboos, she went upstairs and hid among the hay to wait for her lover. He soon joined her and was beginning to say pretty things to her, when the door of the hayloft opened and the schoolmaster appeared, and asked, "What are you doing up there, Sigisbert?" Feeling sure that he would be caught, the young schoolmaster lost his presence of mind, and replied stupidly, "I came up here to rest a little amongst the bundles of hay, Monsieur Grabou." The loft was very large and absolutely dark, and Sigisbert pushed the frightened girl to the other end, and said, "Go over there and hide yourself. I shall lose my position, so get away and hide yourself." When the schoolmaster heard the whispering, he continued, "Why, you are not by yourself." "Yes, I am, Monsieur Grabou." "But you are not, for you are talking." "I swear I am, Monsieur Grabou." "I will soon find out," the old man replied, and double-locking the door, he went down to get a light. Then the young man, who was a coward such as one frequently meets, lost his head, and becoming furious all of a sudden, he replied, "Hide yourself so that he may not find you. You will keep me from making a living for the rest of my life. You will ruin my whole career. Do hide yourself." They could hear the key turning in the lock again, and Hortense ran to the window which looked out on the street, opened it quickly, and then said in a low and determined voice, "You will come and pick me up when he is gone," and she jumped out. Old Grabou found nobody, and went down again in great surprise, and a quarter of an hour later, Monsieur Sigisbert came to me and related his adventure. The girl had remained at the foot of the wall, unable to get up, as she had fallen from the second story, and I went with him to fetch her. It was raining in torrents, and I brought the unfortunate girl home with me, for the right leg was broken in 3 places, and the bones had come through the flesh. She did not complain, and merely said with admirable resignation, "I am punished, well punished." I sent for assistance and for the work girl's relatives, and then told them a made-up story of a runaway carriage which had knocked her down and lamed her outside my door. They believed me, and the gendarmes for a whole month tried in vain to find the author of this accident. That is all. And I say that this woman was a heroine, and belonged to the race of those who accomplished the grandest deeds of history. That was her only love affair, and she died a virgin. She was a martyr, a noble soul, a sublimely devoted woman. And if I did not absolutely admire her, I should not have told you this story, which I would never tell anyone during her life. You understand why. The doctor ceased. Mamma cried, and Papa said some words which I did not catch. Then they left the room, and I remained on my knees in the armchair and sobbed, while I heard a strange noise of heavy footsteps, and something knocking against the side of the staircase. They were carrying away Clochette's body. End of section 94. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 95 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 95. The Kiss. My little darling, so you are crying from morning until night and from night until morning, because your husband leaves you. You do not know what to do, and so you ask your old aunt for advice. You must consider her quite an expert. I don't know as much as you think I do, and yet I am not entirely ignorant of the art of loving, or rather, of making oneself loved, in which you are a little lacking. I can admit that at my age. You say that you are all attention, love, kisses, and caresses for him. Perhaps that is the very trouble. I think you kiss him too much. My dear, we have in our hands the most terrible power in the world. Love. Man is gifted with physical strength, and he exercises force. Woman is gifted with charm, and she rules with caresses. It is our weapon, formidable and invincible, but we should know how to use it. Know well that we are the mistresses of the world. To tell the history of love from the beginning of the world would be to tell the history of man himself. Everything springs from it. The arts, great events, customs, wars, the overthrow of empires. In the Bible you find Delilah, Judith. In fables we find Omphale, Helen. In history the Sabines, Cleopatra, and many others. Therefore we reign supreme, all-powerful. But like kings we must make use of delicate diplomacy. Love, my dear, is made up of imperceptible sensations. We know that it is as strong as death, but also frail as glass. The slightest shock breaks it, and our power crumbles, and we are never able to raise it again. We have the power of making ourselves adored, but we lack one tiny thing, the understanding of the various kinds of caresses. In embraces we lose the sentiment of delicacy, while the man over whom we rule remains master of himself, capable of judging the foolishness of certain words. Take care, my dear, that is the defect in our armor. It is our Achilles' heel. Do you know whence comes our real power? From the kiss alone. When we know how to hold out and give up our lips, we can become queens. The kiss is only a preface, however, but a charming preface, more charming than the realization itself, a preface which can always be read over again, whereas one cannot always read over the book. Yes, the meeting of lips is the most perfect, the most divine sensation given to human beings, the supreme limit of happiness. It is in the kiss alone that one sometimes seems to feel this union of souls after which we strive, the intermingling of hearts, as it were. Do you remember the verses of Sully Prudhomme? Caresses are nothing but anxious bliss, vain attempts of love to unite souls through a kiss. One caress alone gives this deep sensation of two beings welded into one. It is the kiss. No violent delirium of complete possession is worth this trembling approach of the lips, this first moist and fresh contact, and then the long, lingering, motionless rapture. Therefore, my dear, the kiss is our strongest weapon, but we must take care not to dull it. Do not forget that its value is only relative, purely conventional. It continually changes according to circumstances, the state of expectancy and the ecstasy of the mind. I will call attention to one example. Another poet, Francois Copy, has written a line which we all remember, a line which we find delightful, which moves our very hearts. After describing the expectancy of a lover, waiting in a room one winter's evening, his anxiety, his nervous impatience, the terrible fear of not seeing her, he describes the arrival of the beloved woman, who at last enters hurriedly, out of breath, bringing with her part of the winter breeze, and he exclaims, "Oh, the taste of the kisses first snatched through the veil!" Is that not a line of exquisite sentiment, a delicate and charming observation, a perfect truth? All those who have hastened to a clandestine meeting, whom passion has thrown into the arms of a man, well do they know these first delicious kisses through the veil, and they tremble at the memory of them. And yet their sole charm lies in the circumstances, from being late, from the anxious expectancy, but from the purely, or rather impurely if you prefer, sensual point of view, they are detestable. Think! Outside it is cold. The young woman has walked quickly, the veil is moist from her cold breath. Little drops of water shine on the lace. The lover seizes her and presses his burning lips to her liquid breath. The moist veil, which discolors and carries the dreadful odor of chemical dye, penetrates into the young man's mouth, moistens his mustache. He does not taste the lips of his beloved, he tastes the dye of this lace, moistened with cold breath. And yet, like the poet, we would all exclaim, "Oh, the taste of the kisses first snatched through the veil!" Therefore, the value of this caress being entirely a matter of convention, we must be careful not to abuse it. Well, my dear, I have several times noticed that you are very clumsy. However, you are not alone in that fault. The majority of women lose their authority by abusing the kiss with untimely kisses. When they feel that their husband or their lover is a little tired, at those times when the heart as well as the body needs rest, instead of understanding what is going on within him, they persist in giving inopportune caresses, tire him by the obstinacy of begging lips, and give caresses lavished with neither rhyme nor reason. Trust in the advice of my experience. First, never kiss your husband in public, in the train, at the restaurant. It is bad taste. Do not give in to your desires. He would feel ridiculous and would never forgive you. Beware of useless kisses lavished in intimacy. I am sure that you abuse them. For instance, I remember one day that you did something quite shocking. Probably you do not remember it. All three of us were together in the drawing-room, and, as you did not stand on ceremony before me, your husband was holding you on his knees and kissing you at great length on the neck, the lips, and the throat. Suddenly you exclaimed, "Oh, the fire!" You had been paying no attention to it, and it was almost out. A few lingering embers were glowing on the hearth. Then he rose, ran to the wood box, from which he dragged 2 enormous logs with great difficulty, when you came to him with begging lips, murmuring, "Kiss me." He turned his head with difficulty, and tried to hold up the logs at the same time. Then you gently and slowly placed your mouth on that of the poor fellow, who remained with his neck out of joint, his sides twisted, his arms almost dropping off, trembling with fatigue and tired from his desperate effort, and you kept drawing out this torturing kiss without seeing or understanding. Then when you freed him, you began to grumble, "How badly you kiss!" No wonder! Oh, take care of that. We all have this foolish habit, this unconscious need of choosing the most inconvenient moments, when he is carrying a glass of water, when he is putting on his shoes, when he is tying his scarf, in short, when he finds himself in any uncomfortable position. Then is the time which we choose for a caress which makes him stop for a whole minute in the middle of a gesture with the sole desire of getting rid of us. Do not think that this criticism is insignificant. Love, my dear, is a delicate thing. The least little thing offends it. Know that everything depends on the tact of our caresses. An ill-placed kiss may do any amount of harm. Try following my advice. Your old aunt, Colette. End of section 95. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 96 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 96. The Legion of Honor. From the time some people began to talk, they seemed to have an overmastering desire of vacation. Ever since he was a child, Monsieur Caillard had only one idea in his head, to wear the ribbon of an order. When he was still quite a small boy, he used to wear a zinc cross of the Legion of Honor pinned on his tunic, just as the other children wear a soldier's cap, and he took his mother's hand in the street with a proud air, sticking out his little chest with its red ribbon and metal star, so that it might show to advantage. His studies were not a success, and he failed in his examination for Bachelor of Arts. So, not knowing what to do, he married a pretty girl, as he had plenty of money on his own. They lived in Paris, as many rich middle-class people do, mixing with their own particular set, and proud of knowing a deputy who might perhaps be a minister some day, and counting 2 heads of departments among their friends. But Monsieur Caillard could not get rid of his one absorbing idea, and he felt constantly unhappy because he had not the right to wear a little bit of colored ribbon in his buttonhole. When he met any men who were decorated on the boulevards, he looked at them askance with intense jealousy. Sometimes, when he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he would count them, and say to himself, "Just let me see how many I shall meet between the Madeleine and the Rue Drouot." Then he would walk slowly, looking at every coat with a practised eye for the little bit of red ribbon, and when he had got to the end of his walk, he always repeated the numbers aloud. 8 officers and 17 knights, as many as that. It is stupid to sow the cross broadcast in that fashion. I wonder how many I shall meet going back. And he returned slowly, unhappy when the crowd of passers-by interfered with his vision. He knew the places where most were to be found. They swarmed in the Palais Royal. Fewer were seen in the Avenue de l'Opéra than in the Rue de la Paix, while the right side of the boulevard was more frequented by them than the left. They also seemed to prefer certain cafes and theaters. Whenever he saw a group of white-haired old gentlemen standing together in the middle of the pavement, interfering with traffic, he used to say to himself, "They are officers of the Legion of Honor," and he felt inclined to take off his hat to them. He had often remarked that the officers had a different bearing to the mere knights. They carried their head differently, and one felt that they enjoyed a higher official consideration and a more widely extended importance. Sometimes, however, the worthy man would be seized with a furious hatred for everyone who was decorated. He felt like a socialist toward them. Then when he got home, excited at meeting so many crosses, just as a poor, hungry wretch might be on passing some dainty provision shop, he used to ask in a loud voice, "When shall we get rid of this wretched government?" And his wife would be surprised and ask, "What is the matter with you today?" "I am indignant," he replied, "at the injustice I see going on around us. Oh, the communards were certainly right." After dinner he would go out again, and look at the shops where the decorations were sold, and he examined all of the emblems of various shapes and colors. He would have liked to possess them all, and to have walked gravely at the head of a procession, with his crush hat under his arm and his breast covered with decorations, radiant as a star, amid a buzz of admiring whispers and a hum of respect. But alas, he had no right to wear any decoration whatever. He used to say to himself, "Is it really too difficult for any man to obtain the Legion of Honor unless he is some public functionary? Suppose I try to be appointed an officer of the Academy." But he did not know how to set about it, and spoke on the subject to his wife, who was stupefied. "Officer of the Academy? What have you done to deserve it?" He got angry. "I know what I am talking about. I only want to know how to set about it. You are quite stupid at times." She smiled. "You are quite right. I don't understand anything about it." An idea struck him. "Suppose you were to speak to Monsieur Rosselin, the deputy. He might be able to advise me. You understand that I cannot broach the subject to him directly. It is rather difficult and delicate, but coming from you it might seem quite natural." Madame Caillard did what he asked her, and Monsieur Rosselin promised to speak to the minister about it. And then Caillard began to worry him, till the deputy told him he must make a formal application and put forward his claims. What were his charms, he said? He was not even a Bachelor of Arts. However, he set to work and produced a pamphlet with the title The People's Right to Instruction, but he could not finish it for want of ideas. He sought for easier subjects, and began several in succession. The first was, the instruction of children by means of the eye. He wanted gratuitous theatres to be established in every poor quarter of Paris for little children. Their parents were to take them there when they were quite young, and, by means of a magic lantern, all the notions of human knowledge were to be imparted to them. There were to be regular courses. The sight would educate the mind, while the pictures would remain impressed on the brain, and thus science would, so to say, be made visible. What could be more simple than to teach universal history, natural history, geography, botany, zoology, anatomy, etc., etc., in this manner? He had his ideas printed in pamphlets and sent a copy to each deputy, 10 to each minister, 50 to the President of the Republic, 10 to each Parisian, and 5 to each provincial newspaper. Then he wrote on street lending libraries. His idea was to have little pushcarts full of books drawn about the streets. Everyone would have a right to 10 volumes a month in his home on payment of 1 sou. The people, Monsieur Caillard said, will only disturb itself for the sake of its pleasures, and since it will not go to instruction, instruction must come to it, etc., etc. His essays attracted no attention, but he sent in his application, and he got the usual formal official reply. He thought himself sure of success, but nothing came of it. Then he made up his mind to apply personally. He begged for an interview with the Minister of Public Instruction, and he was received by a young subordinate who was very grave and important, and kept touching the knobs of electric bells to summon ushers and footmen and officials inferior to himself. He declared to Monsieur Caillard that his manner was going on quite favorably, and advised him to continue his remarkable labors, and Monsieur Caillard said at it again. Monsieur Rosselin, the deputy, seemed now to take great interest in his success, and gave him a lot of excellent practical advice. He himself was decorated, although nobody knew exactly what he had done to deserve such a distinction. He told Caillard what new studies he ought to undertake. He introduced him to learned societies which took up particularly obscure points of science, in the hope of gaining credit and honors thereby, and he even took him under his wing at the ministry. One day, when he came to lunch with his friend, for several months past he had constantly taken his meals there, he said to him in a whisper as he shook hands, "I have just obtained a great favor for you. The Committee of Historical Works is going to entrust you with a commission. There are some researches to be made in various libraries in France." Caillard was so delighted that he could scarcely eat or drink, and a week later he set out. He went from town to town, studying catalogues, rummaging in lofts full of dusty volumes, and was hated by all the librarians. One day, happening to be at Rouen, he thought he should like to go home and visit his wife, whom he had not seen for more than a week, so he took the 9 o'clock train, which would land him at home by 12 at night. He had his latch key, so he went in without making any noise, delighted at the idea of the surprise he was going to give her. She had locked herself in. How tiresome! However, he cried through the door, "Jeanne, it is I!" She must have been very frightened, for he heard her jump out of her bed and speak to herself as if she were in a dream. Then she went to her dressing room, opened and closed the door, and went quickly up and down her room barefoot 2 or 3 times, shaking the furniture till the vases and glasses sounded. Then at last she asked, "Is it you, Alexander?" "Yes, yes," he replied. "Make haste and open the door." As soon as she had done so, she threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Oh, what a fright! What a surprise! What a pleasure!" He began to undress himself methodically, as he did everything, and took from a chair his overcoat, which he was in the habit of hanging up in the hall. But suddenly he remained motionless, struck dumb with astonishment. There was a red ribbon in the buttonhole. "Why," he stammered, this overcoat has got the ribbon in it." In a second his wife threw herself on him, and taking it from his hands, she said, "No, you have made a mistake. Give it to me." But he still held it by one of the sleeves without letting it go, repeating in a half-dazed manner, "Oh, why? Just explain. Whose overcoat is it? It is not mine, as it has the Legion of Honor on it." She tried to take it from him, terrified and hardly able to say, "Listen, listen, give it to me. I must not tell you. It is a secret. Listen to me." But he grew angry and turned pale. "I want to know how this overcoat comes to be here. It does not belong to me." Then she almost screamed at him, "Yes, it does. Listen. Swear to me. Well, you are decorated." She did not intend to joke at his expense. He was so overcome that he let the overcoat fall and dropped into an armchair. You say I am decorated?" "Yes, but it is a secret, a great secret." She had put the glorious garment into a cupboard and came to her husband pale and trembling. "Yes," she continued, "it is a new overcoat that I have had made for you, but I swore that I would not tell you anything about it, as it will not be officially announced for a month or 6 weeks, and you are not to have known until you returned from your business journey. Monsieur Rosselin managed it for you." "Rosselin!" he contrived to utter in his joy. "He has obtained the decoration for me? Oh!" And he was obliged to drink a glass of water. And a little piece of white paper fell out of the floor on the pocket of his overcoat. Caillard picked it up. It was a visiting card, and he read out, "Rosselin Deputy." "You see how it is," said his wife. He almost cried with joy, and a week later it was announced in the Journal Officiel that Monsieur Caillard had been awarded the Legion of Honor on account of his exceptional services. End of section 96. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 97 of the complete original short stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 97. The Test. The Blondels were a happy family, and although they frequently quarreled about trifles, they soon became friends again. Blondel was a merchant who had retired from active business after saving enough to allow him to live quietly. He had rented a little house at Saint-Germain and lived there with his wife. He was a quiet man with very decided opinions. He had a certain degree of education and read serious newspapers. Nevertheless, he appreciated the Gaulois wit. Endowed with a logical mind and that practical common sense which is the master quality of the industrial French bourgeois, he thought little but clearly, and reached a decision only after careful consideration of the matter in hand. He was of medium size, with a distinguished look, and was beginning to turn grey. His wife, who was full of serious qualities, had also several faults. She had a quick temper and a frankness that bordered upon violence. She bore a grudge a long time. She had once been pretty, but had now become too stout and too red, but in her neighborhood at Saint-Germain she still passed for a very beautiful woman, who exemplified health and an uncertain temper. Their dissensions almost always began at breakfast over some trivial matter, and they continued all day and even until the following day. Their simple, common, limited life imparted seriousness to the most unimportant matters, and every topic of conversation became a subject of dispute. This had not been so in the days when business occupied their minds, drew their hearts together, and gave them common interests and occupation. But at Saint-Germain they saw fewer people. It had been necessary to make new acquaintances, to create for themselves a new world among strangers, a new existence devoid of occupations. Then the monotony of loneliness had soured each of them a little, and the quiet happiness which they had hoped and waited for with the coming of riches did not appear. One June morning, just as they were sitting down to breakfast, Bondel asked, "Do you know the people who live in the little red cottage at the end of the Rue de Berceau?" Madame Boncel was out of sorts. She answered, "Yes and no. I am acquainted with them, but I do not care to know them." "Why not? They seem to be very nice." "Because this morning I met the husband on the terrace, and we took a little walk together." Seeing that there was danger in the air, Bondel added, "It was he who spoke to me first." His wife looked at him in a displeased manner. She continued, "You would have done just as well to avoid him." "Why?" "Because there are rumors about him." "What kind?" "Oh, rumors such as one often hears." Monsieur Bondel was, unfortunately, a little hasty. He exclaimed, "My dear, you know that I abhor gossip. As for those people, I find them very pleasant." She asked testily, "The wife also?" "Why, yes, although I have barely seen her." The discussion gradually grew more heated, always on the same subject for lack of others. Madame Bondel obstinately refused to say what she had heard about these neighbors, allowing things to be understood without saying exactly what they were. Bondel would shrug his shoulders, grin, and exasperate his wife. She finally cried out, "Well, that gentleman is deceived by his wife. There." The husband answered quietly, "I can't see how that affects the honor of a man." She seemed dumbfounded. "What? You don't see? You don't see? Well, that's too much. You don't see? Why, it's a public scandal. He is disgraced." He answered, "Ah, by no means. Should a man be considered disgraced because he is deceived, because he is betrayed, robbed? No, indeed. I'll grant you that that may be the case for the wife, but as for him—" She became furious, exclaiming, "For him as well as for her. They are both in disgrace. It's a public shame." Bondel, very calm, asked, "Well, first of all, is it true? Who can assert such a thing as long as no one has been caught in the act?" Madame Bondel was growing uneasy. She snapped, "What? Who can assert it? Why, everybody. Everybody. It's as clear as the nose on your face. Everybody knows it and is talking about it. There's not the slightest doubt." He was grinning. For a long time people thought that the sun revolved around the earth. This man loves his wife and speaks of her tenderly and reverently. This whole business is nothing but lies. Stamping her foot, she stammered, "Do you think that that fool, that idiot, knows anything about it?" Bondel did not grow angry. He was reasoning clearly. "Excuse me, this gentleman is no fool. He seemed to me, on the contrary, to be very intelligent and shrewd, and you can't make me believe that a man with brains doesn't notice such a thing in his own house, when the neighbors, who are not there, are ignorant of no detail of this liaison, for all warrant that they know everything." Madame Bondel had a fit of angry mirth, which irritated her husband's nerves. She laughed. "Ha! They're all the same. There's not a man alive who could discover such a thing like that unless his nose was stuck into it." The discussion was wandering to other topics now. She was exclaiming over the blindness of deceived husbands, a thing which he doubted and which she affirmed, with such airs of personal contempt that he finally grew angry. Then the discussion became an angry quarrel, where she took the side of the women and he defended the men. He had the conceit to declare, "Well, I swear that if I had ever been deceived, I should have noticed it, and immediately too, and I should have taken away your desire for such things in such a manner that it would have taken more than one doctor to set you on foot again." Boiling with anger, she cried out to him, You! Why, you're as big a fool as the others, do you hear?" He still maintained, "I can swear to you that I am not." She laughed so impertinently that he felt his heart beat and a chill run down his back. For the third time he said, "I should have seen it." She rose, still laughing in the same manner. She slammed the door and left the room, saying, "Well, if that isn't too much." Bondel remained alone, ill at ease. That insolent, provoking laugh had touched him to the quick. He went outside, walked, dreamed. The realization of the loneliness of his new life made him sad and morbid. The neighbor, whom he had met that morning, came to him with outstretched hands. They continued their walk together. After touching on various subjects, they came to talk of their wives. Both seemed to have something to confide, something inexpressible, vague, about these things they associated with their lives, their wives. The neighbor was saying, "Really, at times, one might think that they bear some particular ill will toward their husband, just because he is a husband. I love my wife. I love her very much. I appreciate and respect her. Well, there are times when she seems to have more confidence and faith in her friends than in me." Blondel immediately thought, "There is no doubt, my wife is right." When he left this man, he began to think things over again. He felt in his soul a strange confusion of contradictory ideas, a sort of interior burning. That mocking, impertinent laugh kept ringing in his ears, and seemed to say, "Why, you are just the same as the others, you fool." That was indeed bravado, one of those pieces of impudence of which a woman makes use when she dares everything, risks everything, to wound and humiliate the man who has aroused her ire. This poor man must also be one of those deceived husbands, like so many of the others. He had said sadly, "There are times when she seems to have more confidence and faith in her friends than in me." That is how a husband formulated his observations on the particular attentions of his wife for another man. That was all. He had seen nothing more. He was like the rest, all the rest. And how strangely Blondel's own wife had laughed as she said, "You too, you too." How the wild and imprudent, these creatures who can arouse such suspicions in the heart for the sole purpose of revenge. He ran over their whole life since their marriage, reviewed his mental list of their acquaintances, to see whether she had ever appeared to show more confidence in anyone than in himself. He had never suspected anyone, he was so calm, so sure of her, so confident. But now he thought of it, she had had a friend, an intimate friend, who for almost a year had dined with them 3 times a week. Tancred, good old Tancred, whom he, Blondel, loved as a brother, and whom he continued to see on the sly, since his wife, he did not know why, had grown angry at the charming fellow. He stopped to think, looking over the past with anxious eyes. Then he grew angry at himself for harboring this shameful insinuation of the jealous, defiant, bad ego which lives in all of us. He blamed and accused himself when he remembered the visits and the demeanor of this friend whom his wife had dismissed for no apparent reason. But suddenly other memories returned to him, similar ruptures due to the vindictive character of Madame Blondel, who never pardoned a slight. Then he laughed frankly at himself for the doubts which he had nursed, and he remembered the angry looks of his wife as he would tell her when he returned at night. "I saw good old Tancred, and he wished to be remembered to you," and he reassured himself. She would invariably answer, "When you see that gentleman, you can tell him that I can well dispense with his remembrances." With what an angry, irritated look she would say these words. How well one could feel that she did not and would not forgive. And he had suspected her even for a second? Such foolishness. But why did she grow so angry? She had never given the exact reason for the quarrel. She still bore him that grudge. Was it— But no, and Blondel declared that he was lowering himself by even thinking of such things. Yes, he was undoubtedly lowering himself, but he could not help thinking of it, and he asked himself with terror if this thought which had entered into his mind had not come to stop, if he did not carry in his heart the seed of fearful torment. He knew himself. He was a man to think over his doubts as formerly he would ruminate over his commercial operations, for days and nights, endlessly weighing the pros and the cons. He was already becoming excited. He was walking fast and losing his calmness. A thought cannot be downed. It is intangible, cannot be caught, cannot be killed. Suddenly a plan occurred to him. It was so bold that he first doubted whether he would carry it out. Each time he met Tancred, his friend would ask for news of Madame Blondel, and Blondel would answer, "She is still a little angry." Nothing more. Good Lord, what a fool he had been, perhaps. Well, he would take the train to Paris, go to Tancred, and bring him back with him that very evening, assuring him that his wife's mysterious anger had disappeared. But how would Madame Blondel act? What a scene there would be! What anger! What scandal! What of it? That would be a revenge. When she should come face to face with him unexpectedly, he certainly ought to be able to read the truth in their expressions. He immediately went to the station, bought his ticket, got into the car, and as soon as he felt himself being carried away by the train, he felt a fear, a kind of dizziness at what he was going to do. In order not to weaken, back down, and return alone, he tried not to think of the matter any longer, to bring his mind to bear on other affairs, to do what he had decided to do with blind resolution, and he began to hum tunes from operettas and music halls until he reached Paris. As soon as he found himself walking along the streets that led to Tancred's, he felt like stopping. He paused in front of several shops, noticed the prices of certain objects, was interested in new things, felt like taking a glass of beer, which was not his usual custom, and as he approached his friend's dwelling, he ardently hoped not to meet him. But Tancred was home, alone, reading. He jumped up in surprise, crying, "Ah, Blondel, what luck!" Bondel, embarrassed, answered, "Yes, my dear fellow, I happened to be in Paris, and I thought I'd drop in and shake hands with you." "That's very nice, very nice. The more so that for some time you have not favored me with your presence very often." "Well, you see, even against one's will, one is often influenced by surrounding conditions, and as my wife seemed to bear you some ill will—" "Jove! Seemed? She did better than that, since she showed me the door." "What was the reason? I never heard it." "Oh, nothing at all. A bit of foolishness. A discussion in which we both did not agree." "But what was the subject of this discussion?" "A lady of my acquaintance, whom you may perhaps know by name, Madame Boutin." "Ah, really? Well, I think that my wife has forgotten her grudge, for this very morning she spoke to me of you in very pleasant terms." Poncret started, and seemed so dumbfounded that for a few minutes he could find nothing to say. Then he asked, "She spoke of me in pleasant terms?" "Yes." "You are sure?" "Of course I am. I'm not dreaming." "And then?" "And then, as I was coming to Paris, I thought that I would please you by coming to tell you the good news." Why, yes. Bondel appeared to hesitate. Then, after a short pause, he added, "I even had an idea." "What is it?" "To take you back home with me to dinner." Tancred, who was naturally prudent, seemed a little worried by this proposition, and he asked, "Oh, really? Is it possible? Are we not exposing ourselves to a scene?" "No, no, indeed. Because, you know, Madame Bondel bears malice for a long time." "Yes, but I can assure you that she no longer bears you any ill will. I am even convinced that it will be a great pleasure for her to see you thus, unexpectedly." "Really?" "Yes, really." "Well then, let us go along. I am delighted. You see, this misunderstanding was very unpleasant for me." They set out together toward the Saint-Lazare station, arm in arm. They made the trip in silence. Both seemed absorbed in deep meditation. Seated in the car, one opposite the other, they looked at each other without speaking, each observing that the other was pale. Then they left the train and once more linked arms as if to unite against some common danger. After a walk of a few minutes they stopped, a little out of breath, before Bondel's house. Bondel ushered his friend into the parlor, called the servant, and asked, "Is Madame at home?" "Yes, monsieur." "Please ask her to come down at once." They dropped into two armchairs and waited. Both were filled with the same longing to escape before the appearance of the much-feared person. A well-known, heavy tread could be heard descending the stairs. A hand moved the knob, and both men watched the brass handle turn. Then the door opened wide, and Madame Bondel stopped and looked to see who was there before she entered. She looked, blushed, trembled, retreated a step, then stood motionless, her cheeks aflame and her hands resting against the sides of the door-frame. Tancred, as pale as if about to faint, had arisen, letting fall his hat, which rolled along the floor. He stammered out, "Mon Dieu, Madame, it is I ventured, I was so sorry." As she did not answer, he continued, "Will you forgive me?" Then, quickly, carried away by some impulse, she walked toward him with her hands outstretched, and when he had taken, pressed, and held these two hands, she said, in a trembling, weak little voice which was new to her husband, "Oh, my dear friend, how happy I am!" And Bondel, who was watching them, felt an icy chill run over him, as if he had been dipped in a cold bath. End of section 97. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 98 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 98. Found on a Drowned Man. "Madame, you ask me whether I am laughing at you? You cannot believe that a man has never been in love. Well then, no, I have never loved. Never. Why is this? I really cannot tell. I have never experienced that intoxication of the heart which we call love. Never have I lived in that dream, in that exaltation, in that state of madness into which the image of a woman casts us. I have never been pursued, haunted, roused to fever heat, lifted up to paradise by the thought of meeting, or by the possession of, a being who had suddenly become for me more desirable than any good fortune, more beautiful than any other creature, of more consequence than the whole world. I have never wept, I have never suffered on account of any of you. I have not passed my nights sleepless while thinking of her. I have no experience of waking thoughts bright with thought and memories of her. I have never known the wild rapture of hope before her arrival, or the divine sadness of regret when she went from me, leaving behind her a delicate odor of violet powder. I have never been in love. I have also often asked myself why this is, and truly I can scarcely tell. Nevertheless, I have found some reasons for it, but they are of a metaphysical character, and perhaps you will not be able to appreciate them. I suppose I am too critical of women to submit to their fascination. I ask you to forgive me for this remark. I will explain what I mean. In every creature there is a moral being and a physical being. In order to love, it would be necessary for me to find a harmony between these two things which I have never found. One always predominates, sometimes the moral, sometimes the physical. The intellect with which we have a right to require a woman, in order to love her, is not the same as the virile intellect. It is more and it is less. A woman must be frank, delicate, sensitive, refined, impressionable. She has no need of either power or initiative in thought, but she must have kindness, elegance, tenderness, coquetry, and that faculty of assimilation which, in a little while, raises her to an equality with him who shares her life. Her greatest quality must be tact, that subtle sense which is to the mind what touch is to the body. It reveals to her 1,000 little things, contours, angles, and forms on the plane of the intellectual. Very frequently, pretty women have not intellect to correspond with their personal charms. Now, the slightest lack of harmony strikes me and pains me at the first glance. In friendship, this is not of importance. Friendship is a compact in which one fairly shares deficits and merits. We may judge of friends, whether man or woman, giving them credit for what is good, and overlooking what is bad in them, appreciating them at their just value, while giving ourselves up to an intimate, intense, and charming sympathy. In order to love, one must be blind, surrender oneself absolutely, see nothing, question nothing, understand nothing. One must adore the weakness as well as the beauty of the beloved object, renounce all judgment, all reflection, all perspicacity. I am incapable of such blindness, and rebel at unreasoning subjugation. This is not all. I have such a high and subtle idea of harmony that nothing can ever fulfill my ideal. But you will call me a madman. Listen to me. A woman, in my opinion, may have an exquisite soul and charming body, without that body and that soul being in perfect harmony with one another. I mean that persons who have noses made in a certain shape should not be expected to think in a certain fashion. The fat have no right to make use of the same words and phrases as the thin. You, who have blue eyes, madame, cannot look at life and judge of things and events as if you had black eyes. The shade of your eyes should correspond, by a sort of fatality, with the shade of your thought. In perceiving these things, I have the scent of a bloodhound. Laugh if you like, but it is so. And yet, once I imagined that I was in love, for an hour, for a day, I had foolishly yielded to the influence of surrounding circumstances. I allowed myself to be beguiled by a mirage of dawn. Would you like me to tell you this short story? I met one evening a pretty, enthusiastic little woman who took a poetic fancy to spend a night with me in a boat on a river. I would have preferred a room and a bed. However, I consented to the river and the boat. It was in the month of June. My fair companion chose a moonlit night in order to better stimulate her imagination. We had dined at a riverside inn and set out in the boat about 12 o'clock. I thought it a rather foolish kind of adventure, but as my companion pleased me, I did not worry about it. I sat down on the seat facing her, I seized the oars, and off we started. I could not deny that the scene was picturesque. We glided past a wooded isle full of nightingales, and the current carried us rapidly over the river, covered with silvery ripples. The tree-toads uttered their shrill, monotonous cry, the frogs croaked in the grass by the river's bank, and the lapping of the water as it flowed on made around us a kind of confused murmur, almost imperceptible, disquieting, and gave us a vague sensation of mysterious fear. The sweet charm of warm nights and of streams glittering in the moonlight penetrated us. It was delightful to be alive and to float along thus, and to dream and to feel at one side a sympathetic and beautiful young woman. I was somewhat affected, somewhat agitated, somewhat intoxicated by the pale brightness of the night and the consciousness of my proximity to a lovely woman. "Come and sit beside me," she said. I obeyed. She went on, "Recite some poetry for me." This appeared to be rather too much. I declined. She persisted. She certainly wanted to play the game, to have a whole orchestra of sentiment, from the moon to the rhymes of poets. In the end I had to yield, and, as if in mockery, I repeated to her a charming little poem by Louis Bouillet, of which the following are the last verses. I hate the poet who with tearful eye murmurs some name while gazing towards a star, who sees no magic in the earth or sky, unless Lisette or Ninon be not far. The bard who in all nature nothing sees divine, unless a petticoat he ties amorously to the branches of the trees, or nightcap to the grass, is scarcely wise. He has not heard the eternal's thunder tone, the voice of nature in her various moods, who cannot tread the dim ravines alone, and of no woman dream amid whispering woods. I expected some reproaches. Nothing of the sort. She murmured, "How true it is!" I was astonished. Had she understood? Our boat had gradually approached the bank and become entangled in the branches of a willow which impeded its progress. I placed my arm round my companion's waist, and very gently approached my lips toward her neck, but she repulsed me with an abrupt, angry movement. "Have done, pray! How rude you are!" I tried to draw her toward me. She resisted, caught hold of the tree, and was near flinging us both into the water. I deemed it prudent to cease my importunities. She said, "I would rather capsize you. I feel so happy. I want to dream. This is so delightful." Then, in a slightly malicious tone, she added, "Have you already forgotten the verses you repeated to me just now?" She was right. I became silent. She went on, "Come now," and I plied the oars once more. I began to think the night long and my position ridiculous. My companion said to me, "Will you make me a promise?" "Yes, what is it?" "To remain quiet, well-behaved, and discreet, if I permit you—" "What? Say what you mean." "Here is what I mean. I want to lie down on my back at the bottom of the boat with you by my side, but I forbid you to touch me, to embrace me, in short, to caress me." I promised. She said warningly, "If you move, I'll capsize the boat." And then we lay down side by side, our eyes turned toward the sky, while the boat glided slowly through the water. We were rocked by its gentle motion. The slight sounds of the night came to us more distinctly in the bottom of the boat, sometimes causing us to start, and I felt springing up within me a strange, poignant emotion, an infinite tenderness, something like an irresistible impulse to open my arms in order to embrace, to open my heart in order to love, to give myself, to give my thoughts, my body, my life, my entire being to someone. My companion murmured like one in a dream, "Where are we? Where are we going? It seems to me that I am leaving the earth. How sweet it is! Oh, if you loved me a little!" My heart began to throb. I had no answer to give. It seemed to me that I loved her. I had no longer any violent desire. I felt happy there by her side, and that was enough for me. And thus we remained for a long, long time without stirring. We'd clasped each other's hands, some delightful force rendered us motionless, an unknown force stronger than ourselves, an alliance, chaste, intimate, absolute, of our beings lying there side by side, belonging to each other without contact. What was this? How do I know? Love, perhaps? Little by little the dawn appeared. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Slowly a great brightness spread over the sky. The boat knocked up against something. I rose up. We'd come to a tiny islet. But I remained enchanted in an ecstasy. Before us stretched the firmament, red, pink, violet, spotted with fiery clouds resembling golden vapor. The river was glowing with purple, and 3 houses on one side of it seemed to be burning. I bent toward my companion. I was going to say, "Oh, look!" but I held my tongue, quite dazed, and I could no longer see anything except her. She, too, was rosy, with rosy flesh tints, with a deeper tinge that was partially a reflection of the hue of the sky. Her tresses were rosy, her eyes were rosy, her teeth were rosy, her dress, her laces, her smile, all were rosy, and in truth I believed, so overpowering was the illusion, that the dawn was there in the flesh before me. She rose softly to her feet, holding out her lips to me, and I moved toward her, trembling, delirious, feeling indeed that I was going to kiss heaven, to kiss happiness, to kiss a dream that had become a woman, to kiss the ideal which had descended into human flesh. She said to me, "You have a caterpillar in your hair," and suddenly I felt as sad as if I had lost all hope in life. "That is all, madame. It is puerile, silly, stupid, but I am sure that since that day it would have been impossible for me to love. And yet, who can tell? The young man upon whom this letter was found was yesterday taken out of the Seine between Bougival and Marly. An obliging bargeman who searched the pockets in order to obtain the name of the deceased brought this paper to the author." End of section 98. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 99 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 99. The Orphan. Mademoiselle Source had adopted this boy under very sad circumstances. She was at the time 36 years old. Being disfigured through having as a child slipped off her nurse's lap into the fireplace and burned her face shockingly, she had determined not to marry, for she did not want any man to marry her for her money. A neighbor of hers, left a widow just before her child was born, died in giving birth, without leaving a sou. Mademoiselle Source took the newborn child, put him out to nurse, reared him, sent him to a boarding school, then brought him home in his 14th year, in order to have in her empty house somebody who would love her, who would look after her, and make her old age pleasant. She had a little country place 4 leagues from Rennes, and she now dispensed with a servant, her expenses having increased to more than double since this orphan's arrival. Her income of 3,000 francs was no longer sufficient to support 3 persons. She attended to the housekeeping and cooking herself, and sent out the boy on errands, letting him also occupy himself in cultivating the garden. He was gentle, timid, silent, and affectionate, and she experienced a deep happiness, a fresh happiness, when he kissed her without surprise or horror at her disfigurement. He called her aunt, and treated her as a mother. In the evening they both sat down at the fireside, and she made nice little dainties for him. She heated some wine and toasted a slice of bread, and it made a charming little meal before going to bed. She often took him on her knees and covered him with kisses, murmuring tender words in his ear. She called him my little flower, my cherub, my adored angel, my divine jewel. He softly accepted her caresses, hiding his head on the old maid's shoulder. Although he was now nearly 15, he had remained small and weak, and had a rather sickly appearance. Sometimes Mademoiselle Source took him to the city to see two married female relatives of hers, distant cousins who were living in the suburbs, and who were the only members of her family in existence. The two women had always found fault with her for having adopted this boy on account of the inheritance, but for all that, they gave her a cordial welcome, having still hopes of getting a share for themselves, a third, no doubt, if what she possessed were only equally divided. She was happy, very happy, always occupied with her adopted child. She bought books for him to read to improve his mind, and he became passionately fond of reading. He no longer climbed on her knee to pet her as he had formerly done, but instead would go and sit down in his little chair in the chimney corner and open a volume. The lamp placed at the edge of the table above his head shone on his curly hair and on a portion of his forehead. He did not move, he did not raise his eyes or make any gesture. He read on, interested, entirely absorbed in the story he was reading. Seated opposite to him, she would gaze at him earnestly, astonished at his studiousness, often to the point of bursting into tears. She said to him occasionally, "You will fatigue yourself, my treasure," hoping that he would raise his head and come across to embrace her, but he did not even answer her. He had not heard or understood what she was saying. He paid no attention to anything save what he read in those pages. For 2 years he devoured an incalculable number of volumes. His character changed. After this he asked Mademoiselle Source several times for money, which she gave him. As he always wanted more, she ended by refusing, for she was both methodical and decided, and knew how to act rationally when it was necessary to do so. By dint of entreaties he obtained a large sum from her one night, but when he begged her for more a few days later, she showed herself inflexible, and did not give to him further, in fact. He appeared to be quite satisfied with her decision. He again became quiet as he had formerly been, remaining seated for entire hours without moving, plunged in deep reverie. He now did not even talk to Madame Source, merely answering her remarks with short, formal words. Nevertheless, he was agreeable and attentive in his manner toward her, but he never embraced her now. She had by this time grown slightly afraid of him when they sat facing one another at night on opposite sides of the fireplace. She wanted to wake him up, to make him say something, no matter what, that would break this dreadful silence, which was like the darkness of a wood. But he did not appear to listen to her, and she shuddered with the terror of a poor, feeble woman when she had spoken to him 5 or 6 times successively without being able to get a word out of him. What was the matter with him? What was going on in that closed-up head? When she had remained thus 2 or 3 hours opposite him, she felt as if she were going insane, and longed to rush away, and to escape into the open country, in order to avoid that mute, eternal companionship, and also some vague danger which she could not define, but of which she had a presentiment. She frequently wept when she was alone. What was the matter with him? When she expressed a wish, he unmurmuringly carried it into execution. When she wanted anything brought from the city, he immediately went there to procure it. She had no complaint to make of him. No, indeed, and yet— Another year flitted by, and it seemed to her that a fresh change had taken place in the mind of the young man. She perceived it, she felt it, she divined it. How? No matter. She was sure she was not mistaken, but she could not have explained in what manner the unknown thoughts of this strange youth had changed. It seemed to her that until now he had been a person in a hesitating frame of mind, who had suddenly arrived at a determination. This idea came to her one evening as she met his glance, a fixed, singular glance which she had not seen in his face before. Then he commenced to watch her incessantly, and she wished she could hide herself in order to avoid that cold eye riveted on her. He kept staring at her evening after evening, for hours together, only averting his eyes when she said, utterly unnerved, "Do not look at me like that, my child." Then he would lower his head. But the moment her back was turned, she once more felt that his eyes were upon her. Wherever she went, he pursued her with his persistent gaze. Sometimes, when she was walking in her little garden, she suddenly noticed from behind a bush, as if he were lying in wait for her, and again, when she sat in front of the house mending stockings while he was digging some vegetable bed, he kept continually watching her in a surreptitious manner as he worked. It was in vain that she asked him, "What is the matter with you, my boy? For the last 3 years you have become very different. I don't recognize you. Do tell me what ails you and what you are thinking of." He invariably replied, in a quiet, weary tone, "Why, nothing ails me, aunt." And when she persisted, "Ah, my child, answer me when I speak to you. If you knew what grief you caused me, you would always answer, you would not look at me that way. Have you any trouble? Tell me, I'll comfort you." He went away with a tired air, murmuring, "But there is nothing the matter with me, I assure you." He had not grown much, having always a childish look, although his features were those of a man. They were, however, hard and badly cut. He seemed incomplete, abortive, only half-finished, and disquieting as a mystery. He was a self-contained, unapproachable being in whom there seemed always to be some active, dangerous mental labor going on. Mademoiselle Source was quite conscious of all this, and she could not sleep at night, so great was her anxiety. Frightful terrors, dreadful nightmares assailed her. She shut herself up in her own room, and barricaded the door, tortured by fear. What was she afraid of? She could not tell. She feared everything, the night, the walls, the shadows thrown by the moon on the white curtains of the windows, and above all she feared him. Why? What had she to fear? Did she know what it was? She could live this way no longer. She felt certain that a misfortune threatened her, a frightful misfortune. She set forth secretly one morning, and went into the city to see her relatives. She told them about the matter in a gasping voice. The two women thought she was going mad and tried to reassure her. She said, "If you knew the way he looks at me from morning till night, he never takes his eyes off me. At times I feel a longing to cry for help, to call in the neighbors, so much am I afraid. But what could I say to them? He does nothing but look at me." The two female cousins asked, "Is he ever brutal to you? Does he give you sharp answers?" She replied, "No, never. He does everything I wish. He works hard, he is steady, but I am so frightened that I care nothing for that. He is planning something, I am certain of that. Quite certain. I don't care to remain all alone like that with him in the country." The relatives, astonished at her words, declared that people would be amazed, would not understand, and they advised her to keep silent about her fears and her plans, without, however, dissuading her from coming to reside in the city, hoping that way that the entire inheritance would eventually fall into their hands. They even promised to assist her in selling her house and finding another, near them. Mademoiselle Source returned home, but her mind was so much upset that she trembled at the slightest noise, and her hands shook whenever any trifling disturbance agitated her. Twice she went again to consult her relatives, quite determined now not to remain any longer in this way in her lonely dwelling. At last she found a little cottage in the suburbs which suited her, and she privately bought it. The signature of the contract took place on a Tuesday morning, and Mademoiselle Source devoted the rest of the day to preparations for her change of residence. At 8 o'clock in the evening she got into the diligence which passed within a few hundred yards of her house, and she told the conductor to put her down in the place where she usually alighted. The man called out to her as he whipped his horses, "Good evening, Mademoiselle Source. Good night." She replied as she walked on, "Good evening, Père Joseph." Next morning at 7:30, the postman who conveyed letters to the village noticed at the cross-road, not far from the high road, a large splash of blood not yet dry. He said to himself, "Hallo, some boozer must have had a nosebleed." But he perceived 10 paces farther on a pocket-handkerchief also stained with blood. He picked it up. The linen was fine, and the postman, in alarm, made his way over to the ditch, where he fancied he saw a strange object. It was Mademoiselle Source lying at the bottom on the grass, her throat cut with a knife. An hour later the gendarmes, the examining magistrate, and other authorities made an inquiry as to the cause of her death. The two female relatives, called as witnesses, told all about the old maid's fears and her last plans. The orphan was arrested. After the death of the woman who had adopted him, he wept from morning till night, plunged at least to all appearance in the most violent grief. He proved that he had spent the evening up to 11 o'clock in a café. 10 persons had seen him, having remained there till his departure. The driver of the diligence stated that he had set down the murdered woman on the road between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. The accused was acquitted. A will, drawn up a long time before, which had been left in the hands of a notary in Rennes, made him sole heir, so he inherited everything. For a long time the people of the country boycotted him, as they still suspected him. His house, that of the dead woman, was looked upon as accursed. People avoided him in the street. But he showed himself so good-natured, so open, so familiar, that gradually these horrible doubts were forgotten. He was generous, obliging, ready to talk to the humblest about anything, as long as they cared to talk to him. The notary, Maître Rameau, was one of the first to take his part, attracted by his smiling loquacity. He said at dinner, at the tax-collector's house, "A man who speaks with such facility, and who is always in good humour, could not have such a crime on his conscience." Touched by his argument, the others who were present reflected, and they recalled to mind the long conversations with this man, who would almost compel them to stop at the road corners to listen to his ideas, who insisted on their going into his house when they were passing by his garden, who could crack a joke better than the lieutenant of the gendarme himself, and who possessed such contagious gaiety that, in spite of the repugnance with which he inspired them, they could not keep from always laughing in his company. All doors were open to him after a time. He is today mayor of his township. End of section 99. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 100 of complete original short stories of Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 100. The Beggar. He had seen better days despite his present misery and infirmities. At the age of 15, both his legs had been crushed by a carriage on the Varvia highway. From that time forth he begged, dragging himself along the roads and through the farmyards, supported by crutches which forced his shoulders up to his ears. His head looked as if it were squeezed in between two mountains. A foundling, picked up out of a ditch by the priest of Les Billettes on the eve of All Saints' Day and baptized, for that reason, Nicolas Toussaint, reared by charity, utterly without education, crippled in the consequence of having drunk several glasses of brandy given him by the baker, such a funny story, and a vagabond all his life afterward, the only thing he knew how to do was hold out his hand for alms. At one time the Baroness d'Avaray allowed him to sleep in a kind of recess spread with straw, close to the poultry yard in the farm adjoining the chateau, and if he was in great need he was sure of getting a glass of cider and a crust of bread in the kitchen. Moreover, the old lady often threw him a few pennies from her window, but she was dead now. In the villages people gave him scarcely anything. He was too well known. Everybody had grown tired of seeing him, day after day for 40 years, dragging his deformed and tattered person from door to door on his wooden crutches. But he could not make up his mind to go elsewhere, because he knew no place on earth but this particular corner of the country, these 3 or 4 villages where he had spent the whole of his miserable existence. He had limited his begging operations, and would not for worlds have passed his accustomed bounds. He did not even know whether the world extended for any distance beyond the trees which had always bounded his vision. He did not ask himself the question, and when the peasants, tired of constantly meeting him in their fields or along their lanes, exclaimed, "Why don't you go to other villages instead of always limping about here?" he did not answer, but slunk away, possessed with a vague dread of the unknown, the dread of a poor wretch who fears confusedly 1,000 things, new faces, taunts, insults, the suspicious glances of people who do not know him, and the policemen walking in couples on the roads. These last he always instinctively avoided, taking refuge in the bushes or behind heaps of stones when he saw them coming. When he perceived them in the distance, with uniforms gleaming in the sun, he was suddenly possessed with unwonted agility, the agility of a wild animal seeking its lair. He threw aside his crutches, fell to the ground like a limp rag, made himself as small as possible, and crouched like a hare under cover, his tattered vestments blending in hue with the earth on which he cowered. He had never had any trouble with the police, but the instinct to avoid them was in his blood. He seemed to have inherited it from the parents he had never known. He had no refuge, no roof for his head, no shelter of any kind. In summer he slept out of doors, and in winter he showed remarkable skill in slipping unperceived into barns and stables. He always decamped before his presence could be discovered. He knew all the holes through which one could creep into farm buildings, and the handling of his crutches having made his arms surprisingly muscular, he often hauled himself up through sheer strength of wrist into haylofts, where he sometimes remained for 4 or 5 days at a time, provided he had collected a sufficient store of food beforehand. He lived like the beasts of the field. He was in the midst of men, yet knew no one, loved no one, exciting in the breasts of the peasants only a sort of careless contempt and smoldering hostility. They nicknamed him Bell, because he hung between his crutches, like a church bell between its supports. For 2 days he had eaten nothing. No one gave him anything now. Everyone's patience was exhausted. Women shouted to him from their doorsteps when they saw him coming. "Be off with you, you good-for-nothing vagabond! Why, I gave you a piece of bread only 3 days ago!" And he turned on his crutches to the next house, where he was received in the same fashion. The women declared to one another as they stood at their doors, "We can't feed that lazy brute all year round." And yet the lazy brute needed food every day. He had exhausted Saint-Hilaire, Varvia, and Les Billettes without getting a single copper or so much as a dry crust. His only hope was in Tournoul, but to reach this place he would have to walk 5 miles along the high road, and he felt so weary that he could hardly drag himself another yard. His stomach and pocket were equally empty, but he started on his way. It was December, and a cold wind blew over the fields and whistled through the bare branches of the trees. The clouds careered madly across the black, threatening sky. The cripple dragged himself slowly along, raising one crutch after the other with a painful effort, propping himself on the one distorted leg which remained to him. Now and then he sat down beside a ditch for a few moments' rest. Hunger was gnawing his vitals, and in his confused, slow-working mind he had only one idea: to eat. But how this was to be accomplished he did not know. For 3 hours he continued his painful journey. Then at last the sight of the trees of the village inspired him with a new energy. The first peasant he met, and of whom he asked alms, replied, "So it's you again, is it, you old scamp? Shall I never be rid of you?" And Bell went on his way. At every door he got nothing but hard words. He made the round of the whole village, but received not a halfpenny for his pains. Then he visited the neighboring farms, toiling through the muddy land, so exhausted that he could hardly raise his crutches from the ground. He met with the same reception everywhere. It was one of those cold, bleak days when the heart is frozen and the temper irritable, and hands do not open either to give money or food. When he had visited all the houses he knew, Belle sank down in the corner of a ditch running along Chichille's farmyard. Letting his crutches slip to the ground, he remained motionless, tortured by hunger, but hardly intelligent enough to realize to the full his unutterable misery. He awaited he knew not what, possessed with that vague hope which persists in the human heart in spite of everything. He awaited in the corner of the farmyard in the biting December wind some mysterious aid from heaven or from men, without the least idea whence it was to arrive. A number of black hens ran hither and thither, seeking their food in the earth which supports all living things. Ever now and then they snapped up in their beaks a grain of corn or a tiny insect, and they continued their slow, sure search for nutriment. Belle watched them at first without thinking of anything. Then a thought occurred rather to his stomach than to his mind. He thought that one of those fowls would be good to eat if it were cooked over a fire of dead wood. He did not reflect that he was going to commit a theft. He took up a stone which lay within reach, and, being of skilful aim, killed at the first shot the fowl nearest to him. The bird fell on its side, flapping its wings. The others fled wildly hither and thither, and Belle, picking up his crutches, limped across to where his victim lay. Just as he reached the little black body with its crimsoned head, he received a violent blow in the back which made him let go of his crutches and sent him flying 10 paces distant, and Farmer Chiquet, beside himself with rage, cuffed and kicked the marauder with all the fury of a plundered peasant as Belle lay defenseless before him. The farm hands came up and also joined their master in cuffing the lame beggar, and then when they were tired of beating him, they carried him off and shut him up in the woodshed while they went to fetch the police. Belle, half dead, lay bleeding and perishing with hunger on the floor. Evening came, then night, then dawn, and still he had not eaten. About midday the police arrived. They opened the door of the woodshed with the utmost precaution, fearing resistance on the beggar's part, for Farmer Chiquet asserted that he had been attacked by him, and then had great difficulty in defending himself. The sergeant cried, "Come, get up!" But Belle could not move. He did his best to raise himself on his crutches, but without success. The police, thinking his weakness feigned, pulled him up by main force and set him between the crutches. Fear seized him, his native fear of a uniform, the fear of the game and the presence of the sportsman, the fear of a mouse for a cat, and by the exercise of almost superhuman effort he succeeded in remaining upright. "Forward," said the sergeant. He walked. All the inmates of the farm watched his departure. The women shook their fists at him, and the men scoffed at and insulted him. He was taken at last, good riddance. He went off between his 2 guards. He mustered sufficient energy, the energy of despair, to drag himself along until the evening, too dazed to know what was happening to him, too frightened to understand. People whom he met on the road stopped to watch him go by, and peasants muttered, "It's some thief or other." Toward evening he reached the country town. He had never been so far before. He did not realize in the least what he was there for or what was to become of him. All the terrible and unexpected events of the last 2 days, all these unfamiliar faces and houses struck dismay into his heart. He said not a word, having nothing to say because he understood nothing. Besides, he had spoken to no one for so many years past that he had almost lost use of his tongue, and his thoughts were too indeterminate to be put into words. He was shut up in the town jail. It did not occur to the police that he might need food, and he was left alone until the following day. But when in the early morning they came to examine him, he was found dead on the floor. Such an astonishing thing! End of section 100. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 101 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 101. The Rabbit. Old Lequesher appeared at the door of his house between 5 and 5:15 in the morning, his usual hour, to watch his men going to work. He was only half awake, his face was red, and with his right eye open and the left nearly closed, he was buttoning his braces over his fat stomach with some difficulty, at the same time looking into every corner of the farmyard with a searching glance. The sun darted its oblique rays through the beech trees by the side of the ditch, and athwart the apple trees outside, and was making the cocks crow in the dunghill and the pigeons coo on the roof. The smell of the cow stable came through the open door, and blended in the fresh morning air with the pungent odor of the stable, where the horses were neighing, with their heads turned toward the light. As soon as his trousers were properly fastened, Lequesher came out, and went, first of all, to the hen-house to count the morning's eggs, for he had been afraid of thefts for some time, but the servant girl ran up to him with lifted arms and cried, "Master, master, they have stolen a rabbit during the night." "A rabbit?" "Yes, master, the big gray rabbit from the hutch on the left," whereupon the farmer completely opened his left eye, and said simply, "I must see about that," and off he went to inspect it. The hutch had been broken open and the rabbit was gone. Then he became thoughtful, closed his right eye again, and scratched his nose, and after a little consideration, he said to the frightened girl, who was standing stupidly before her master, Go and fetch the gendarmes. Say I expect them as soon as possible. Le Cacheur was mayor of the village, Pavigny-le-Gras, and ruled it like a master, on account of his money and position, and as soon as the servant had disappeared in the direction of the village, which was only about 500 yards off, he went into the house to have his morning coffee and to discuss the matter with his wife, whom he found on her knees in front of the fire, trying to make it burn quickly, and as soon as he got to the door, he said, "Somebody has stolen the gray rabbit." She turned round so suddenly that she found herself sitting on the floor, and looking at her husband with distressed eyes, she said, "What is it, Cacheur? Somebody has stolen a rabbit?" "The big gray one." She sighed. "What a shame! Who can have done it?" She was a little, thin, active, neat woman who knew all about farming. Le Cacheur had his own ideas about the matter. "It must be that fellow Polyte." His wife got up suddenly and said in a furious voice, "He did it! He did it! You need not look for anyone else. He did it! You have said it, Cacheur." All her peasant's fury, all her avarice, all of her rage of saving a woman against the man of whom she had always been suspicious, and against the girl whom she had always suspected, showed themselves in the contraction of her mouth, and the wrinkles in the cheeks and forehead of her thin, exasperated face. "And what have you done?" she asked. "I have sent for the gendarmes." This Polyte was a laborer who had been employed on the farm for a few days, and who had been dismissed by Le Cacheur for an insolent answer. He was an old soldier, and was supposed to have maintained his habits of marauding and debauchery from his campaigns in Africa. He did anything for a livelihood, but whether he were a mason, a navvy, a reaper, whether he broke stones or lopped trees, he was always lazy, and so he remained nowhere for long, and had, at times, to change his neighborhood to obtain work. From the first day that he came to the farm, Le Cacheur's wife had detested him, and now she was sure that he had committed the theft. In about half an hour the two gendarmes arrived. Brigadier Senateur was very tall and thin, and Gendarme Lignon short and fat. Le Cacheur made them sit down and told them the affair, and then they went and saw the scene of the theft, in order to verify the fact that the hutch had been broken open, and to collect all the proofs they could. When they got back to the kitchen, the mistress brought in some wine, filled their glasses, and asked with a distrustful look, "Shall you catch him?" The brigadier, who had his sword between his legs, appeared thoughtful. Certainly he was sure of taking him, if he was pointed out to him, but if not, he could not answer for being able to discover him himself, and after reflecting for a long time, he put this simple question, "Do you know the thief?" And Le Cacheur replied, with a look of Normandy slyness in his eyes, "As for knowing him, I do not, as I did not see him commit the theft. If I had seen him, I should have made him eat it raw, skin and flesh, without a drop of cider to wash it down. But as for saying who it is, I cannot, although I believe it is that good-for-nothing Polyte." Then he related at last his troubles with Polyte, for leaving his service, his bad reputation, things which had been told him, accumulating insignificant and minute proofs, and then the brigadier, who had been listening very attentively while he emptied his glass and filled it again with an indifferent air, turned to his gendarme and said, "We must go and look in the cottage of Sévérin's wife," at which the gendarme smiled and nodded 3 times. Then Madame Le Cacheur came to them, and very quietly, with all a peasant's cunning, questioned the brigadier in her turn. That shepherd Sévérin, a simpleton, a sort of brute who had been brought up and had grown up among his bleating flocks, and who knew scarcely anything besides them in the world, had nevertheless preserved the peasant's instinct for saving at the bottom of his heart. For years and years he must have hidden in hollow trees and crevices in the rocks all that he earned, either as a shepherd or by curing animals' sprains, for the bone-setter's secret had been handed down to him by the old shepherd whose place he took, by touch or word, and one day he brought a small property, consisting of a cottage and a field, for 3,000 francs. A few months later it became known that he was going to marry a servant, notorious for her bad morals, the innkeeper's servant. The young fellow said that the girl, knowing that he was pretty well off, had been to his cottage every night, and had taken him, captured him, led him on to matrimony, little by little, night by night. And then, having been to the mayor's office and to church, she now lived in the house which her man had bought, while he continued to tend his flocks day and night on the plains. And the brigadier added, "Polyte has been sleeping there for 3 weeks, for the thief has no place of his own to go to." The gendarme made a little joke. "He takes the shepherd's blankets." Madame Le Cacheur, who was seized by a fresh access of rage increased by a married woman's anger against debauchery, exclaimed, "It is she, I am sure. Go there. Ah, the blackguard thieves." But the brigadier was quite unmoved. "1 minute," he said. "Let us wait until 12 o'clock, as he goes and dines there every day. I shall catch them with it under their noses." The gendarme smiled, pleased at his chief's idea, and Le Cacheur also smiled now, for the affair of the shepherd struck him as very funny. Deceived husbands are always a joke. 12 o'clock had just struck when the brigadier, followed by his man, knocked gently 3 times at the door of the little lonely house, situated at the corner of a wood 500 yards from the village. They had been standing close against the wall, so as not to be seen from within, and they waited. As nobody answered, the brigadier knocked again in a minute or two. It was so quiet that the house seemed uninhabited, but Lignon, the gendarme, who had very quick ears, said that he heard somebody moving about inside, and then Satire got angry. He would not allow anyone to resist the authority of the law for a moment, and, knocking at the door with the hilt of his sword, he cried out, "Open the door in the name of the law!" As this order had no effect, he roared out, "If you do not obey, I shall smash the lock. I am brigadier of the gendarmerie, by God! Here, Lignon." He had not finished speaking when the door opened, and Senateur saw before him a fat girl with a very red, blousy face, with drooping breasts, a big stomach, and broad hips, a sort of animal, the wife of the shepherd Severin, and he went into the cottage. "I have come to pay you a visit, as I want to make a little search," he said, and he looked about him. On the table there was a plate, a jug of cider, and a glass half full, which proved that a meal was in progress. 2 knives were lying side by side, and the shrewd gendarme winked at his superior officer. "It smells good," the latter said. "One might swear that it was stewed rabbit," Lignon added, much amused. "Will you have a glass of brandy?" the peasant woman asked. "No, thank you, I only want the skin of the rabbit that you are eating." She pretended not to understand, but she was trembling. "What rabbit?" The brigadier had taken a seat and was calmly wiping his forehead. Come, you are not going to try and make us believe that you live on couch grass. What were you eating there all by yourself for your dinner?" "I? Nothing whatever, I swear to you. A mite of butter on my bread." "You are a novice, my good woman. A mite of butter on your bread. You are mistaken. You ought to have said a mite of butter on the rabbit. By God, your butter smells good. It is special butter. Extra good butter. Butter fit for a wedding. Certainly not the household butter." The gendarme was shaking with laughter and repeated, "Not household butter, certainly." As Brigadier Senateur was a joker, all the gendarmes had grown facetious, and the officer continued, "Where is your butter?" "My butter?" "Yes, your butter." "In the jar." "Then where is the butter jar?" "Here it is." She brought out an old cup, at the bottom of which there was a layer of rancid salt butter, and the brigadier smelled of it, and said with a shake of his head, "It is not the same. I want the butter that smells of the rabbit. Come, Lignon, open your eyes. Look under the sideboard, my good fellow, and I will look under the bed." Having shut the door, he went up to the bed and tried to move it, but it was fixed to the wall, and had not been moved for more than half a century, apparently. Then the brigadier stooped and made his uniform crack. A button had flown off. "Lignon," he said. "Yes, brigadier." "Come here, my lad, and look under the bed. I am too tall. I will look after the sideboard." He got up and waited while his man executed his orders. Lignon, who was short and stout, took off his kepi, laid himself on his stomach, and, putting his face on the floor, looked at the black cavity under the bed. And then, suddenly, he exclaimed, "All right, here we are." "What have you got, the rabbit?" "No, the thief." "The thief! Pull him out! Pull him out!" The gendarme had put his arms under the bed and laid hold of something, and he was pulling with all his might, and at last a foot, shod in a black boot, appeared, which he was holding in his right hand. The brigadier took it, crying, "Pull! Pull!" And Lignon, who was on his knees by that time, was pulling at the other leg, but it was a hard job, for the prisoner kicked out hard and arched up his back under the bed. "Courage! Courage! Pull! Pull!" Senateur cried, and they pulled him with all their strength, so that the wooden slat gave way, and he came out as far as his head, but at last they got that out also, and they saw the terrified and furious face of Belite, whose arms remained stretched out under the bed. "Pull away!" the brigadier kept on exclaiming. Then they heard a strange noise, and as the arms followed the shoulders, and the hands the arms, they saw in the hands the handle of a saucepan, and at the end of the handle the saucepan itself, which contained stewed rabbit. "Good Lord! Good Lord!" the brigadier shouted in his delight, while Lignon took charge of the man. The rabbit's skin, an overwhelming proof, was discovered under the mattress, and then the gendarmes returned in triumph to the village with their prisoner and their booty. A week later, as the affair had made much stir, Le Cacheur, on going into the mairie to consult the schoolmaster, was told that the shepherd Severin had been waiting for him for more than an hour, and he found him sitting on a chair in a corner with a stick between his legs. When he saw the mayor, he got up, took off his cap, and said, "Good morning, Maître Cachot," and then he remained standing, timid and embarrassed. "What do you want?" the former said. "This is it, monsieur. Is it true that somebody stole one of your rabbits last week?" "Yes, it is quite true, Severin." "Who stole the rabbit?" "Poulet Tenka, the laborer." Right, and it is also true that it was found under my bed?" "What do you mean, the rabbit?" "The rabbit and then Polit." "Yes, my poor Severin, quite true, but who told you?" "Pretty well everybody." "I understand. And I suppose you know all about marriages, as you marry people?" "What about marriage?" "With regards to one's rights." "What rights?" The husband's rights and then the wife's rights. Of course I do. Oh, then just tell me, Monsieur Cachot, has my wife the right to go to bed with Polyte? What, to go to bed with Polyte? Yes, has she any right before the law, and, seeing that she is my wife, to go to bed with Polyte? Why, of course not, of course not. If I catch him there again, shall I have the right to thrash him and her also? Why, yes. Very well then, I will tell you why I want to know. One night last week, as I had my suspicions, I came in suddenly, and they were not behaving properly. I chucked Polyte out to go sleep somewhere else, but that was all, as I did not know what my rights were. This time I did not see them, I only heard of it from others. That is over, and we will not say any more about it. But if I catch them again, by God, if I catch them again, I will make them lose all taste for such nonsense, Maître Cachot, as sure as my name is Severin. End of section 101. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 102 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 102. His Avenger. When Monsieur Antoine Goulet married the widow, Madame Mathilde Souris, he had already been in love with her for 10 years. Monsieur Souris had been his friend, his old college chum. Leroux was very much attached to him, but thought that he was somewhat of a simpleton. He would often remark, "That poor Souris, who will never set the world on fire." When Souris married Miss Mathilde Duval, Leroux was astonished and somewhat annoyed, as he was slightly devoted to her himself. She was the daughter of a neighbor, a former proprietor of a draper's establishment, who had retired with quite a small fortune. She married Souris for his money. Then Leroux thought that he would start a flirtation with his friend's wife. He was a good-looking man, intelligent and also rich. He thought it would all be plain sailing, but he was mistaken. Then he really began to admire her with an admiration that his friendship for the husband obliged him to keep within the bounds of discretion, making him timid and embarrassed. Madame Souris, believing that his presumptions had received a wholesome check, now treated him as a good friend. This went on for 9 years. One morning a messenger brought Leroux a distracted note from the poor woman. Souris had died suddenly from the rupture of an aneurysm. He was dreadfully shocked, for they were just the same age. But almost immediately a feeling of profound joy, of intense relief, of emancipation filled his being. Madame Souris was free. He managed, however, to assume the sad, sympathetic expression that was appropriate, waited the required time, observed all social appearances. At the end of 15 months he married the widow. This was considered to be a very natural and even a generous action. It was the act of a good friend of an upright man. He was happy at last, perfectly happy. They lived in the most cordial intimacy, having understood and appreciated each other from the first. They had no secrets from one another, and even confided to each other their most secret thoughts. Leroux loved his wife with a quiet and trustful affection. He loved her as a tender, devoted companion who was equal and a confidant. But there lingered in his mind a strange and inexplicable bitterness toward the defunct Souris, who had first been the husband of this woman, who had had the flower of her youth and of her soul, and had even robbed her of some of her poetry. The memory of the dead husband marred the happiness of the living husband, and this posthumous jealousy tormented his heart by day and by night. The consequence was he talked incessantly of Souris, and asked about 1,000 personal and secret minutiae, wanted to know all about his habits and his person, and he sneered at him even in his grave, recalling with self-satisfaction his whims, ridiculing his absurdities, dwelling on his faults. He would call to his wife all over the house. "Hello, Mathilde." "Here I am, dear." "Come here a moment." She would come, always smiling, knowing well that he would say something about Souris, and ready to flatter her new husband's inoffensive mania. "Tell me, do you remember one day how Souris insisted on explaining to me that little men always commanded more affection than big men?" And he made some remarks that were disparaging to the deceased, who was a small man, and decidedly flattering to himself, Leroux, who was a tall man. Madame Leroux allowed him to think he was quite right, and she laughed heartily, gently ridiculing her former husband for the sake of pleasing the present one, who always ended by saying, "All the same, what a ninny that Souris was." They were happy, quite happy, and Leroux never ceased to show his devotion to his wife. One night, however, as they lay awake, Leroux said as he kissed his wife, "See here, dearie." "Well? Was Souris— I don't exactly know how to say it. Was Souris very loving?" She gave him a kiss for reply and murmured, "Not as loving as you are, mon chat." He was flattered in his self-love and continued, "He must have been a ninny, was he not?" She did not reply. She only smiled slyly and hid her face in her husband's neck. "He must have been a ninny and not smart?" She shook her head slightly to imply, "No, not at all smart." He continued, "He must have been an awful nuisance, eh?" This time she was frank and replied, "Oh, yes." He kissed her again for this avowal and said, "What a brute he was! You were not happy with him?" "No," she replied, "it was not always pleasant." Leyu was delighted, forming in his mind a comparison, much in his own favor, between his wife's former and present position. He was silent for a time, and then with a burst of laughter he asked, "Tell me?" "What?" "Will you be very frank with me?" "Why, yes, my dear." "Well, then, tell me truly, did you never feel tempted to deceive that imbecile Souris?" Madame Leyu said, "Oh," pretending to be shocked, and hid her face again on her husband's shoulder, but he saw that she was laughing. "Come now, own up," he persisted. "He looked like a ninny, that creature. It would be funny, so funny. Good old Souris. Come, dearie, you do not mind telling me of all people." He insisted on the me, thinking that if she had wished to deceive Souris, she would have chosen him, and he was trembling in anticipation of her avowal, sure that if she had not been a virtuous woman, she would have encouraged his own attentions. But she did not answer, laughing still, as at the recollection of something exceedingly comical. Leyu in his turn began to laugh, thinking that he might have been the lucky man, and he muttered amid his mirth, that poor Souris, oh yes, he looked like a fool." Madame Leyu was almost in spasms of laughter. "Come, confess, be frank, you know I will not mind." Then she stammered out, almost choking with laughter, "Yes." "Yes, what?" insisted her husband. "Come, tell all." She was quieter now, and putting her mouth to her husband's ear, she whispered, "Yes, I did deceive him." He felt a chill run down his back into his very bones, and he stammered out, dumbfounded, You deceived him criminally?" She still thought he was amused and replied, Yes, absolutely." He was obliged to sit up to recover his breath, he was so shocked and upset at what he had heard. She had become serious, understanding too late what she had done. "With whom?" said Leyu at length. She was silent, seeking some excuse. "A young man," she replied at length. He suddenly turned toward her and said dryly, "I did not suppose it was the cook. I want to know what young man, do you hear?" She did not answer. He snatched the covers from her face, repeating, "I want to know what man, do you hear?" Then she said sorrowfully, "I was only in fun," but he was trembling with rage. "What? How? You were only in fun? You were making fun of me then, but I am not satisfied, do you hear? I want the name of the young man." She did not reply, but lay there motionless. He took her by the arm and squeezed it, saying, "Do you understand me finally? I wish you to reply when I speak to you." "I think you are going crazy," she said nervously. "Let me alone." He was wild with rage, not knowing what to say, exasperated, and he shook her with all his might, repeating, "Do you hear me? Do you hear me?" She made an abrupt effort to disengage herself, and the tips of her fingers touched her husband's nose. He was furious, thinking she had tried to hit him, and he sprang upon her, holding her down, and boxing her ears with all his might, he cried, "Take that, and that! There, wretch!" When he was out of breath and exhausted, he rose and went toward the dressing-table to prepare a glass of eau sucrée with orange flower, for he felt as if he should faint. She was weeping in bed, sobbing bitterly, for she felt as if her happiness was over, through her own fault. Then, amidst her tears, she stammered out, "Listen, Antoine, come here. I told you a lie. You will understand. Listen." And prepared to defend herself now, armed with excuses and artifice, she raised her disheveled head with its nightcap still all awry. Turning toward her, he approached, ashamed of having struck her, but feeling in the bottom of his heart, as a husband, a relentless hatred toward this woman who had deceived the former husband, Souris. End of section 102. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 103 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 103. My Uncle Jules. A white-haired old man begged us for alms. My companion, Joseph de Vranche, gave him 5 francs. Noticing my surprised look, he said, "That poor unfortunate reminds me of a story which I shall tell you, the memory of which continually pursues me. Here it is. My family, which came originally from Havre, was not rich. We just managed to make both ends meet. My father worked hard, came home late from the office, and earned very little. I had 2 sisters. My mother suffered a good deal from our reduced circumstances, and she often had harsh words for her husband, veiled as sly reproaches. The poor man then made a gesture which used to distress me. He would pass his open hand over his forehead, as if to wipe away perspiration which did not exist, and he would answer nothing. I felt his helpless suffering. We economized on everything, and never would accept an invitation to dinner, so as not to have to return the courtesy. All our provisions were bought at bargain sales. My sisters made their own gowns, and long discussions would arise on the price of a piece of braid worth 15 centimes a yard. Our meals usually consisted of soup and beef, prepared with every kind of sauce. They say it is wholesome and nourishing, but I should have preferred a change. I used to go through terrible scenes on account of lost buttons and torn trousers. Every Sunday, dressed in our best, we would take our walk along the breakwater. My father, in a frock coat, high hat, and kid gloves, would offer his arm to my mother, decked out and beribboned like a ship on holiday. My sisters, who were always ready first, would await the signal for leaving, but at the last minute someone always found a spot on my father's frock coat, and it had to be wiped away quickly with a rag moistened with benzene. My father, in his shirt sleeves, his silk hat on his head, would await the completion of the operation, while my mother, putting on her spectacles and taking off her gloves in order not to spoil them, would make haste. Then we set out ceremoniously. My sisters marched on ahead, arm in arm. They were of marriageable age and had to be displayed. I walked on the left of my mother and my father on her right. I remember the pompous air of my poor parents in these Sunday walks, their stern expression, their stiff walk. They moved slowly with a serious expression, their bodies straight, their legs stiff, as if something of extreme importance depended upon their appearance. Every Sunday, when the big steamers were returning from unknown and distant countries, my father would invariably utter the same words. What a surprise it would be if Jules were on that one, eh? My Uncle Jules, my father's brother, was the only hope of the family, after being its only fear. I had heard about him since childhood, and it seemed to me that I should recognize him immediately, knowing as much about him as I did. I knew every detail of his life up to the day of his departure for America, although this period of his life was spoken of only in hushed tones. It seems that he had led a bad life, that is to say, he had squandered a little money, which action in a poor family is one of the greatest crimes. With rich people, a man who amuses himself only sows his wild oats. He is what is generally called a sport. But among needy families, a boy who forces his parents to break into the capital becomes a good-for-nothing, a rascal, a scamp. And this distinction is just, although the action be the same, for the consequences alone determine the seriousness of the act. Well, Uncle Jules had visibly diminished the inheritance on which my father had counted, after he had swallowed his own to the last penny. Then, according to the custom of the times, he had been shipped off to America on a freighter going from Havre to New York. Once there, my uncle began to sell something or other, and he soon wrote that he was making a little money, and that he soon hoped to be able to indemnify my father for the harm he had done him. This letter caused a profound emotion in the family. Jules, who up to that time had not been worth his salt, suddenly became a good man, a kind-hearted fellow, true and honest like all the Devranches. One of the captains told us that he had rented a large shop and was doing an important business. 2 years later, a second letter came, saying, "My dear Philippe, I am writing to tell you not to worry about my health, which is excellent. Business is good. I leave tomorrow for a long trip to South America. I may be away for several years without sending you any news. If I shouldn't write, don't worry. When my fortune is made, I shall return to Havre. I hope that it will not be too long, and that we shall all live happily together." This letter became the gospel of the family. It was read on the slightest provocation, and it was shown to everybody. For 10 years nothing was heard from Uncle Jules, but as time went on my father's hope grew, and my mother also often said, "When that good Jules is here, our position will be different. There is one who knew how to get along." And every Sunday, while we were watching the big steamers approaching from the horizon, pouring out a stream of smoke, my father would repeat his eternal question. What a surprise it would be if Jules were on that one, eh? We almost expected to see him waving his handkerchief and crying, "Hey, Philippe!" Thousands of schemes had been planned on the strength of this expected return. We were even to buy a little house with my uncle's money, a little place in the country near Inkleville. In fact, I wouldn't swear that my father had not already begun negotiations. The elder of my sisters was then 28, the other 26. They were not yet married, and that was a great grief to everyone. At last a suitor presented himself for the younger one. He was a clerk, not rich, but honorable. I have always been morally certain that Uncle Jules's letter, which was shown him one evening, had swept away the young man's hesitation and definitely decided him. He was accepted eagerly, and it was decided that after the wedding the whole family should take a trip to Jersey. Jersey is the ideal trip for poor people. It is not far. One crosses a strip of sea in a steamer and lands on foreign soil, as this little island belongs to England. Thus, a Frenchman with 2 hours' sail can observe a neighboring people at home and study their customs. This trip to Jersey completely absorbed our ideas, was our sole anticipation and constant thought of our minds. At last we left. I see it as plainly as if it had happened yesterday. The boat was getting up steam against the quay at Granville. My father, bewildered, was superintending the loading of our 3 pieces of luggage. My mother, nervous, had taken the arm of my unmarried sister, who seemed lost since the departure of the other one, like the last chicken of a brood. Behind us came the bride and groom, who always stayed behind, a thing that often made me turn around. The whistle sounded. We got on board, and the vessel, leaving the breakwater, forged ahead through a sea as flat as a marble table. We watched the coast disappear in the distance, happy and proud, like all who do not travel much. My father was swelling out his chest in the breeze beneath his frock coat, which had that morning been very carefully cleaned, and he spread around him that odor of benzine which always made me recognize Sunday. Suddenly he noticed 2 elegantly dressed ladies to whom 2 gentlemen were offering oysters. An old ragged sailor was opening them with his knife and passing them to the gentleman, who would then offer them to the ladies. They ate them in a dainty manner, holding the shell on a fine handkerchief and advancing their mouths a little in order not to spot their dresses. Then they would drink the liquid with a rapid little motion and throw the shell overboard. My father was probably pleased with this delicate manner of eating oysters on a moving ship. He considered it good form, refined, and, going up to my mother and sisters, he asked, "Would you like me to offer you some oysters?" My mother hesitated on account of the expense, but my 2 sisters immediately accepted. My mother said in a provoked manner, "I am afraid that they will hurt my stomach. Offer the children some, but not too much. It would make them sick." Then, turning toward me, she added, "As for Joseph, he doesn't need any. Boys shouldn't be spoiled." However, I remained beside my mother, finding this discrimination unjust. I watched my father as he pompously conducted my 2 sisters and his son-in-law toward the ragged old sailor. The 2 ladies had just left, and my father showed my sisters how to eat them without spilling the liquor. He even tried to give them an example and seized an oyster. He attempted to imitate the ladies and immediately spilled all the liquid all over his coat. I heard my mother mutter, "He would do far better to keep quiet." But suddenly my father appeared to be worried. He retreated a few steps, stared at his family gathered around the old shell opener, and quickly came toward us. He seemed very pale with a peculiar look. In a low voice he said to my mother, "It's extraordinary how that man opening the oysters looks like Jules." Astonished, my mother asked, "What Jules?" My father continued, "Why, my brother. If I did not know that he was well off in America, I should think it was he." Bewildered, my mother stammered, "You're crazy. As long as you know that it is not he, why do you say such foolish things?" But my father insisted, "Go over and see, Clarice. I would rather have you see with your own eyes." She arose and walked to her daughters. I, too, was watching the man. He was old, dirty, wrinkled, and did not lift his eyes from his work. My mother returned. I noticed that she was trembling. She exclaimed quickly, "I believe that it is he. Why don't you ask the captain? But be very careful that we don't have this rogue on our hands again." My father walked away, but I followed him. I felt strangely moved. The captain, a tall, thin man with blond whiskers, was walking along the bridge with an important air, as if he were commanding the Indian mail steamer. My father addressed him ceremoniously and questioned him about his profession, adding many compliments. What might be the importance of Jersey? What did it produce? What was the population, the customs, the nature of the soil, etc., etc.? You have there an old shell opener who seems quite interesting. Do you know anything about him? The captain, whom this conversation began to weary, answered dryly, "He is some old French tramp whom I found last year in America, and I brought him back. It seems that he has some relatives in Hap, but he doesn't wish to return to them because he owes them money. His name is Jules. Jules d'Armanche or d'Arvanche or something like that. It seems that he was once rich over there, but you can see what's left of him now." My father turned ashy pale and muttered, his throat contracted, his eyes haggard. Ah, very well, very well. I'm not in the least surprised. Thank you very much, Captain." He went away, and the astonished sailor watched him disappear. He turned to my mother, so upset that she said to him, "Sit down, someone will notice that something is the matter." He sank down on a bench and stammered, "It's he! It's he!" Then he asked, "What are we going to do?" She answered quickly, "We must get the children out of the way. Since Joseph knows everything, he can go and get them. We must take good care that our son-in-law doesn't find out." My father seemed absolutely bewildered. He murmured, "What a catastrophe!" Suddenly growing furious, my mother exclaimed, "I always thought that that thief would never do anything, and that he would drop down on us again, as if one could expect anything from a Devranche." My father passed his hand over his forehead, as he always did when his wife reproached him. She added, "Give Joseph some money so that he can pay for the oysters. All that it needed to cap the climax would to be recognized by that beggar. That would be very pleasant. Let's get down to the other end of the boat and take care that that man doesn't come near us." They gave me 5 francs and walked away. Astonished, my sisters were awaiting their father. I said that Mamma had felt a sudden attack of seasickness, and I asked the shell opener, "How much do we owe you, monsieur?" I felt like laughing. He was my uncle. He answered, 2 francs 50. I held out my 5 francs, and he returned the change. I looked at his hand. It was a poor, wrinkled sailor's hand, and I looked at his face, an unhappy old face. I said to myself, "That is my uncle, the brother of my father, my uncle." I gave him a 10-cent tip. He thanked me. "God bless you, my young sir." He spoke like a poor man receiving alms. I couldn't help thinking that he must have begged over there. My sisters looked at me, surprised at my generosity. When I returned the 2 francs to my father, my mother asked in surprise, "Was there 3 francs worth? That's impossible." I answered in a firm voice, "I gave 10 cents as a tip." My mother started, and staring at me, she exclaimed, "You must be crazy. Give 10 cents to that man, to that vagabond?" She stopped at a look from my father, who was pointing at his son-in-law. Then everybody was silent. Before us, on the distant horizon, a purple shadow seemed to rise out of the sea. It was Jersey. As we approached the breakwater, a violent desire seized me once more to see my Uncle Jules, to be near him, to say to him something consoling, something tender. But as no one was eating any more oysters, he had disappeared, having probably gone below to the dirty hold which was the home of the poor wretch. End of section 103. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 104 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 104. The Model. Curving like a crescent moon, the little town of Etretat, with its white cliffs, its white shingly beach, and its blue sea, lay in the sunlight at high noon one July day. At either extremity of this crescent is its 2 gates, the smaller to the right, the larger one at the left, stretching forth, one a dwarf and the other a colossal limb, into the water, and the bell tower, almost as tall as the cliff, wide below, narrowing at the top, raised its pointed summit toward the sky. On the sands beside the water, a crowd was seated watching the bathers. On the terrace of the casino, another crowd, seated or walking, displayed beneath the brilliant sky a perfect flower patch of bright costumes, with red and blue parasols embroidered with large flowers in silk. On the walk at the end of the terrace, other persons, the restful, quiet ones, were walking slowly, far from the dressy throng. A young man, well known and celebrated as a painter, Jean Sommer, was walking with a dejected air beside a wheeled chair in which sat a young woman, his wife. A manservant was gently pushing the chair, and the crippled woman was gazing sadly at the brightness of the sky, the gladness of the day, and the happiness of others. They did not speak. They did not look at each other. "Let us stop a while," said the young woman. They stopped, and the painter sat down on a camp stool that the servant handed him. Those who were passing behind the silent and motionless couple looked at them compassionately. A whole legend of devotion was attached to them. He had married her in spite of her infirmity, touched by her affection for him, it was said. Not far from there, 2 young men were chatting, seated on a bench and looking out at the horizon. "No, it is not true. I tell you that I am well acquainted with Jean Sumner." "But then why did he marry her? For she was a cripple when she married, was she not?" "Just so. He married her, just as everyone marries, parbleu, because he was an idiot." "But why?" But why, my friend? There is no why. People do stupid things just because they do stupid things. And besides, you know very well that painters make a specialty of foolish marriages. They almost always marry models, former sweethearts, in fact, women of doubtful reputation, frequently. Why do they do this? Who can say? One would suppose that constant association with the general run of models would disgust them forever with that class of women. Not at all. After having posed them, they marry them. Read that little book, so true, so cruel, and so beautiful, by Alphonse Daudet, Artists' Wives. In the case of the couple you see over there, the accident occurred in a special and terrible manner. The little woman played in a frightful comedy, or rather, tragedy. She risked all to win all. Was she sincere? Did she love Jean? Shall we ever know? Who is able to determine precisely how much is put on and how much is real in the actions of a woman? They are always sincere and an eternal mobility of impressions. They are furious, criminal, devoted, admirable, and base in obedience to intangible emotions. They tell lies incessantly without intention, without knowing or understanding why, and in spite of it all they are absolutely frank in their feelings and sentiments, which they display by violent, unexpected, incomprehensible, foolish resolutions which overthrow our arguments, our customary poise, and all our selfish plans. The unforeseenness and suddenness of their determinations will always render them undecipherable enigmas as far as we are concerned. We continually ask ourselves, are they sincere? Are they pretending? But, my friend, they are sincere and insincere at one and the same time, because it is their nature to be extremists in both and to be neither one nor the other. See the methods that even the best of them employ to get what they desire. They are complex and simple, these methods. so complex that we can never guess at them beforehand, and so simple that after having been victimized, we cannot help being astonished, and exclaiming, "What? Did she make a fool of me so easily as that?" And they always succeed, old man, especially when it is a question of getting married. But this is Sumner's story. The little woman was a model, of course. She posed for him. She was pretty, very stylish looking, and had a divine figure, it seems. He fancied that he loved her with his whole soul. That is another strange thing. As soon as one likes a woman, one sincerely believes that they could not get along without her for the rest of their life. One knows that one has felt the same way before, and that disgust invariably succeeded gratification, that in order to pass one's existence side by side with another, there must not be a brutal, physical passion which soon dies out, but a sympathy of soul, temperament, and temper. One should know how to determine in the enchantment to which one is subjected whether it proceeds from the physical, from a certain sensuous intoxication, or from a deep spiritual charm. Well, he believed himself in love. He made her no end of promises of fidelity, and was devoted to her. She was really attractive, gifted with that fashionable flippancy that little Parisians so readily affect. She chattered, babbled, made foolish remarks that sounded witty from the manner in which they were uttered. She used graceful gestures which were calculated to attract a painter's eye. When she raised her arms, when she bent over, when she got into a carriage, when she held out her hand to you, her gestures were perfect and appropriate. For 3 months, Jean never noticed that, in reality, she was like all other models. He rented a little house for her for the summer at Andrassy. I was there one evening when, for the first time, doubts came into my friend's mind. As it was a beautiful evening, we thought we would take a stroll along the bank of the river. The moon poured a flood of light on the trembling water, scattering yellow gleams along its ripples and the currents, and all along the course of the wide, slow river. We strolled along the bank, a little enthused by that vague exaltation that these dreamy evenings produce in us. We would have liked to undertake some wonderful task, to love some unknown, deliciously poetic being. We felt ourselves vibrating with raptures, longings, strange aspirations. And we were silent, our beings pervaded by the serene and living coolness of the beautiful night, the coolness of the moonlight, which seemed to penetrate one's body, permeate it, soothe one's spirit, fill it with fragrance, and steep it in happiness. Suddenly Josephine, that is her name, uttered an exclamation. "Oh, did you see that big fish that jumped over there?" He replied without looking, without thinking. "Yes, dear." She was angry. "No, you did not see it, for your back was turned." He smiled. "Yes, that's true. It is so delightful that I am not thinking of anything." She was silent, but at the end of a minute she felt as if she must say something, and asked, "Are you going to Paris tomorrow?" "I do not know," he replied. She was annoyed again. "Do you think it is very amusing to walk along without speaking? People talk when they are not stupid." He did not reply. Then, feeling with her woman's instinct that she was going to make him angry, she began to sing a popular air that had harassed our ears and our minds for 2 years. "Je regardais enfer." He murmured, "Please keep quiet." She replied angrily, "Why do you wish me to keep quiet?" "You spoil the landscape for us," he said. Then followed a scene, a hateful, idiotic scene, with unexpected reproaches, unsuitable recriminations, then tears. Nothing was left unsaid. They went back to the house. He had allowed her to talk without replying, enervated by the beauty of the scene and dumbfounded by the storm of abuse. 3 months later he strove wildly to free himself from those invincible and invisible bonds with which such a friendship chains our lives. She kept him under her influence, tyrannizing over him, making his life a burden to him. They quarreled continually, vituperating and finally fighting each other. He wanted to break with her at any cost. He sold all his canvases, borrowed money from his friends, realizing 20,000 francs, he was not well known then, and left them for her one morning with a note of farewell. He came and took refuge with me. About 3 o'clock that afternoon there was a ring at the bell. I went to the door. A woman sprang toward me, pushed me aside, came in, and went into my atelier. It was she. He had risen when he saw her coming. She threw the envelope containing the banknotes at his feet with a truly noble gesture, and said in a quick tone, "There's your money, I don't want it." She was very pale, trembling and ready undoubtedly to commit any folly. As for him, I saw him grow pale also, pale with rage and exasperation, ready also perhaps to commit any violence. He asked, "What do you want?" She replied, "I do not choose to be treated like a common woman. You implored me to accept you. I ask you for nothing. Keep me with you." He stamped his foot. "No, that's a little too much. If you think you are going—" I had seized his arm. "Keep still, Jean. Let me settle it." I went toward her, and quietly, little by little, I began to reason with her, exhausting all the arguments that are used under similar circumstances. She listened to me, motionless, with a fixed gaze, obstinate and silent. Finally, not knowing what more to say, and seeing that there would be a scene, I thought of a last resort, and said, 'He loves you still, my dear, but his family want him to marry someone, and you understand.' She gave a start and exclaimed, 'Ah, now I understand.' And turning toward him, she said, you are going to get married?' He replied decidedly, 'Yes.' She took a step forward. 'If you marry, I will kill myself, do you hear?' He shrugged his shoulders and replied, 'Well then, kill yourself.' She stammered out, almost choking with her violent emotion, 'What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Say it again.' He repeated, 'Well, then kill yourself if you like.' With her face almost livid, she replied, 'Do not dare me, I will throw myself from the window.' He began to laugh, walked toward the window, opened it, and bowing with the gesture of one who desires to let someone else precede him, he said, 'This is the way. After you.' She looked at him for a second with terrible, wild, staring eyes. Then, taking a run as if she were going to jump a hedge in the country, she rushed past me and past him, jumped over the sill, and disappeared. I shall never forget the impression made on me by that open window after I had seen that body pass through it to fall to the ground. It appeared to me in a second to be as large as the heavens and as hollow as space, and I drew back instinctively, not daring to look at it, as though I feared I might fall out myself. Jean, dumbfounded, stood motionless. They brought the poor girl in with both legs broken. She will never walk again. Jean, wild with remorse, and also possibly touched with gratitude, made up his mind to marry her. There you have it, old man. It was growing dusk. The young woman felt chilly and wanted to go home, and the servant wheeled the invalid chair in the direction of the village. The painter walked beside his wife, neither of them having exchanged a word for an hour. End of section 104. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 105 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 105. A Vagabond. He was a journeyman carpenter, a good workman and a steady fellow, 27 years old, but, although the eldest son, Jacques Randel had been forced to live on his family for 2 months, owing to the general lack of work. He had walked about seeking work for over a month and had left his native town, Ville-Avery in La Manche, because he could find nothing to do and would no longer deprive his family of the bread they needed themselves, when he was the strongest of them all. His 2 sisters owned but little as charwomen. He went and inquired at the town hall, and the mayor's secretary told him that he would find work at the labor agency, and so he started, well provided with papers and certificates, and carrying another pair of shoes, a pair of trousers, and a shirt and a blue handkerchief at the end of his stick. And he had walked almost without stopping, day and night, along interminable roads, in sun and rain, without ever reaching that mysterious country where workmen find work. At first he had the fixed idea that he must only work as a carpenter, but at every carpenter's shop where he applied, he was told that they had just dismissed men on account of work being so slack, and, finding himself at the end of his resources, he made up his mind to undertake any job that he might come across on the road. And so by turns he was a navvy, stableman, stone-cutter. He split wood, lopped the branches of trees, dug wells, fixed mortar, tied up faggots, tended goats on a mountain, and all for a few pence. For he only obtained 2 or 3 days' work occasionally by offering himself at a shamefully low price, in order to tempt the avarice of employers and peasants. And now for a week he had found nothing and had no money left, and nothing to eat but a piece of bread, thanks to the charity of some women from whom he had begged at house doors on the road. It was getting dark, and Jacques Randel, jaded, his legs failing him, his stomach empty, and with despair in his heart, was walking barefoot on the grass by the side of the road, for he was taking care of his last pair of shoes, as the other pair had already ceased to exist for a long time. It was Saturday toward the end of autumn. The heavy gray clouds were being driven rapidly through the sky by the gusts of wind which whistled among the trees, and one felt that it would rain soon. The country was deserted at that hour on the eve of Sunday. Here and there in the fields there rose up stacks of wheat straw, like huge yellow mushrooms, and the field looked bare, as they had already been sown for the next year. Rendel was hungry, with the hunger of some wild animal, such a hunger as drives wolves to attack men. Worn out and weakened with fatigue, he took longer strides so as to not take so many steps, and with heavy head, the blood throbbing in his temples, with red eyes and dry mouth, he grasped his stick tightly in his hand, with a longing to strike the first passer-by who might be going home to supper. He looked at the sides of the road, imagining he saw potatoes dug up and lying on the ground before his eyes. If he had found any, he would have gathered some dead wood, made a fire in the ditch, and have had a capital supper off the warm, round vegetables with which he would first of all have warmed his cold hands. But it was too late in the year, and he would have to gnaw a raw beetroot which he might pick up in a field as he had done the day before. For the last 2 days he had talked to himself as he quickened his steps under the influence of his thoughts. He had never thought much hitherto, as he had given all his mind, all his simple faculties to his mechanical work. But now fatigue and this desperate search for work which he could not get, refusals and rebuffs, nights spent in the open air lying on the grass, long fasting, the contempt which he knew people with a settled abode felt for a vagabond, and that question which he was continually asked, "Why do you not remain at home?" Distress at not being able to use his strong arms, which he felt so full of vigor, the recollection of the relations he had left at home, and who also had not a penny, filled him by degrees with rage, which had been accumulating every day, every hour, every minute, and which now escaped his lips in spite of himself in short, growling sentences. As he stumbled over the stones which tripped his bare feet, he grumbled, "How wretched, how miserable, a set of hogs, to let a man die of hunger, a carpenter, a set of hogs, not 2 sous, not 2 sous, and now it is raining, a set of hogs." He was indignant at the injustice of fate and cast the blame on men, on all men, because nature, that great blind mother, is unjust, cruel and perfidious, and he repeated through his clenched teeth, "A set of hogs," as he looked at the thin grey smoke which rose from the roofs, for it was the dinner hour. And, without considering that there is another injustice which is human, and which is called robbery and violence, he felt inclined to go into one of those houses, to murder the inhabitants, and to sit down to table in their stead. He said to himself, "I have no right to live now, as they are letting me die of hunger, and yet I only ask for work, a set of hogs." And the pain in his limbs, the gnawing in his heart, rose to his head like terrible intoxication, and gave rise to this simple thought in his brain: "I have the right to live because I breathe, and because the air is the common property of everybody, so nobody has the right to leave me without bread." A fine, thick, icy cold rain was coming down, and he stopped and murmured, "Oh, misery! Another month of walking before I get home." He was indeed returning home then, for he saw that he should more easily find work in his native town where he was known, and he did not mind what he did, than on the high roads where everybody suspected him. As the carpentering business was not prosperous, he would turn day laborer, to be a mason's hodman, a ditcher, break stones on the road. If he only earned a franc a day, that would at any rate buy him something to eat. He tied the remains of his last pocket-handkerchief round his neck to prevent the cold rain from running down his back and chest, but he soon found that it was penetrating the thin material of which his clothes were made, and he glanced about him with the agonized look of a man who does not know where to hide his body and to rest his head, and has no place of shelter in the whole world. Night came on and wrapped the country in obscurity, and in the distance, in a meadow, he saw a dark spot on the grass. It was a cow, and so he got over the ditch by the roadside and went up to her without exactly knowing what he was doing. When he got close to her, she raised her great head to him, and he thought, "If only I had a jug, I could get a little milk." He looked at the cow, and the cow looked at him, and then, suddenly giving her a kick in the side, he said, "Get up." The animal got up slowly, letting her heavy udders bang down. Then the man lay down on his back between the animal's legs and drank for a long time, squeezing her warm, swollen teats, which tasted of the cow stall, with both hands, and he drank as long as she gave any milk. But the icy rain began to fall more heavily, and he saw no place of shelter on the whole of that bare plain. He was cold, and he looked at a light which was shining among the trees in the window of a house. The cow had lain down again heavily, and he sat down by her side and stroked her head, grateful for the nourishment she had given him. The animal's strong, thick breath, which came out of her nostrils like 2 jets of steam in the evening air, blew on the workman's face, and he said, "You are not cold inside there." He put his hands on her chest and under her stomach to find some warmth there, and then the idea struck him that he might pass the night beside that large, warm animal. So he found a comfortable place and laid his head on her side, and then, as he was worn out with fatigue, fell asleep immediately. He woke up, however, several times, with his back or his stomach half frozen, according as he put one or the other against the animal's flank. Then he turned over to warm and dry that part of his body which had remained exposed to the night air, and soon went soundly to sleep again. The crowing of a cock woke him. The day was breaking, it was no longer raining, and the sky was bright. The cow was resting with her muzzle on the ground, and he stooped down, resting on his hands, to kiss those wide, moist nostrils, and said, "Good-bye, my beauty, until next time. You are a nice animal. Good-bye." Then he put on his shoes and went off, and for 2 hours walked straight before him, always following the same road, and then he felt so tired that he sat down on the grass. It was broad daylight by that time, and the church bells were ringing. Men in blue blouses, women in white caps, some on foot, some in carts, began to pass along the road, going to the neighboring villages to spend Sunday with friends or relations. A stout peasant came in sight, driving before him a score of frightened, bleating sheep, with the help of an active dog. Randall got up, and raising his cap, said, "You do not happen to have any work for a man who is dying of hunger?" The other, giving an angry look at the vagabond, replied, "I have no work for fellows whom I meet on the road." And the carpenter went back and sat down by the side of the ditch again. He waited there for a long time, watching the country people pass and looking for a kind, compassionate face before he renewed his request, and finally selected a man in an overcoat whose stomach was adorned with a gold chain. "I have been looking for work," he said, "for the last 2 months and cannot find any, and I have not a sou in my pocket." But the would-be gentleman replied, "You should have read the notice which is stuck up at the entrance to the village. Begging is prohibited within the boundaries of this parish. Let me tell you that I am the mayor, and if you do not get out of here pretty quickly, I shall have you arrested." Randell, who was getting angry, replied, "Have me arrested if you like. I should prefer it, for at any rate I should not die of hunger." And he went back and sat down by the side of the ditch again, and in about a quarter of an hour 2 gendarmes appeared on the road. They were walking slowly side by side, glittering in the sun with their shining hats, their yellow accoutrements and their metal buttons, as if to frighten evildoers, and to put them to flight at a distance. He knew that they were coming after him, but he did not move, for he was seized with a sudden desire to defy them, to be arrested by them, and to have his revenge later. They came on without appearing to have seen him, walking heavily with a military step and balancing themselves as if they were doing the goose step, and then suddenly, as they passed him, appearing to have noticed him, they stopped and looked at him angrily and threateningly, and the brigadier came up to him and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I am resting," the man replied calmly. "Where do you come from?" "If I had to tell you all the places that I have been to, it would take me more than an hour." "Where are you going to?" "To Ville-Avery." "Where is that?" "In La Manche." "Is that where you belong?" "It is." "Why did you leave it?" "To look for work." The brigadier turned to his gendarme and said in the angry voice of a man who is exasperated at last by an oft-repeated trick, "They all say that, these scamps, I know all about it." And then he continued, "Have you any papers?" "Yes, I have some. Give them to me." Randell took his papers out of his pocket, his certificates, those poor, worn-out, dirty papers which were falling to pieces, and gave them to the soldier, who spelled them through, hemming and hawing, and then, having seen that they were all in order, he gave them back to Randell with the dissatisfied look of a man whom someone cleverer than himself has tricked. After a few moments' further reflection, he asked him, "Have you any money on you?" "No." "None whatever?" "None." "Not even a sou?" "Not even a sou." "How do you live, then?" "On what people give me." "Then you beg?" And Randell answered resolutely, "Yes, when I can." Then the gendarme said, "I have caught you on the high road in the act of vagabondage and begging, without any resources or trade, and so I command you to come with me." The carpenter got up and said, "Wherever you please." And, placing himself between the 2 soldiers, even before he had received the order to do so, he added, "Well, lock me up, that will at any rate put a roof over my head when it rains." And they set off toward the village, the red tiles of which could be seen through the leafless trees a quarter of a league off. Service was about to begin when they went through the village. The square was full of people, who immediately formed 2 lines to see the criminal pass. He was being followed by a crowd of excited children. Male and female peasants looked at the prisoner between the 2 gendarmes, with hatred in their eyes and a longing to throw stones at him, to tear his skin with their nails, to trample him under their feet. They asked each other whether he had committed murder or robbery. The butcher declared that he was a deserter. The tobacconist thought that he recognized him as the man who had that very morning passed a bad half-franc piece off of him, and the ironmonger declared that he was the murderer of Widow Mallet, whom the police had been looking for 6 months. In the municipal court into which his custodians took him, Randell saw the mayor again, sitting on the magisterial bench with the schoolmaster by his side. "Aha! Aha!" the magistrate exclaimed. "So here you are again, my fine fellow. I told you I should have you locked up. Well, brigadier, what is he charged with?" "He is a vagabond without house or home, monsieur le maire. Without any resources or money, so he says, who was arrested in the act of begging, but he is provided with good testimonials, and his papers are all in order." "Show me his papers," the mayor said. He took them, read them, reread, returned them, and then said, "Search him." So they searched him, but found nothing, and the mayor seemed perplexed, and asked the workman, "What were you doing on the road this morning?" "I was looking for work." "Work? On the high road? How do you expect me to find any if I hide in the woods?" They looked at each other with the hatred of 2 wild beasts which belonged to different hostile species, and the magistrate continued, "I am going to have you set at liberty, but do not be brought up before me again." To which the carpenter replied, "I would rather you locked me up. I have had enough running about the country." But the magistrate replied severely, "Be silent." And then he said to the 2 gendarmes, "You will conduct this man 200 yards from the village and let him continue his journey." "At any rate, give me something to eat," the workman said, but the other grew indignant. Have we nothing to do but to feed you? That is rather too much." But Rendel went on firmly, "If you let me nearly die of hunger again, you will force me to commit a crime, and then so much the worse for you other fat fellows." The mayor had risen, and he repeated, "Take him away immediately, or I shall end by getting angry." The gendarmes seized the carpenter by the arms and dragged him out. He allowed them to do it without resistance, passed through the village again, and found himself on the high road once more, and when the men had accompanied him 200 yards beyond the village, the brigadier said, "Now off with you, and do not let me catch you about here again, for if I do, you will know it." Rendel went off without replying or knowing where he was going. He walked on for a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes, so stupefied that he no longer thought of anything. But suddenly, as he was passing a small house where the window was half open, the smell of the soup and boiled meat stopped him suddenly, and hunger, fierce, devouring, maddening hunger, seized him and almost drove him against the walls of the house like a wild beast. He said aloud in a grumbling voice, "In heaven's name, they must give me some this time," and he began to knock at the door vigorously with his stick, and as no one came he knocked louder and called out, "Hey! Hey, you people in there, open the door!" And then, as nothing stirred, he went up to the window and pushed it wider open with his hand, and the close warm air of the kitchen, full of the smell of soup, meat, and cabbage, escaped into the cold outer air, and with a bound the carpenter was in the house. 2 places were set up at the table. No doubt the proprietors of the house, going to church, had left their dinner on the fire. Their nice Sunday boiled beef and vegetable soup, while there was a loaf of new bread on the chimney-piece, between 2 bottles which seemed full. Rendel seized the bread first of all, and broke it with as much violence as if he were strangling a man, and then he began to eat voraciously, swallowing huge mouthfuls quickly. But almost immediately the smell of the meat attracted him to the fireplace, and, having taken the lid off the saucepan, he plunged a fork into it and brought out a large piece of beef tied with a string. Then he took more cabbage, carrots, and onions until his plate was full, and, having put it on the table, he sat down before it, cut the meat into 4 pieces, and dined as if he had been at home. When he had eaten nearly all the meat, besides a quantity of vegetables, he felt thirsty and took one of the bottles off the mantelpiece. Scarcely had he poured the liquor into his glass when he saw it was brandy. So much the better. It was warming and would instill some fire into his veins, and that would be all right, after being so cold, and he drank some. He certainly enjoyed it, for he had grown unaccustomed to it, and he poured himself out another glassful, which he drank at 2 gulps, and then almost immediately he felt quite merry and light-hearted from the effects of the alcohol, just as if some great happiness filled his heart. He continued to eat, but more slowly, and dipping his bread in the soup. His skin had become burning, and especially his forehead, where the veins were throbbing. But suddenly the church bells began to ring. Mass was over, and instinct rather than fear, the instinct of prudence, which guides all beings and makes them clear-sighted in danger, made the carpenter get up. He put the remains of the loaf into one pocket and the brandy bottle in the other, and he furtively went to the window and looked out into the road. It was still deserted, so he jumped out and set off walking again, but instead of following the high road, he ran across the fields toward a wood he saw a little ways off. He felt alert, strong, light-hearted, glad of what he had done, and so nimble that he sprang over the enclosure of the fields at a single bound, and as soon as he was under the trees he took the bottle out of his pocket again and began to drink once more, swallowing it down as he walked, and then his ideas began to get confused, his eyes grew dim, and his legs as elastic as springs, and he started singing the old popular song, "Oh, what joy it is, to pick the sweet wild strawberries." He was now walking on thick, damp, cool moss, and that a soft carpet under his feet made him absurdly inclined to turn head over heels as he used to do when a child. So he took a run, turned a somersault, got up and began over again, and between each time he began to sing again, "Oh, what joy it is, to pick the sweet wild strawberries." Suddenly he found himself above a deep road, and in the road he saw a tall girl, a servant, who was returning to the village with 2 pails of milk. He watched, stooping down, and with his eyes as bright as those of a dog who scents a quail, but she saw him, raised her head, and said, "Was that you singing like that?" He did not reply, however, but jumped down into the road, although it was a fall of at least 6 feet, and when she saw him suddenly standing in front of her, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, how you frightened me!" But he did not hear her, for he was drunk, he was mad, excited by another requirement which was more imperative than hunger, more feverish than alcohol, by the irresistible fury of the man who has been deprived of everything for 2 months, and who is drunk, who is young, ardent, and inflamed by all the appetites which nature has implanted in the vigorous flesh of men. The girl started back from him, frightened at his face, his eyes, his half-open mouth, his outstretched hands, and he seized her by the shoulders, and without a word threw her down in the road. She let her 2 pails fall, and they rolled over noisily, and all the milk was spilled, and then she screamed lustily, but it was of no avail in that lonely spot. When she got up, the thought of her overturned pails suddenly filled her with fury, and taking off one of her wooden sabots, she threw it at the man to break his head if he did not pay her for the milk. But he, mistaking the reason of this sudden violent attack, somewhat sobered and frightened at what he had done, ran off as fast as he could while she threw stones at him, some of which hit him in the back. He ran for a long time, very long, until he felt more tired than he had ever been before. His legs were so weak that they could scarcely carry him, all his ideas were confused. He lost recollection of everything and could no longer think about anything, and so he sat down at the foot of a tree, and in 5 minutes was fast asleep. He was soon awakened, however, by a rough shake, and, on opening his eyes, he saw the 2 cocked hats of shiny leather bending over him, and the 2 gendarmes of the morning, who were holding him and binding his arms. "I knew I should catch you again," said the brigadier jeeringly. But Randell got up without replying. The 2 men shook him, quite ready to ill-treat him if he made a movement, for he was their prey now. He had become a jailbird, caught by those hunters of criminals who would not let him go again. "Now start," the brigadier said, and they set off. It was late afternoon, and the autumn twilight was setting in over the land, and in half an hour they reached the village, where every door was open, for the people had heard what had happened. Peasants and peasant women and girls, excited with anger, as if every man had been robbed and every woman attacked, wished to see the wretch brought back, so that they might overwhelm him with abuse. They hooted him from the first house in the village until they reached the Hôtel de Ville, where the mayor was waiting for him to be himself avenged on this vagabond, and as soon as he saw him approaching, he cried, "Ah, my fine fellow, here we are." And he rubbed his hands, more pleased than he usually was, and continued, I said so the moment I saw him in the road." And then with increased satisfaction, "Oh, you blackguard, you dirty blackguard, you will get your 20 years, my fine fellow." End of section 105. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 106 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 106. The Fishing Hole. Cuts and wounds which cause death. Such was the charge upon which Leopold Renard, the upholsterer, was summoned before the Court of Assizes. Round him were the principal witnesses, Madame Flamèche, the widow of the victim, and Louis Ladereau, cabinet-maker, and Jean Durdon, plumber. Near the criminal was his wife, dressed in black, an ugly little woman who looked like a monkey dressed as a lady. This was how Renard, Leopold, recounted the drama. Good heavens, it is a misfortune of which I was the prime victim of the time, and which my will has nothing to do. The facts are their own commentary, Monsieur le Président. I am an honest man, a hard-working man, an upholsterer, living in the same street for the last 16 years, known, liked, respected, and esteemed by all, as my neighbors can testify, even the porter's wife, who is not amiable every day. I am fond of work, I am fond of saving, I like honest men and respectable amusements. That is what has ruined me, so much the worse for me, but as my will had nothing to do with it, I continue to respect myself. Every Sunday for the last 5 years, my wife and I have spent the day at Passy. We get fresh air, and besides, we are fond of fishing. Oh, we are as fond of it as we are of little onions. Mélie inspired me with that enthusiasm, the jade, and she is more enthusiastic than I am, the scold, seeing that all the mischief in this business is her fault, as you will see immediately. I am strong and mild-tempered, without a pennyworth of malice in me. But she! Oh la la! She looks like nothing. She is short and thin. Very well, she does more mischief than a weasel. I do not deny that she has some good qualities. She has some, and very important ones for a man in business. But her character! Just ask about it in the neighborhood, and even the porter's wife, who has just sent me about my business, she will tell you something about it. Every day she used to find fault with my mild temper. I would not put up with this, I would not put up with that. If I had listened to her, Monsieur le Président, I would have had at least 3 hand-to-hand fights a month. Madame Renard interrupted him. And for good reasons, too. They laugh best who laugh last. He turned toward her frankly. Well, I can't blame you, since you were not the cause of it. Then, facing the president again, he said, I will continue. We used to go to Passy every Saturday evening, so as to begin fishing at daybreak the next morning. It is a habit which has become second nature to us, as the saying is. 3 years ago this summer, I discovered a place, oh, such a spot, oh, dear, dear. In the shade, 8 feet of water at least, and perhaps 10, a hole with cavities under the bank, a regular nest for fish, and a paradise for the fishermen. I might look upon that fishing hole as my property, Monsieur le Président, as I was its Christopher Columbus. Everybody in the neighborhood knew it, without making any opposition. They would say, "That is Renard's place," and nobody would have gone there, not even Monsieur Plumeau, who was well known, be it said without any offence, for poaching on other people's preserves. Well, I returned to this place of which I felt certain, just as if I had owned it. I had scarcely got there on Saturday, when I got into Delilah, with my wife. Delilah is my Norwegian boat, which I had built by Fournier, and which is light and safe. Well, as I said, we got into the boat, and we were going to set bait, and for setting bait there is none to be compared with me, and they all know it. You want to know with what I bait? I cannot answer that question. It has nothing to do with the accident. I cannot answer. That is my secret. There are more than 300 people who have asked me. I have been offered glasses of brandy and liquor, fried fish, to make me tell, but just go and try whether the chub will come. Ah, they have tempted my stomach to get at my secret, my recipe. Only my wife knows, and she will not tell it any more than I will. Is not that so, Mélie? The president of the court interrupted him. Just get to the facts as soon as you can, and the accused continued. I am getting to them. Well, on Saturday, July 8th, we left by the 5:25 train, and before dinner we went to set bait as usual. The weather promised to keep fine, and I said to Mélie, "All right for tomorrow," and she replied, "If it looks like it." We never talk more than that together. And then we returned to dinner. I was happy and thirsty, and that was the cause of everything. I said to Mélie, "Look here, Mélie, it is fine weather. Suppose I drink a bottle of casque à mèche. That is a weak white wine which we have christened so, because if you drink too much, it prevents you from sleeping and takes the place of a nightcap. Do you understand me?" She replied, "You can do as you please, but you will be ill again and will not be able to get up tomorrow." That was true, sensible and prudent, clear-sighted, I must confess. Nevertheless, I could not resist, and I drank my bottle. It all came from that. Well, I could not sleep, by Jove, it kept me awake till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I went to sleep so soundly that I should not have heard the angel sounding his trump at the last judgment. In short, my wife woke me at 6 o'clock. I jumped out of bed, hastily put on my trousers and jersey, washed my face, and jumped on board Delilah, but it was too late, for when I arrived at my hole, it was already occupied. Such a thing had never happened to me in 3 years, and it made me feel as if I were being robbed under my own eyes. I said to myself, "Confound it all! Confound it!" And then my wife began to nag at me. What about your casque à mèche? Get along, you drunkard! Are you satisfied, you great fool? And I could say nothing, because it was all true, but I landed all the same near the spot and tried to profit by what was left. Perhaps, after all, the fellow might catch nothing and go away. He was a little thin man in a white linen coat and waistcoat and a straw hat, and his wife, a fat woman, doing embroidery, sat behind him. When she saw us take up our position close to them, she murmured, "Are there no other places on the river?" My wife, who was furious, replied, "People who have any manners make inquiries about the habits of the neighborhood before occupying reserved spots." As I did not want to make a fuss, I said to her, "Hold your tongue, Mélie. Let them alone, we shall see." Well, we fastened Delilah under the willows, and landed, and were fishing side by side, Mélie and I, close to the 2 others. But here, monsieur, I must enter into details. We had only been there about 5 minutes, when our neighbor's line began to jerk twice, thrice, and then he pulled out a chub as thick as my thigh, rather less perhaps, but nearly as big. My heart beat, the perspiration stood on my forehead, and Mélie said to me, "Well, you saw it, did you see that?" Just then Monsieur Bru, the grocer of Poissy, who is fond of gudgeon fishing, passed in a boat and called out to me, "So somebody has taken your usual place, Monsieur Renard?" And I replied, "Yes, Monsieur Bru, there are some people in this world who do not know the rules of common politeness." The little man in linen pretended not to hear, nor his fat lump of a wife either. Here the president interrupted him a second time. "Take care, you are insulting the widow, Madame Flamèche, who is present." Renard made his excuses. I beg your pardon. My anger carried me away. Well, not a quarter of an hour had passed when the little man caught another chub, and another almost immediately, and another 5 minutes later. Tears were in my eyes, and I knew that Madame Renard was boiling with rage, for she kept on nagging at me. "Oh, how horrid! Don't you see that he is robbing you of your fish? Do you think that you will catch anything? Not even a frog, nothing whatever. Why, my hands are tingling just to think of it." But I said to myself, "Let us wait until 12 o'clock. Then this poacher will go to lunch and I shall get my place again. As for me, Monsieur le Président, I lunch on that spot every Sunday. We bring our provisions in Delilah. But there! At noon the wretch produced a chicken in a newspaper, and while he was eating he actually caught another chub. Mélie and I had a morsel also, just a bite, a mere nothing, for our heart was not in it. Then I took up my newspaper to aid my digestion. Every Sunday I read the Gil Blas in the shade by the side of the water. It is Columbine's day, you know, Columbine, who writes the articles in the Gil Blas. I had generally put Madame Renard into a rage by pretending to know this Columbine. It is not true, for I do not know her and have never seen her, but that does not matter. She writes very well, and then she says things that are pretty plain for a woman. She suits me, and there are not many of her sort. Well, I began to tease my wife, but she got angry immediately, and very angry, so I held my tongue. At that moment our 2 witnesses who are present here, Monsieur Ladoureau and Monsieur Durdon, appeared on the other side of the river. We knew each other by sight. The little man began to fish, and he caught so many that I trembled with vexation, and his wife said, "It is an uncommonly good spot, and we will come here always." As for me, a cold shiver ran down my back, and Madame Renard kept repeating, "You are not a man, you have the blood of a chicken in your veins." And suddenly I said to her, "Look here, I would rather go away or I shall be doing something foolish." And she whispered to me, as if she had put a red-hot iron under my nose, "You are not a man, now you are going to run away and surrender your place." I felt hurt, but yet I did not move, while the other fellow pulled out a bream. Oh, I never saw such a large one before, never. And then my wife began to talk aloud, as if she were thinking, and you can see her tricks. She said, "That is what one might call stolen fish, seeing that we set the bait ourselves. At any rate, they ought to give us back the money we have spent on bait." Then the fat woman in the cotton dress said in her turn, "Do you mean to call us thieves, madame?" Explanations followed and compliments began to fly. Oh, Lord, those creatures know some good ones. They shouted so loud that our 2 witnesses, who were on the other bank, began to call out by way of a joke, "Less noise over there, you will interfere with your husband's fishing." The fact is, that neither the little man nor I moved any more than if we had been 2 tree stumps. We remained there with our eyes fixed on the water, as if we had heard nothing, but by Jove, we heard all the same. "You are a thief, you are nothing better than a tramp, you are a regular jade," and so on and so on. A sailor could not have said more. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me and turned round. It was the other one, the fat woman, who had attacked my wife with her parasol. Whack! Whack! Mélie got 2 of them, but she was furious, and she hits hard when she is in a rage. She caught the fat woman by the hair, and then thump, thump, slaps in the face rained down like ripe plums. I should have let them fight it out. Women together, men together, it does not do to mix the blows. But the little man in the linen jacket jumped up like the devil, and was going to rush at my wife. Ah! No, not that, my friend. I caught the gentleman with the end of my fist, and crash, crash! One on the nose, the other in the stomach. He threw up his arms and legs and fell on his back into the river, just into the hole. I should have fished him out most certainly, Monsieur le Président, if I had the time. But to make matters worse, the fat woman had the upper hand and was pounding Mélie for all she was worth. I know I ought not to have interfered while the man was in the water, but I never thought that he would drown, and I said to myself, "Bah, it will cool him." I therefore ran up to the women to separate them, and all I received was scratches and bites. Good Lord, what creatures! Well, it took me 5 minutes and perhaps 10 to separate those 2. When I turned round, there was nothing to be seen. The water was smooth as a lake, and the others yonder kept shouting, "Fish him out! Fish him out!" It was all very well to say that, but I cannot swim, and still less dive. At last the man from the dam came, and 2 gentlemen with boat-hooks, but over a quarter of an hour had passed. He was found at the bottom of the hole in 8 feet of water, as I have said. There he was, the poor little man, in his linen suit. Those are the facts, such as I have sworn to. I am innocent, on my honor. The witnesses having given testimony to the same effect, the accused was acquitted. End of section 106. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 107 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 107. The Spasm. The hotel guests slowly entered the dining room and took their places. The waiters did not hurry themselves in order to give the latecomers a chance and thus avoid the trouble of bringing in the dishes a second time. The old bathers, the habitués, whose season was almost over, gazed toward the door whenever it opened, to see what new faces might appear. This is the principal distraction of watering places. People look forward to the dinner hour in order to inspect each day's new arrivals, to find out who they are, what they do, and what they think. We always have a vague desire to meet pleasant people, to make agreeable acquaintances, perhaps to meet with a love adventure. In this life of elbowings, unknown strangers assume an extreme importance. Curiosity is aroused, sympathy is ready to exhibit itself, and sociability is the order of the day. We cherish antipathies for a week and friendships for a month. We see people with different eyes when we view them through the medium of acquaintanceship at watering places. We discover men suddenly, after an hour's chat, in the evening after dinner, under the trees in the park where the healing spring bubbles up, a high intelligence and astonishing merits, and a month afterward we have completely forgotten these new friends, who were so fascinating when we first met them. Permanent and serious ties are also formed here sooner than anywhere else. People see each other every day, they become acquainted very quickly, and their affection is tinged with the sweetness and unrestraint of long-standing intimacies. We cherish in after years the dear and tender memories of those first hours of friendship, the memory of those first conversations in which a soul was unveiled, of those first glances which interrogate and respond to questions and secret thoughts which the mouth has not yet uttered, the memory of that first cordial confidence, the memory of that delightful sensation of opening our hearts to those who seem to open theirs to us in return. And the melancholy of watering places, the monotony of days that are all alike, proves hourly an incentive to this heart expansion. Well, this evening, as on every other evening, we awaited the appearance of strange faces. Only two appeared, but they were very remarkable, a man and a woman, father and daughter. They immediately reminded me of some of Edgar Poe's characters, and yet there was about them a charm, the charm associated with misfortune. I looked upon them as the victims of fate. The man was very tall and thin, rather stooped, with perfectly white hair, too white for his comparatively youthful physiognomy, and there was in his bearing and in his person that austerity peculiar to Protestants. The daughter, who was probably 24 or 25, was small in stature, and was also very thin, very pale, and she had the air of one who needs worn out with utter lassitude. We meet people like this from time to time, who seem too weak for the tasks and needs of daily life, too weak to move about, to walk, to do all that we do every day. She was rather pretty, with a transparent spiritual beauty, and she ate with extreme slowness, as if she were almost incapable of moving her arms. It must have been she, assuredly, who had come to take the waters. They sat facing me on the opposite side of the table, and I at once noticed that the father had a very singular nervous twitching. Every time he wanted to reach an object, his hand described a sort of zigzag before it succeeded in reaching what it was in search of, and after a little while this movement annoyed me so that I turned aside my head in order not to see it. I noticed, too, that the young girl, during meals, wore a glove on her left hand. After dinner I went for a stroll in the park of the bathing establishment. This led toward the little Auvergnese station of Château-Guyon, hidden in a gorge at the foot of the high mountain, from which flowed so many boiling springs, arising from the deep bed of extinct volcanoes. Over yonder, above our heads, the domes of extinct craters lifted their ragged peaks above the rest in the long mountain chain, for Château-Guyon is situated at the entrance to the land of mountain domes. Beyond it stretches out the region of peaks, and farther on the region of precipitous summits. The Puy-de-Dôme is the highest of the domes, the peak of Sancy is the loftiest of the peaks, and Cantal is the most precipitous of these mountain heights. It was a very warm evening, and I was walking up and down a shady path, listening to the opening strains of the casino band, which was playing on an elevation overlooking the park. And I saw the father and the daughter advancing slowly in my direction. I bowed as one bows to one's hotel companions at a watering place, and the man, coming to a sudden halt, said to me, "Could you not, monsieur, tell us of a nice walk to take, short, pretty, and not steep, and pardon my troubling you?" I offered to show them the way toward the valley through which the little river flowed, a deep valley forming a gorge between two tall, craggy, wooded slopes. They gladly accepted my offer, and we talked naturally about the virtue of the waters. "Oh," he said, "my daughter has a strange malady, the seat of which is unknown. She suffers from incomprehensible nervous attacks. At one time the doctors think she has an attack of heart disease, at another time they imagine it is some affection of the liver, and at another they declare it to be a disease of the spine. Today this protean malady, that assumes 1,000 forms and 1,000 modes of attack, is attributed to the stomach, which is the great cauldron and regulator of the body. This is why we have come here. For my part, I am rather inclined to think it is the nerves. In any case, it is very sad." Immediately the remembrance of the violent spasmodic movement of his hand came back to my mind, and I asked him, "But is this not the result of heredity? Are not your own nerves somewhat affected?" He replied calmly, "Mine? Oh no, my nerves have always been very steady." Then suddenly, after a pause, he went on, "Ah, you are alluding to the jerking movement of my hand every time I try to reach for anything. This arises from a terrible experience which I had. Just imagine, this daughter of mine was actually buried alive." I could only utter, "Ah!" so great were my astonishment and emotion. He continued, "Here is the story. It is simple. Juliet had been subject for some time to serious attacks of the heart. We believed that she had a disease of that organ, and we were prepared for the worst. One day she was carried in the house, cold, lifeless, dead. She had fallen down unconscious in the garden. The doctor certified that life was extinct. I watched by her side for a day and 2 nights. I laid her with my own hands in the coffin, which I accompanied to the cemetery, where she was deposited in the family vault. It is situated in the very heart of Lorraine. I wished to have her interred with her jewels, bracelets, necklaces, rings, all presents which she had received from me, and wearing her first ball dress. You may easily imagine my state of mind when I re-entered our home. She was the only one I had, for my wife had been dead for many years. I found my way to my own apartment in a half-distracted condition, utterly exhausted, and sank into my easy chair, without the capacity to think or the strength to move. I was nothing better now than a suffering, vibrating machine, a human being who had, as it were, been flayed alive. My soul was like an open wound. My old valet, Prosper, who had assisted me in placing Juliet in her coffin, and aided me in preparing her for her last sleep, entered the room noiselessly, and asked, "Does Monsieur want anything?" I merely shook my head in reply. "Monsieur is wrong," he urged. "He will injure his health. Would Monsieur like me to put him to bed?" I answered, "No, let me alone," and he left the room. I know not how many hours slipped away. Oh, what a night! What a night! It was cold. My fire had died out in the huge grate, and the wind, the winter wind, an icy wind, a winter hurricane, blew with a regular, sinister noise against the windows. How many hours slipped away! There I was without sleeping, powerless, crushed, my eyes wide open, my legs stretched out, my body limp, inanimate, and my mind torpid with despair. Suddenly the great doorbell, the great bell of the vestibule, rang out. I started so that my chair cracked under me. The solemn, ponderous sound vibrated through the empty country house as through a vault. I turned round to see what the hour was by the clock. It was just 2 a.m. Who could be coming at such an hour? And abruptly the bell rang again twice. The servants, without a doubt, were afraid to get up. I took a wax candle and descended the stairs. I was on the point of asking, "Who is there?" Then I felt ashamed of my weakness, and I slowly drew back the heavy bolts. My heart was throbbing wildly. I was frightened. I opened the door brusquely, and in the darkness I distinguished a white figure, standing erect, something that resembled an apparition. I recoiled, petrified with horror, faltering, Who are you?" A voice replied, "It is I, father." It was my daughter. I really thought I must be mad, and I retreated backward before this advancing spectre. I kept moving away, making a sign with my hand, as if to drive the phantom away, that gesture which you have noticed, that gesture which has remained with me ever since. "Do not be afraid, papa," said the apparition. "I was not dead. Somebody tried to steal my rings and cut one of my fingers. The blood began to flow, and that restored me to life." And in fact, I could see that her hand was covered with blood. I fell on my knees, choking with sobs and with a rattling in my throat. Then, when I had somewhat collected my thoughts, though I was still so bewildered that I scarcely realized the awesome happiness that had befallen me, I made her go up to my room and sit down in my easy-chair. Then I rang excitedly for Prosper to get him to rekindle the fire and to bring some wine, and to summon assistance. The man entered, stared at my daughter, opened his mouth with a gasp of alarm and stupefaction, and then fell back dead. It was he who had opened the vault, who had mutilated and then abandoned my daughter, for he could not efface the traces of the theft. He had not even taken the trouble to put back the coffin into its place, feeling sure, besides, that he would not be suspected by me, as I trusted him absolutely. You see, monsieur, that we are very unfortunate people." He was silent. The night had fallen, casting its shadows over the desolate, mournful vale, and a sort of mysterious fear possessed me at finding myself by the side of these strange beings, of this young girl who had come back from the tomb, and this father with his uncanny spasm. I found it impossible to make any comment on this dreadful story. I only murmured, "What a horrible thing." Then, after a minute's silence, I added, "Let us go indoors. I think it is growing cool." And we made our way back into the hotel. End of section 107, recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 108 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 108, In the Wood. As the mayor was about to sit down to breakfast, word was brought to him that the rural policeman, with 2 prisoners, was awaiting him at the Hotel de Ville. He went there at once and found old Rosier standing guard before a middle-class couple whom he was regarding with a severe expression on his face. The man, a fat old fellow with a red nose and white hair, seemed utterly dejected, while the woman, a little roundabout individual with shining cheeks, looked at the official who had arrested them with defiant eyes. "What is it? What is it, Rosier?" The rural policeman made his deposition. He had gone out that morning at his usual time in order to patrol his beat from the forest of Champillou as far as the boundaries of Argenteuil. He had not noticed anything unusual in the country, except that it was a fine day and that the wheat was doing well, when the son of old Brudel, who was going over his vines, called out to him, "Here, Daddy Hochster, go and have a look at the outskirts of the wood. In the first thicket you will find a pair of pigeons who must be 130 years old between them." He went in the direction indicated, entered the thicket, and there he heard the words which made him suspect a flagrant breach of morality. Advancing, therefore, on his hands and knees, as if to surprise a poacher, he had arrested the couple whom he found there. The mayor looked at the culprits in astonishment, for the man was certainly 60, and the woman 55 at least, and he began to question them, beginning with the man, who replied in such a weak voice that he could scarcely be heard. "What is your name?" "Nicolas Borain." "Your occupation?" "Haberdasher in the Rue de Martyrs in Paris." "What were you doing in the wood?" The haberdasher remained silent with his eyes on his fat paunch and his hands hanging at his sides, and the mayor continued, "Do you deny what the officer of the municipal authorities states?" "No, monsieur." "So you confess it?" "Yes, monsieur." "What have you to say in your defense?" "Nothing, monsieur." "Where did you meet the partner in your misdemeanor?" "She is my wife, monsieur." "Your wife?" "Yes, monsieur." Then, you do not live together in Paris?" "I beg your pardon, monsieur, but we are living together." "But in that case, you must be mad, altogether mad, my dear sir, to get caught playing lovers in the country at 10 o'clock in the morning." The haberdasher seemed ready to cry with shame, and he muttered, "It was she who enticed me. I told her it was very stupid, but when a woman once gets a thing into her head, you know, you cannot get it out." The mayor, who liked a joke, smiled and replied, "In your case, the contrary ought to have happened. You would not be here if she had had the idea only in her head." Then Monsieur Borain was seized with rage, and turning to his wife, he said, "Do you see what you have brought us to with your poetry? And now we will have to go before the courts at our age for a breach of morals, and we shall have to shut up the shop, sell our goodwill, and go to some other neighborhood. That's what it has come to." Madame Borain got up, and without looking at her husband, she explained herself without embarrassment, without useless modesty, and almost without hesitation. "Of course, monsieur, I know that we have made ourselves ridiculous. Will you allow me to plead my case like an advocate, or rather like a poor woman? And I hope that you will be kind enough to send us home, and to spare us the disgrace of prosecution. Years ago, when I was young, I made Monsieur Borain's acquaintance one Sunday in his neighborhood. He was employed in a draper's shop, and I was a saleswoman in a ready-made clothing establishment. I remember it as if it were yesterday. I used to come and spend Sundays here occasionally with a friend of mine, Rose Levesque, with whom I lived at the Rue Pigalle, and Rose had a sweetheart while I had none. He used to bring us here, and one Saturday he told me, laughing, that he should bring a friend with him the next day. I had quite understood what he meant, but I replied that it would be no good, for I was virtuous, monsieur. The next day we met Monsieur Borain at the railway station, and in those days he was good-looking, but I had made up my mind not to encourage him, and I did not. Well, we arrived at Bizon. It was a lovely day, the sort of day that touches your heart. When it is fine even now, just as it used to be formerly, I grow quite foolish, and when I am in the country I utterly lose my head. The green grass, the swallows flying so swiftly, the smell of the grass, the scarlet poppies, the daisies, all that makes me crazy. It is like champagne when one is not accustomed to it. Well, it was lovely weather, warm and bright, and it seemed to penetrate your body through your eyes when you looked and through your mouth when you breathed. Rose and Simon hugged and kissed each other every minute, and that gave me such a queer feeling. Monsieur Borain and I walked behind them without speaking much, for when people do not know each other, they do not find anything to talk about. He looked timid, and I liked to see his embarrassment. At last we got to the little wood. It was as cool as in a bath there, and we four sat down. Rose and her lover teased me because I looked rather stern, but you will understand that I could not be otherwise. And then they began to kiss and hug again, without putting any more restraint upon themselves than if we had not been there. And then they whispered together, and got up and went off among the trees without saying a word. You may fancy what I looked like, alone with this young fellow whom I saw for the first time. I felt so confused at seeing them go that it gave me courage, and I began to talk. I asked him what his business was, and he said he was a linen draper's assistant, as I told you just now. We talked for a few minutes, and that made him bold, and he wanted to take liberties with me, but I told him sharply to keep his place. Is that not true, Monsieur Borain? Monsieur Borain, who was looking at his feet in confusion, did not reply, and she continued. Then he saw that I was virtuous, and he began to make love to me nicely, like an honorable man, and from that time he came every Sunday, for he was very much in love with me. I was very fond of him also, very fond of him. He was a good-looking fellow, formerly, and in short, he married me the next September, and we started in business in the Rue de Martyrs. It was a hard struggle for some years, monsieur. Business did not prosper, and we could not afford many country excursions, and besides, we had got out of the way of them. One has other things in one's head and thinks more of the cash box than of pretty speeches when one is in business. We were growing old by degrees without perceiving it, like quiet people who do not think much about love. One does not regret anything as long as one does not see what one has lost. And then, monsieur, business became better, and we were tranquil as to the future. Then, you see, I do not exactly know what went on in my mind. No, I really do not know, but I began to dream like a little boarding school girl. The sight of the little carts full of flowers which are drawn about the streets made me cry. The smell of violets sought me out of my easy-chair, behind my cash-box, and made my heart beat. Then I would get up and go out on the doorstep to look at the blue sky between the roofs. When one looks up at the sky from the street, it looks like a river which is descending on Paris, winding as it flows, and the swallows pass to and fro in it like fish. These ideas are very stupid at my age. But how can one help it, monsieur, when one has worked all one's life? A moment comes in which one perceives that one could have done something else, and that one regrets. Oh yes, one feels intense regret. Just think, for 20 years I might have gone and had kisses in the woods like other women. I used to think how delightful it would be to lie under the trees and be in love with someone, and I thought of it every day and every night. I dreamed of the moonlight on the water until I felt inclined to drown myself. I did not venture to speak to Monsieur Beaurain about this at first. I knew that he would make fun of me, and send me back to sell my needles and cotton. And then, to speak the truth, Monsieur Beaurain never said much to me, but when I looked in the glass, I also understood quite well that I no longer appealed to anyone. Well, I made up my mind, and I proposed to him an excursion into the country, to the place where we had first become acquainted. He agreed without mistrusting anything, and we arrived here this morning about 9 o'clock. I felt quite young again when I got among the wheat, for a woman's heart never grows old, and really I no longer saw my husband as he is at present, but as he was formerly. That I will swear to you, monsieur. As true as I am standing here, I was crazy. I began to kiss him, and he was more surprised than if I had tried to murder him. He kept saying to me, "Why, you must be mad. You are mad this morning. What is the matter with you?" I did not listen to him. I only listened to my heart, and I made him come into the wood with me. That is all. I have spoken the truth, monsieur le maire, the whole truth. The mayor was a sensible man. He rose from his chair, smiled, and said, "Go in peace, madame, and when you again visit our forests, be more discreet." End of section 108. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 109 of Complete Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 109. Martine. It came to him one Sunday after Mass. He was walking home from church along the by-road that led to his house when he saw ahead of him Martine, who was also going home. Her father walked beside his daughter with the important gait of a rich farmer. Discarding the smock, he wore a short coat of gray cloth, and on his head a round-topped hat with wide brim. She, laced up in a corset which she wore only once a week, walked along erect, with her squeezed-in waist, her broad shoulders and prominent hips, swinging herself a little. She wore a hat trimmed with flowers, made by a milliner at Yves-Tote, and displayed the back of her full, round, supple neck, reddened by the sun and air, on which fluttered the little stray locks of hair. Benoist only saw her back, but he knew well the face he loved, without, however, having ever noticed it more closely than he did now. Suddenly he said, "Nom d'un nom, she is a fine girl, all the same, that Martine." He watched her as she walked, admiring her hastily, feeling a desire taking possession of him. He did not long to see her face again, no. He kept gazing at her figure, repeating to himself, "Nom d'un nom, she is a fine girl." Martine turned to the right to enter La Martinière, the farm of her father, Jean Martin, and she cast a glance behind her as she turned round. She saw Benoist, who looked to her very comical. She called out, "Good morning, Benoist." He replied, "Good morning, Martine. Good morning, Maître Martin," and he went on his way. When he reached home, the soup was on the table. He sat down opposite his mother, beside the farm hand and the hired man, while the maid-servant went to draw some cider. He ate a few spoonfuls, then pushed away his plate. His mother said, "Don't you feel well?" "No, I feel as if I had some pap in my stomach, and that takes away my appetite." He watched the others eating as he cut himself a piece of bread from time to time and carried it lazily to his mouth, masticating it slowly. He thought of Martine. She is a fine girl all the same. And to think that he had not noticed it before, and that it came to him just like that all at once, and with such force that he could not eat. He did not touch the stew. His mother said, "Come, Benoist, try and eat a little. It is loin of mutton, it will do you good. When one has no appetite, they should force themselves to eat." He swallowed a few morsels, then, pushing away his plate, said, "No, I can't do that, positively." When they rose from table, he walked round the farm, telling the farm hand he might go home, and that he would drive up the animals as he passed by them. The country was deserted, as it was the day of rest. Here and there in a field of clover, cows were moving along heavily with full bellies, chewing their cud under a blazing sun. Unharnessed plows were standing at the end of a furrow, and the upturned earth ready for the seed showed broad brown patches of stubble of wheat and oats that had lately been harvested. A rather dry autumn wind blew across the plain, promising a cool evening after the sun had set. Benoit sat down on a ditch, placed his hat on his knees as if he needed to cool off his head, and said aloud in the stillness of the country, "If you want a fine girl, she is a fine girl." He thought of it again at night in his bed and in the morning when he awoke. He was not sad, he was not discontented. He could not have told what ailed him. It was something that had hold of him, something fastened in his mind, an idea that would not leave him and that produced a sort of tickling sensation in his heart. Sometimes a big fly is shut up in a room. You hear it flying about, buzzing, and the noise haunts you, irritates you. Suddenly it stops, you forget it, but all at once it begins again, obliging you to look up. You cannot catch it, nor drive it away, nor kill it, nor make it keep still. As soon as it settles for a second, it starts off buzzing again. The recollection of Martine disturbed Benoit's mind like an imprisoned fly. Then he longed to see her again and walked past the Martiniere several times. He saw her at last hanging out some clothes on a line stretched between two apple trees. It was a warm day. She had on only a short skirt and her chemise, showing off the curves of her figure as she hung up the towels. He remained there, concealed by the hedge, for more than an hour, even after she had left. He returned home more obsessed with her image than ever. For a month his mind was full of her. He trembled when her name was mentioned in his presence. He could not eat. He had night sweats that kept him from sleeping. One Sunday at Mass, he never took his eyes off her. She noticed it and smiled at him, flattered at his appreciation. One evening, he suddenly met her in the road. She stopped short when she saw him coming. Then he walked right up to her, choking with fear and emotion, but determined to speak to her. He began falteringly, "See here, Martine, this cannot go on like this any longer." She replied as if she wanted to tease him. "What cannot go on any longer, Benoit?" "My thinking of you as many hours as there are in the day," he answered. She put her hands on her hips. "I do not oblige you to do so." "Yes, it is you," he stammered. "I cannot sleep, nor rest, nor eat, nor anything." "What do you need to cure you of all that?" she asked. He stood there in dismay, his arms swinging, his eyes staring, his mouth agape. She hit him a punch in the stomach and ran off. From that day they met each other along the roadside, in by-roads, or else at twilight on the edge of a field, when he was going home with his horses and she was driving her cows home to the stable. He felt himself carried, cast toward her by a strong impulse of his heart and body. He would have liked to squeeze her, strangle her, eat her, make her part of himself, and he trembled with impotence, impatience, rage to think that she did not belong to him entirely, as if they were one being. People gossiped about it in the countryside. They said they were engaged. He had, besides, asked her if she would be his wife, and she had answered yes. They were waiting for an opportunity to talk to their parents about it. But all at once she stopped coming to meet him at the usual hour. He did not even see her as he wandered round the farm. He could only catch a glimpse of her at Mass on Sunday. And one Sunday after the sermon, the priest actually published the banns of marriage between Victoire Adelaide Martin and Josephine Isidore Vallon. Benoit felt a sensation in his hands as if the blood had been drained off. He had a buzzing in the ears, and could hear nothing, and presently he perceived that his tears were falling on his prayer book. For a month he stayed in his room, then he went back to work. But he was not cured, and it was always in his mind. He avoided the roads that led past her home so that he might not even see the trees in the yard, and this obliged him to make a great circuit morning and evening. She was now married to Vallon, the richest farmer in the district. Benoit and he did not speak now, though they had been comrades from childhood. One evening, as Benoit was passing the town hall, he heard that she was enceinte. Instead of experiencing a feeling of sorrow, he experienced, on the contrary, a feeling of relief. It was over now, all over. They were more separated by that than by her marriage. He really preferred that it should be so. Months passed, and more months. He caught sight of her occasionally going to the village with a heavier step than usual. She blushed as she saw him, lowered her head and quickened her pace, and he turned out of his way so as not to pass her and meet her glance. He dreaded the thought that he might one morning meet her face to face, and be obliged to speak to her. What could he say to her now, after all he had said formerly, when he held her hands as he kissed her hair beside her cheeks? He often thought of those meetings along the roadside. She had acted horridly after all her promises. By degrees his grief diminished, leaving only sadness behind, and one day he took the old road that led past the farm where she now lived. He looked at the roof from a distance. It was there, in there, that she lived with another. The apple trees were in bloom, the cocks crowed on the dunghill. The whole dwelling seemed empty. The farm hands had gone to the fields to their spring toil. He stopped near the gate and looked into the yard. The dog was asleep outside his kennel. 3 calves were walking slowly, one beside the other, toward the pond. A big turkey was strutting before the door, parading before the turkey hens like a singer at the opera. Benoist leaned against the gate-post and was suddenly seized with a desire to weep, but suddenly he heard a cry, a loud cry for help coming from inside the house. He was struck with dismay, his hands grasping the wooden bars of the gate, and listened attentively. Another cry, a prolonged, heart-rending cry, reached his ears, his soul, his flesh. It was she who was crying like that. He darted inside, crossed the grass patch, pushed open the door, and saw her lying on the floor, her body drawn up, her face livid, her eyes haggard, in the throes of childbirth. He stood there, trembling and paler than she was, and stammered, Here I am, Martine." She replied in gasps, "Oh, do not leave me, Benoist." He looked at her, not knowing what to say or what to do. She began to cry out again. Oh, it's killing me! Oh, Benoist!" She writhed frightfully. Benoist was suddenly seized with a frantic longing to help her, to quiet her, to remove her pain. He leaned over, fitted her up, and laid her on the bed, and while she kept on moaning he began to take off her clothes, her jacket, her skirt, and her petticoat. She bit her fist to keep from crying out. Then he did as he was accustomed to doing for cows, ewes, and mares. He assisted in delivering her and found in his hands a large infant who was moaning. He wiped it off and wrapped it up in a towel that was drying in front of the fire, and laid it on a bundle of clothes ready for ironing that was on the table. Then he went back to the mother. He took her up and placed her on the floor again, then he changed the bedclothes and put her back into bed. She faltered, "Thank you, Benoist, you have a noble heart," and then she wept a little as if she felt regretful. He did not love her any longer, not the least bit. It was all over. Why? How? He could not have said. What had happened had cured him better than 10 years of absence. She asked, exhausted and trembling, "What is it?" He replied calmly, "It is a very fine girl." Then they were silent again. At the end of a few moments, the mother, in a weak voice, said, "Show her to me, Benoist." He took up the little one and was showing it to her as if he were holding the consecrated wafer, when the door opened and Isidore Vallon appeared. He did not understand at first, but then all at once he guessed. Benoist, in consternation, stammered out, I was just passing by, when I heard her crying out, and I came and, there is your child, Vallon." Then the husband, his eyes full of tears, stepped forward, took the little mite of humanity that he held out to him, kissed it, unable to speak from emotion for a few seconds, then placing the child on the bed, he held out both hands to Benoist, saying, "Your hand upon it, Benoist. From now on we understand each other. If you are willing, we will be a pair of friends. And Benoist replied, "Indeed I will, certainly. Indeed I will." End of section 109. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 110 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 110. All over. Comte de Lourmarin had just finished dressing. He cast a parting glance at the large mirror which occupied an entire panel in his dressing room, and smiled. He was really a fine-looking man still, although quite gray. Tall, slight, elegant, with no sign of a paunch, with a small mustache of doubtful shade, which might be called fair. He had a walk, a nobility, a chic, in short, that indescribable something which establishes a greater difference between two men than would millions of money. He murmured, "Lourmarin is still alive," and he went into the drawing-room where his correspondence awaited him. On his table, where everything had its place, the work-table of the gentleman who never works, there were a dozen letters lying beside 3 newspapers of different opinions. With a single touch he spread out all these letters, like a gambler giving the choice of a card, and he scanned the handwriting, a thing he did each morning before opening the envelopes. It was for him a moment of delightful expectancy, of inquiry and vague anxiety. What did these sealed mysterious letters bring him? What did they contain of pleasure, of happiness, or of grief? He surveyed them with a rapid sweep of the eye, recognizing the writing, selecting them, making 2 or 3 lots, according to what he expected from them. Here, friends; there, persons to whom he was indifferent; further on, strangers. The last kind always gave him a little uneasiness. What did they want from him? What hand had traced those curious characters, full of thoughts, promises, or threats? This day one letter in particular caught his eye. It was simple, nevertheless, without seeming to reveal anything, but he looked at it uneasily, with a sort of chill at his heart. He thought, "From whom can it be? I certainly know this writing, and yet I can't identify it." He raised it to a level with his face, holding it delicately between 2 fingers, striving to read through the envelope, without making up his mind to open it. Then he smelled it, and snatched it up from the table, a little magnifying glass which he used in studying all the niceties of handwriting. He suddenly felt very unnerved. "Whom is it from? This hand is familiar to me, very familiar. I must have often read its tracings, yes, very often. But this must have been a long, long time ago. Whom the deuce can it be from? Pooh, it's only someone asking for money. And then he tore open the letter. He read, My dear friend, you have without doubt forgotten me, for it is now 25 years since we saw each other. I was young, I am old. When I bade you farewell, I left Paris in order to follow into the provinces my husband, my old husband, whom you used to call my hospital. Do you remember him? He died 5 years ago, and now I am returning to Paris to get my daughter married, for I have a daughter, a beautiful girl of 18, whom you have never seen. I informed you of her birth, but you certainly did not pay much attention to so trifling an event. You are still the handsome Lormarin, so I have been told. Well, if you still recollect little Lise, whom you used to call Lisson, come and dine with her this evening, with the elderly Baron de Vance, your ever-faithful friend, who, with some emotion, although happy, reaches out to you a devoted hand, which you must clasp, but no longer kiss, my poor Jacquelette. Lise de Vance. Lormarin's heart began to throb. He remained sunk in his armchair with the letter on his knees, staring straight before him, overcome by a poignant emotion that made the tears mount up to his eyes. If he had ever loved a woman in his life, it was this one, little Lise de Vance, whom he called Ashflower, on account of the strange color of her hair and the pale gray of her eyes. Oh, what a dainty, pretty, charming creature she was, this frail Baronne, the wife of that gouty, pimply baron who had abruptly carried her off to the provinces, shut her up, kept her in seclusion through jealousy of the handsome Lormarin. Yes, he had loved her, and he believed that he too had been truly loved. She familiarly gave him the name of Jacquelette, and he would pronounce that word in a delicious fashion. 1,000 forgotten memories came back to him, far off and sweet and melancholy now. One evening she had called on him on her way home from a ball, and they went for a stroll in the Bois de Boulogne, she in evening dress, he in his dressing jacket. It was springtime, the weather was beautiful. The fragrance from her bodice embalmed the warm air, the odor of her bodice, and perhaps too the fragrance of her skin. What a divine night! When they reached the lake, as the moon's rays fell across the branches into the water, she began to weep. A little surprised, he asked her why. I don't know. The moon and the water have affected me. Every time I see poetic things I have a tightening at the heart and I have to cry. He smiled, affected himself, considering her feminine emotion charming, the unaffected emotion of a poor little woman whom every sensation overwhelms, and he embraced her passionately, stammering, My little Lise, you are exquisite. What a charming love affair, short-lived and dainty. It had been, and all over too quickly, cut short in the midst of its ardor by this old brute of a baron who had carried off his wife and never let anyone see her afterward. Lormarin had forgotten, in fact at the end of 2 or 3 months. One woman drives out another so quickly in Paris when one is a bachelor. No matter, he had kept a little altar for her in his heart, for he had loved her alone. He assured himself now that this was so. He rose and said aloud, Certainly I will go and dine with her this evening. And instinctively he turned toward the mirror to inspect himself from head to foot. He reflected, She must look very old, older than I look. And he felt gratified at the thought of showing himself to her, still handsome, still fresh, of astonishing her, perhaps of filling her with emotion and making her regret those bygone days, so far, far distant. He turned his attention to the other letters. They were of no importance. The whole day he kept thinking of this ghost of other days. What was she like now? How strange it was to meet in this way after 25 years. But would he recognize her? He made his toilet with feminine coquetry, put on a white waistcoat which suited him better with the coat than a black one, sent for the hairdresser to give him a finishing touch with the curling iron, for he had preserved his hair, and started very early in order to show his eagerness to see her. The first thing he saw on entering a pretty drawing-room newly furnished was his own portrait, an old faded photograph, dating from the days when he was a beau, hanging on the wall in an antique silk frame. He sat down and waited. A door opened behind him. He rose up abruptly, and, turning round, beheld an old woman with white hair, who extended both hands toward him. He seized them, kissed them one after the other several times. Then, lifting up his head, he gazed at the woman he had loved. Yes, it was an old lady whom he did not recognize, and who, while she smiled, seemed ready to weep. He could not abstain from murmuring, Is it you, Lise? She replied, Yes, it is I indeed. You would not have known me, would you? I have had so much sorrow, so much sorrow. Sorrow has consumed my life. Look at me now, or rather don't look at me. But how handsome you have kept, and young! If I had by chance met you in the street, I would have exclaimed, Jacquelette! Now, sit down and let us, first of all, have a chat, and then I will call my daughter, my grown-up daughter. You'll see how she resembles me, or rather how I resembled her. No, it is not quite that. She is just like the me of former days. You shall see. But I wanted to be alone with you first. I feared that there would be some emotion on my side at the first moment. Now it is all over, it is past. Pray be seated, my friend. He sat down beside her, holding her hand, but he did not know what to say. He did not know this woman. It seemed to him that he had never seen her before. Why had he come to this house? What could he talk about? Of the long ago? What was there in common between him and her? He could no longer recall anything in presence of this grandmotherly face. He could no longer recall all the nice, tender things, so sweet, so bitter, that had come to his mind that morning when he thought of the other, of little Lise, of the dainty ash flower. What, then, had become of her, the former one, the one he had loved? That woman of far-off dreams, the blonde with grey eyes, the young girl who used to call him Jacquelette so prettily? They remained side by side, motionless, both constrained, troubled, and profoundly ill at ease. As they talked only commonplaces, awkwardly and spasmodically and slowly, she rose and pressed the button of the bell. "I am going to call Renee," she said. There was a tap at the door, then the rustle of a dress, then a young voice exclaimed, "Here I am, mamma." Lormeron remained bewildered as at the sight of an apparition. He stammered, "Good day, mademoiselle," then turning toward the mother, "Oh, it is you!" In fact, it was she whom he had known in bygone days, the Lise who had vanished and come back. In her he found the woman he had won 25 years before. This one was even younger, fresher, more childlike. He felt a wild desire to open his arms, to clasp her to his heart again, murmuring in her ear, "Good morning, Lison." A manservant announced, "Dinner is ready, madame," and they proceeded toward the dining room. What passed at this dinner? What did they say to him, and what could he say in reply? He found himself plunged in one of those strange dreams which border on insanity. He gazed at the two women with a fixed idea in his mind, a morbid, self-contradictory idea. Which is the real one? The mother smiled again, repeating over and over, "Do you remember?" And it was in the bright eyes of the young girl that he found again his memories of the past. 20 times he opened his mouth to say to her, "Do you remember, Lison?" forgetting this white-haired lady who was looking at him tenderly. And yet there were moments when he no longer felt sure, when he lost his head. He could see that the woman of today was not exactly the woman of long ago. The other one, the former one, had in her voice, in her glances, in her entire being, something which he did not find again, and he made prodigious efforts of mind to recall his lady love, to seize again what had escaped from her, what this resuscitated one did not possess. The Baron said, "You have lost your vivacity, my poor friend." He murmured, "There are many other things that I have lost." But in his heart, touched with emotion, he felt his old love springing to life once more, like an awakened wild beast ready to bite him. The young girl went on chattering, and every now and then some familiar intonation, some expression of her mother's, a certain style of speaking and thinking, that resemblance of mind and manner which people acquire by living together, shook Lormeron from head to foot. All these things penetrated him, making the reopened wound of his passion bleed anew. He got away early and took a turn along the boulevard, but the image of this young girl pursued him, haunted him, quickened his heart, inflamed his blood. Apart from the two women, he now saw only one, a young one, the old one come back out of the past, and he loved her as he had loved her in bygone years. He loved her with greater ardor after an interval of 25 years. He went home to reflect on this strange and terrible thing and to think what he should do. But as he was passing with a wax candle in his hand, before the glass, the large glass in which he had contemplated himself and admired himself before he started, he saw reflected there an elderly gray-haired man, and suddenly he recollected what he had been in olden days, in the days of little Lise. He saw himself charming and handsome as he had been when he was loved. Then, drawing the light nearer, he looked at himself more closely, as one expects a strange thing with a magnifying glass, tracing the wrinkles, discovering those frightful ravages which he had not perceived till now. And he sat down, crushed at the sight of himself, at the sight of his lamentable image, murmuring, "All over, Lormeron." End of section 110. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 111 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 111. The Parrot. Everybody in Fécamp knew Mother Patton's story. She had certainly been unfortunate with her husband, for in his lifetime he used to beat her, just as wheat is threshed in the barn. He was a master of a fishing bark and had married her, formerly, because she was pretty, although poor. Patton was a good sailor, but brutal. He used to frequent Father Aubon's inn, where he would usually drink 4 or 5 glasses of brandy, on lucky days 8 or 10 glasses, and even more according to his mood. The brandy was served to the customers by Father Aubon's daughter, a pleasing brunette, who attracted people to the house only by her pretty face, for nothing had ever been gossiped about her. Patton, when he entered the inn, would be satisfied to look at her and to compliment her politely and respectfully. After he had had his first glass of brandy, he would already find her much nicer. At the second he would wink. At the third he would say, "If you were only willing, Mademoiselle Désirée," without ever finishing his sentence. At the fourth he would try to hold her back by her skirt in order to kiss her, and when he went as high as 10, it was Father Aubin who brought him the remaining drinks. The old innkeeper, who knew all the tricks of the trade, made Desiree walk about between the tables in order to increase the consumption of drinks, and Desiree, who was a worthy daughter of Father Aubin, flitted around among the benches and joked with them, her lips smiling and her eyes sparkling. Paton got so well accustomed to Desiree's face that he thought of it even while at sea, when throwing out his nets in storms or in calms, on moonlit or dark evenings. He thought of her while holding the tiller in the stern of his boat, while his 4 companions were slumbering with their heads on their arms. He always saw her, smiling, pouring out the yellow brandy with a peculiar shoulder movement, and then exclaiming as she turned away, "There now, are you satisfied?" He saw her so much in his mind's eye that he was overcome by an irresistible desire to marry her, and, not being able to hold out any longer, he asked for her hand. He was rich, owned his own vessel, his nets, and a little house at the foot of the hill on the retinue, whereas Father Aubin had nothing. The marriage was therefore eagerly agreed upon, and the wedding took place as soon as possible, as both parties were desirous for the affair to be concluded as early as convenient. 3 days after the wedding, Paton could no longer understand how he had ever imagined Desiree to be different from other women. What a fool he had been to encumber himself with a penniless creature, who had undoubtedly inveigled him with some drug which she had put in his brandy. He would curse all day long, break his pipe with his teeth, and maul his crew. After he had sworn by every known term and everything that would come his way, he would rid himself of the remaining anger on the fish and lobsters, which he pulled from the nets and threw into the baskets amid oaths and foul language. When he returned home, he would find his wife, Father Aubin's daughter, within reach of his mouth and hand, and it was not long before he treated her like the lowest creature in the world. As she listened calmly, accustomed to paternal violence, he grew exasperated at her quiet, and one evening he beat her. Then life in his home became unbearable. For 10 years, the principal topic of conversation on the retinue was about the beatings that Paton gave his wife and his manner of cursing at her for the least thing. He could indeed curse with a richness of vocabulary and a roundness of tone unequaled by any other man in Fécamp. As soon as his ship was sighted at the entrance of the harbor, returning from the fishing expedition, everyone awaited the first volley he would hurl from the bridge as soon as he perceived his wife's white cap. Standing at the stern, he would steer, his eye fixed on the bows and on the sail, and, notwithstanding the difficulty of the narrow passage and the height of the turbulent waves, he would search among the watching women and try to recognize his wife, Father Aubin's daughter, the wretch. Then, as soon as he saw her, notwithstanding the noise of the wind and waves, he would let loose upon her with such power and volubility that everyone would laugh, although they pitied her greatly. When he arrived at the dock, he would relieve his mind, while unloading the fish, in such an expressive manner that he attracted around him all the loafers of the neighborhood. The words left his mouth sometimes like shots from a cannon, short and terrible, sometimes like peals of thunder which roll and rumble for 5 minutes, such a hurricane of oaths that he seemed to have in his lungs one of the storms of the Eternal Father. When he left his ship and found himself face to face with her, surrounded by all the gossips of the neighborhood, he would bring up a new cargo of insults and bring her back to their dwelling, she in front, he behind, she weeping, he yelling at her. At last, when alone with her behind closed doors, he would thrash her on the slightest pretext. The least thing was sufficient to make him raise his hand, and when he had done once, he did not stop, but he would throw into her face the true motive for his anger. At each blow he would roar, "There, you beggar! There, you wretch! There, you pauper! What a bright thing I did when I rinsed my mouth with your rascal of a father's apology for brandy!" The poor woman lived in continual fear, in a ceaseless trembling body and soul, in everlasting expectation of outrageous thrashings. This lasted 10 years. She was so timorous that she would grow pale whenever she spoke to anyone, and she thought of nothing but the blows with which she was threatened, and she became thinner, more yellow and drier than a smoked fish. One night when her husband was at sea, she was suddenly awakened by the wild roaring of the wind. She sat up in her bed, trembling, but as she heard nothing more, she lay down again. Almost immediately there was a roar in the chimney which shook the entire house. It seemed to cross the heavens like a pack of furious animals snorting and roaring. Then she arose and rushed into the harbor. Other women were arriving from all sides carrying lanterns. The men also were gathering, and all were watching the foaming crest of the breaking wave. The storm lasted 15 hours. 11 sailors never returned. Paton was among them. In the neighborhood of Dieppe, the wreck of his bark, the Jeune Amélie, was found. The bodies of his sailors were found near Sainte-Valerie, but his body was never recovered. As his vessel seemed to have been cut in two, his wife expected and feared his return for a long time, for if there had been a collision, he alone might have been picked up and carried afar off. Little by little she grew accustomed to the thought that she was rid of him, although she would start every time that a neighbor, a beggar, or a peddler would enter suddenly. One afternoon, about 4 years after the disappearance of her husband, while she was walking along the Rue aux Juifs, she stopped before the house of an old sea captain who had recently died and whose furniture was for sale. Just at that moment a parrot was at auction. He had green feathers and a blue head, and was watching everybody with a displeased look. 3 francs, cried the auctioneer. A bird that can talk like a lawyer, 3 francs. A friend of the Paton woman nudged her and said, You ought to buy that, you who are rich. It would be good company for you. That bird is worth more than 30 francs. Anyhow, you could always sell it for 20 or 25. Paton's widow added 50 centimes, and the bird was given to her in a little cage, which she carried away. She took it home, and as she was opening the wire door in order to give it something to drink, he bit her finger and drew blood. Oh, how naughty he is, she said. Nevertheless, she gave it some hemp seed and corn and watched it pruning its feathers as it glanced warily at its new home and its new mistress. On the following morning, just as day was breaking, the Paton woman distinctly heard a loud, deep, roaring voice calling, Are you going to get up, carrion? Her fear was so great that she hid her head under the sheets, for when Paton was with her, as soon as he would open his eyes, he would shout those well-known words into her ears. Trembling, rolled into a ball, her back prepared for the thrashing which she already expected, her face buried in the pillows, she murmured, Good Lord, he is here! Good Lord, he is here! Good Lord, he has come back! Minutes passed, no noise disturbed the quiet room. Then, trembling, she stuck her head out of the bed, sure that he was there, watching, ready to beat her. Except for a ray of sun shining through the window, she saw nothing, and said to herself, He must be hidden. She waited a long time, and then, gaining courage, she said to herself, I must have dreamed it, seeing as there is nobody here. A little reassured, she closed her eyes, when from quite near a furious voice, the thunderous voice of the drowned man, could be heard crying, Say, when in the name of all that's holy are you going to get up, you bitch? She jumped out of bed, moved by obedience, by the passive obedience of a woman accustomed to blows, and who still remembers, and will always remember that voice. She said, Here I am, Paton, what do you want? But Paton did not answer. Then, at a complete loss, she looked around her, then in the chimney, and under the bed, and finally sank into a chair, wild with anxiety, convinced that Paton's soul alone was there, near her, and that he had returned in order to torture her. Suddenly she remembered the loft, in order to reach which one had to take a ladder. Surely he must have hidden there in order to surprise her. He must have been held by savages on some distant shore, unable to escape until now, and he had returned worse than ever. There was no doubting the quality of that voice. She raised her head and asked, Are you up there, Paton? Paton did not answer. Then, with a terrible fear which made her heart tremble, she climbed the ladder, opened the skylight, looked, saw nothing, entered, looked about, and found nothing. Sitting on some straw, she began to cry, but while she was weeping, overcome by a poignant and supernatural terror, she heard Paton talking in the room below. He seemed less angry, and he was saying, Nasty weather, fierce wind, nasty weather, I haven't eaten, damn it! She cried through the ceiling, Here I am, Paton, I am getting your meal ready, don't get angry. She ran down again. There was no one in the room. She felt herself growing weak, as if death were touching her, and she tried to run and get help from the neighbors, when a voice near her cried out, I haven't had my breakfast, by God! And the parrot in his cage watched her with his round, knowing, wicked eye. She, too, looked at him wildly, murmuring, Ah, so it's you! He shook his head and continued, Just you wait, I'll teach you how to loaf. What happened within her? She understood that it was he, the dead man, who had come back, who had disguised himself in the feathers of this bird in order to continue to torment her, that he would curse, as formerly, all day long, and bite her and swear at her, in order to attract the neighbors and make them laugh. Then she rushed for the cage and seized the bird, which scratched and tore her flesh with its claws and beak. But she held it with all her strength between her hands. She threw it on the ground and rolled over it with the frenzy of one possessed. She crushed it and finally made of it nothing but a little green, flabby lump which no longer moved or spoke. Then she wrapped it in a cloth, as in a shroud, and she went out in her nightgown barefoot. She crossed the dock, against which the choppy waves of the sea were beating, and she shook the cloth and let drop this little dead thing which looked like so much grass. Then she returned, threw herself on her knees before the empty cage, and, overcome what she had done, kneeled and prayed for forgiveness, as if she had committed some heinous crime. End of section 111. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 112 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 112, The Piece of String. It was market day, and from all the country round Goderville, the peasants and their wives were coming toward the town. The men walked slowly, throwing the whole body forward at every step of their long, crooked legs. They were deformed from pushing the plough, which makes the left shoulder higher and bends their figures sideways, from reaping the grain, when they have to spread their legs so as to keep their feet. Their starch blue blouses, glossy as though varnished, ornamented at collar and cuffs with a little embroidered design and blown out around their bony bodies, looked very much like balloons about to soar, whence issued 2 arms and 2 feet. Some of these fellows dragged a cow or calf at the end of a rope, and just behind the animal followed their wives, beating it over the back with a leaf-covered branch to hasten its pace, and carrying large baskets out of which protruded the heads of chickens or ducks. These women walked more quickly and energetically than the men, with their erect, dried-up figures adorned with scanty little shawls pinned over their flat bosoms, and their heads wrapped round with a white cloth, enclosing the hair and surmounted by a cap. Now a char-a-banc passed by, jogging along behind a nag and shaking up strangely the 2 men on the seat, and the woman at the bottom of the cart who held fast to its sides to lessen the hard jolting. In the marketplace at Goderville was a great crowd, a mingled multitude of men and beasts. The horns of cattle, the high, long-napped hats of wealthy peasants, the headdresses of the women came to the surface of that sea, and the sharp, shrill, barking voices made a continuous wild din, while above it occasionally rose a huge burst of laughter from the sturdy lungs of a merry peasant, or a prolonged bellow from a cow tied fast to the wall of a house. It all smelled of the stable, of milk, of hay, and of perspiration, giving off that half-human, half-animal odor which is peculiar to country folks. Maître Rochecorne of Briot had just arrived at Goderville, and was making his way toward the square when he perceived on the ground a little piece of string. Maître Rochecorne, economical as are all true Normans, reflected that everything was worth picking up which could be of any use, and he stooped down, but painfully because he suffered from rheumatism. He took the bit of thin string from the ground, and was carefully preparing to roll it up, when he saw Maître Malandon, the harness-maker, on his doorstep staring at him. They had once had a quarrel about a halter, and they had borne each other malice ever since. Maître Rochecorne was overcome with a sort of shame at being seen by his enemy picking up a bit of string in the road. He quickly hid it beneath his blouse and then slipped it into his breeches pocket, and pretended to be still looking for something on the ground, which he did not discover, and finally went off toward the marketplace, his head bent forward and his body almost doubled in 2 by rheumatic pains. He was at once lost in the crowd, which kept moving about slowly and noisily as it chaffered and bargained. The peasants examined the cows, went off, came back, always in doubt for fear of being cheated, never quite daring to decide, looking the seller square in the eye in the effort to discover the tricks of the man and the defect in the beast. The women, having placed their great baskets at their feet, had taken out the poultry which lay upon the ground, their legs tied together, with terrified eyes and scarlet combs. They listened to propositions, maintaining their prices in a decided manner with an impassive face, or perhaps deciding to accept the smaller price offered, suddenly calling out to the customer who was starting to go away, "All right, I'll let you have them, maître intime." Then, little by little, the square became empty, and when the Angelus struck midday, those who lived at a distance poured into the inns. At Jourdan's, the great room was filled with eaters, just as the vast court was filled with vehicles of every sort, wagons, gigs, chars-à-bancs, tilburys, innumerable vehicles which have no name, yellow with mud, misshapen, pieced together, raising their shafts to heaven like 2 arms, or it may be with their nose on the ground and their rear in the air. Just opposite to where the diners were at table, the huge fireplace, with its bright flame, gave out a burning heat on the backs of those who sat at the right. 3 spits were turning, loaded with chickens, with pigeons, and with joints of mutton, and a delectable odor of roast meat and of gravy flowing over crisp brown skin arose from the hearth, kindled merriment, caused mouths to water. All the aristocracy of the plough were eating there at Maître Jourdan's, the innkeeper's, a dealer in horses also, and a sharp fellow who made a great deal of money in his day. The dishes were passed around, were emptied, as were the jugs of yellow cider. Everyone told of his affairs, of his purchases and his sales. They exchanged news about the crops. The weather was good for greens, but too wet for grain. Suddenly the drum began to beat in the courtyard before the house. Everyone, except some of the most indifferent, was on their feet at once and ran to the door, the windows, their mouth full and napkins in their hand. When the public crier had finished his tattoo, he called forth in a jerky voice, pausing in the wrong places, "Be it known to the inhabitants of Goderville, and in general to all persons present at the market, that there has been lost this morning on the Beuzeville road, between 9 and 10 o'clock, a black leather pocket-book containing 500 francs and business papers. You are requested to return it to the mayor's office at once, or to Maître Fortune Holbrecht of Manville. There will be 20 francs reward." Then the man went away. They heard once more at a distance the dull beating of the drum and the faint voice of the crier. Then they all began to talk of this incident, reckoning up the chances with which Maître Holbrecht had of finding or of not finding his pocket-book again. The meal went on. They were finishing their coffee when the corporal of gendarmes appeared on the threshold. He asked, "Is Maître Rochecorne of Briot here?" Maître Rochecorne, seated at the other end of the table, answered, "Here I am, here I am," and he followed the corporal. The mayor was waiting for him, seated in an armchair. He was the notary of the place, a tall, grave man of pompous speech. "Maître Rochecorn," said he, "this morning on the Beausville road you were seen to pick up the pocket-book lost by Maître Holbrook of Manville." The countryman looked at the mayor in frightened amazement, already at this suspicion which rested on him, he knew not why. I picked up that pocket-book?" "Yes, you." "I swear I don't even know anything about it." "You were seen." "I was seen. I? Who saw me?" "Monsieur Malandon, the harness-maker." Then the old man remembered, understood, and reddening with anger, said, "Ah, he saw me, did he, the rascal? He saw me picking up this string here, Monsieur le Maire." And fumbling at the bottom of his pocket, he pulled it out, the little end of the string. But the mayor incredulously shook his head. "You will not make me believe, Maître Rochecorn, that Monsieur Malandon, who is a man whose word can be relied on, has mistaken this string for a pocket-book." The peasant, furious, raised his hand and spat on the ground beside him as if to attest his good faith, repeating, "For all that, it is God's truth, Monsieur le Maire. There, on my soul's salvation, I repeat it." The mayor continued, "After you picked up the object in question, you even looked about for some time in the mud to see if a piece of money had not dropped out of it." The good man was choking with indignation and fear. How can they tell such lies as that to slander an honest man? How can they?" His protestations were in vain, he was not believed. He was confronted with Monsieur Malandon, who repeated and sustained his testimony. They railed at one another for an hour. At his own request, Maître Rochecorn was searched. Nothing was found on him. At last the mayor, much perplexed, sent him away, warning him that he would inform the public prosecutor and ask for orders. The news had spread. When he left the mayor's office, the old man was surrounded, interrogated with the curiosity which is serious or mocking, as the case might be, but into which no indignation entered, and he began to tell the story of the string. They did not believe him. They laughed. He passed on, buttonholed by everyone, himself buttonholing his acquaintances, beginning over and over again his tale and his protestations, showing his pockets turned inside out to prove that he had nothing in them. They said to him, "You old rogue." He grew more and more angry, feverish, in despair at not being believed, and kept on telling his story. The night came. It was time to go home. He left with 3 of his neighbors, to whom he pointed out the place where he had picked up the string, and all the way he talked of his adventure. That evening he made the round of the village of Briot for the purpose of telling everyone. He met only unbelievers. He brooded over it all night long. The next day, about 1 in the afternoon, Marius Pommel, a farm hand of Maître Breton, the market gardener at Mauville, returned the pocket-book and its contents to Maître Holbrook of Manville. This man said indeed that he had found it on the road, but not knowing how to read, he had carried it home and given it to his master. The news spread to the environs. Maître Rochecorn was informed. He started off at once and began to relate his story with the dénouement. He was triumphant. "What grieved me," said he, "was not the thing itself, do you understand, but it was being accused of lying. Nothing does you so much harm as being in disgrace for lying." All day he talked of his adventure. He told it on the roads to the people who passed, at the cabaret to the people who drank, and next Sunday when they came out of church. He even stopped strangers to tell them about it. He was easy now, and yet something worried him without his knowing exactly what it was. People had a joking manner while they listened. They did not seem convinced. He seemed to feel their remarks behind his back. On Tuesday of the following week he went to market at Goderville, prompted solely by the need of telling his story. Malandon, standing on his doorstep, began to laugh as he saw him pass. Why? He accosted a farmer of Creektote, who did not let him finish, and giving him a punch in the pit of the stomach, cried in his face, "Oh, you great rogue!" Then he turned his heel upon him. Maître Rochecorn remained speechless and grew more and more uneasy. Why had they called him great rogue? When seated at table in Jourdan's tavern, he began to explain the whole affair. A horse-dealer out of Montevilliers shouted at him, get out, you old scamp, I know all about your old string." Rochecorn stammered, "But since they found it, the pocket-book." But the other continued, "Hold your tongue, daddy, there's one who finds it and there's another who returns it, and no one the wiser." The farmer was speechless. He understood at last. They accused him of having had the pocket-book brought back by an accomplice, by a confederate. He tried to protest. The whole table began to laugh. He could not finish his dinner and went away amid a chorus of jeers. He went home indignant, choking with rage, with confusion, the more cast down since with his Norman craftiness he was, perhaps, capable of having done what they accused him of, and even of boasting of it as a good trick. He was dimly conscious that it was impossible to prove his innocence, his craftiness being so well known. He felt himself struck to the heart by the injustice of the suspicion. He began anew to tell his tale, lengthening his recital every day, each day adding new proofs, more energetic declarations, and more sacred oaths, which he thought of, which he prepared in his hours of solitude, for his mind was entirely occupied with the story of the string. The more he denied it, the more artful his arguments, the less he was believed. "Those are liars' proofs," they said behind his back. He felt this. It preyed upon him, and he exhausted himself in useless efforts. He was visibly wasting away. Jokers would make him tell the story of the piece of string to amuse them, just as you make a soldier who has been on a campaign tell his story of the battle. His mind kept growing weaker, and about the end of December he took to his bed. He passed away early in January, and, in the ravings of death agony, he protested his innocence, repeating, "A little bit of string, a little bit of string, see, here it is, Monsieur le Maire." End of section 112. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 113 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 113. Toine. He was known for 30 miles round as Father Toine, Fat Toine, Toine my extra, and Toine ma chèvre, nicknamed Burnt Brandy, the innkeeper of Tournevant. It was he who had made famous this hamlet buried in a niche in the valley that led down to the sea, a poor little peasant's hamlet consisting of 10 Norman cottages surrounded by ditches and trees. The houses were hidden behind a curve which had given the place the name of Tournevant. It seemed to have sought shelter in this ravine, overgrown with grass and rushes, from the keen, salt sea wind, the ocean wind that devours and burns like fire, that dries up and withers like the sharpest frost of winter, just as birds seek shelter in the furrows of the fields in time of storm. But the whole hamlet seemed to be the property of Antoine Machèvre, nicknamed Burnt Brandy, who was called also Toine, or Toine my extra special, the latter in consequence of a phrase current in his mouth. My extra special is the best in France. His extra special was, of course, his cognac. For the last 20 years he had served the whole countryside with his extra special and his burnt brandy, for whenever he was asked, "What shall I drink, Toine?" he invariably answered, "A burnt brandy, my son-in-law, that warms the inside and clears the head. There's nothing better for your body." He called everyone his son-in-law, though he had no daughter either married or to be married. Well known indeed was Toine Burnt Brandy, the stoutest man in all Normandy. His little house seemed ridiculously small, far too small and too low to hold him, and when people saw him standing at his door, as he did all day long, they asked one another how he could possibly get through the door. But he went in whenever a customer appeared, for it was only right that Toine should be invited to take his thimbleful of whatever was drunk in his wine shop. His inn bore the sign, "The Friends' Meeting Place," and old Toine was indeed the friend of all. His customers came from Fécamp and Montvilliers, just for the fun of seeing him and hearing him talk, for fat Toine would have made a tombstone laugh. He had a way of chaffing people without offending them, or of winking to express what he didn't say, of slapping his thighs when he was merry in such a way as to make you hold your sides laughing. And then, merely to see him drink was a curiosity. He drank everything that was offered him, his roguish eyes twinkling, both with the enjoyment of drinking and at the thought of the money he was taking in. His was a double pleasure. First, that of drinking, and second, that of piling up the cash. You should have heard him quarreling with his wife. It was worth paying for to see them together. They had wrangled all the 30 years they had been married, but Toine was good-humored, while his wife, better half, grew angry. She was a tall peasant woman who walked with long steps like a stork, and had a head resembling that of an angry screech owl. She spent her time rearing chickens in a little poultry yard behind the inn, and she was noted for her success in fattening them for the table. Whenever the gentry of Fécamp gave a dinner, they always had at least one of Madame Toine's chickens to be in fashion. But she was born ill-tempered, and she went through life in a mood of perpetual discontent. Annoyed at everyone, she seemed to be particularly annoyed at her husband. She disliked his gaiety, his reputation, his rude health, his embonpoint. She treated him as a good-for-nothing creature because he earned his money without working, and as a glutton because he ate and drank as much as 10 ordinary men, and not a day went by without her declaring spitefully, "You'd better be in the sty along with the pigs. You're so fat it makes me sick to look at you." And she would shout in his face, wait a bit, we'll see. You'll burst one of these days like a sack of corn, you old bloat, you." Toine would laugh heartily, patting his corpulent person, and replying, well, old hen, why don't you fatten up your chickens like that? Just try." And rolling his sleeves back from his enormous arm, he said, "This would make a fine wing now, wouldn't it?" And the customers, doubled up with laughter, would thump the table with their fists and stamp their feet on the floor. The old woman, mad with rage, would repeat, wait a bit, you'll see what'll happen. He'll burst like a sack of grain." And off she would go amid the jeers and laughter of the drinkers. Toine was, in fact, an astonishing sight. He was so fat, so heavy, so red. He was one of those enormous beings with whom death seems to be amusing himself, playing perfidious tricks and pranks, investing with an irresistibly comic air his slow work of destruction. Instead of manifesting his approach, as with others, in white hairs, in emaciation, in wrinkles, in gradual collapse which makes the onlookers say, God, how he is changed, he took a malicious pleasure in fattening Toine, in making him monstrous and absurd, in tinging his face with a deep crimson, in giving him the appearance of superhuman health, and the changes he inflicts on all were in the case of Toine laughable, comic, amusing, instead of being painful and distressing to witness. Wait a bit, said his wife, you'll see. At last Toine had an apoplectic fit and was paralyzed in consequence. The giant was put to bed in the little room behind the partition of the drinking room, that he might hear what was said and talk to his friends, for his head was quite clear, although his enormous body was hopelessly inert. It was hoped at first that his immense legs would regain some degree of power, but this hope soon disappeared, and Toine spent his days and nights in the bed, which was only made up once a week, with the help of 4 neighbors who lifted the innkeeper, each holding a limb while his mattress was turned. He kept his spirits, nevertheless, but his gaiety was of a different kind, more timid, more humble, and he lived in a constant childlike fear of his wife, who grumbled from morning till night. Look at him there, the great glutton, the good-for-nothing creature, the old boozer. Serve him right, serve him right. He no longer answered her. He contented himself with winking behind the old woman's back and turning over on his other side, the only movement of which he was now capable. He called this exercise attack to the north or attack to the south. His great distraction nowadays was to listen to the conversations in the bar, and to shout through the wall when he recognized a friend's voice. Hello, my son-in-law. Is that you, Celestin? And Celestin Mademoiselle answered, Yes, it's me, Toine. Are you getting about again yet, old fellow? Not exactly getting about, answered Toine, but I haven't grown thin. My carcass is still good. Soon he got into the way of asking his intimates into his room to keep him company, although it grieved him to see that they had to drink without him. It pained him to the quick that his customers should be drinking without him. That's what hurts worst of all, he would say, that I cannot drink my extra special any more. I can put up with everything else, but going without drink is the very deuce. Then his wife's screech-owl face would appear at the window, and she would break in with the words, Look at him now, the good-for-nothing wretch. I've got to feed him and wash him just as if he were a pig. And when the old woman had gone, a cock with red feathers would occasionally fly up to the window-sill, and looking into the room with his round inquisitive eye would begin to crow loudly. Sometimes, too, a few hens would flutter as far as the foot of the bed, seeking crumbs on the floor. Toine's friends soon deserted the drinking-room to come and chat every afternoon beside the invalid's bed. Helpless though he was, the jovial Toine still provided them with amusement. He would have made the devil himself laugh. 3 men were regular in their attendance at the bedside. Celestin Mademoiselle, a tall, thin fellow, somewhat gnarled like the trunk of an apple tree, Prosper Horsleville, a withered little man with a ferret nose, cunning as a fox, and César Pommel, who never spoke, but who enjoyed Toine's society all the same. They brought a plank from the yard, propped it upon the edge of the bed, and played dominoes from 2 till 6. But Toine's wife soon became insufferable. She could not endure her fat, lazy husband that should amuse himself at games while lying in his bed, and whenever she caught him beginning a game, she pounced furiously on the dominoes, overturned the plank, and carried all away into the bar, declaring that it was quite enough to have to feed that fat, lazy pig without seeing him amusing himself, as if to annoy poor people who had to work hard all day long. Celestin Mademoiselle and César Pommel bent their heads to the storm, but Prosper Horsleville egged on the old woman, and was only amused at her wrath. One day, when she was more angry than usual, he said, Do you know what I'd do if I were you? She fixed her owl's eyes on him and waited for his next words. Prosper went on, Your man is as hot as an oven, and he never leaves his bed. Well, I'd make him hatch some eggs. She was struck dumb at the suggestion, thinking that Prosper could not possibly be in earnest, but he continued, I'd put 5 under one arm and 5 under the other, the same day that I set a hen. They'd all come out at the same time, then I'd take your husband's chickens to the hen to bring up with her own. You'd rear a fine lot that way. Could it be done? Asked the astonished old woman. Could it be done? Echoed the man. Why not? Since eggs can be hatched in a warm box, why shouldn't they be hatched in a warm bed? She was struck by this reasoning and went away soothed and reflective. A week later she entered Toine's room with her apron full of eggs, and said, I've just put the yellow hen on 10 eggs. Here are 10 for you, try not to break them. What do you want? Asked the amazed Toine. I want you to hatch them, you lazy creature, she answered. He laughed at first, then, finding she was serious, he got angry, and refused absolutely to have the eggs put under his great arms, that the warmth of his body might hatch them. But the old woman declared wrathfully, You'll get no dinner as long as you won't have them. You'll see what'll happen. Toine was uneasy, but answered nothing. When 12 o'clock struck, he called out, Hello, mother, is the soup ready? "There's no soup for you, lazy bones," cried the old woman from her kitchen. He thought she must be joking, and waited a while. Then he begged, implored, swore, tacked to the north and tacked to the south, and beat on the wall with his fists, but he had to consent at last to 5 eggs being placed against his left side, after which he had his soup. When his friends arrived that afternoon, they thought he must be ill, he seemed so constrained and queer. They started the daily game of dominoes. But Toine appeared to take no pleasure in it, and reached forth his hand very slowly and with great precaution. "What's wrong with your arm?" asked Orphan. "I have a sort of stiffness in the shoulder," answered Toine. Suddenly they heard people come into the inn. The players were silent. It was the mayor with the deputy. They ordered 2 glasses of extra special, and began to discuss local affairs. As they were talking in somewhat low tones, Toine wanted to put his ear to the wall, and, forgetting all about his eggs, he made a sudden tack to the north, which had the effect of plunging him into the midst of an omelette. At the loud oath he swore, his wife came hurrying into the room, and, guessing what had happened, stripped the bedclothes from him with lightning rapidity. She stood at first without moving or uttering a syllable, speechless with indignation at the sight of the yellow poultice sticking to her husband's side. Then, trembling with fury, she threw herself on the paralytic, showering on him blows such as those with which she cleaned her linen on the seashore. Toine's 3 friends were choking with laughter, coughing, spluttering, and shouting, and the fat innkeeper himself warded his wife's attacks with all the prudence of which he was capable, that he might not also break the 5 eggs at his other side. Toine was conquered. He had to hatch eggs, he had to give up his game of dominoes, and renounce movement of any sort, for the old woman angrily deprived him of food whenever he broke an egg. He lay on his back with his eyes fixed on the ceiling, motionless, his arms raised like wings, warming against his body the rudimentary chickens enclosed in their white shells. He spoke now only in hushed tones, as if he feared a noise as much as motion, and he took a feverish interest in the yellow hen who was accomplishing in the poultry yard the same task as he. "Has the yellow hen eaten her food all right?" he would ask his wife. And the old woman went from her fowls to her husband, and from her husband to her fowls, devoured by anxiety as to the welfare of the little chickens who were maturing in the bed and in the nest. The country people who knew the story came, agog with curiosity, to ask news of Toine. They entered his room on tiptoe, as one enters a sick chamber, and asked, "Well, how goes it?" "All right," said Toine, "only it keeps me fearfully hot." One morning his wife entered in a state of great excitement, and declared, "The yellow hen has 7 chickens. 3 of the eggs were addled." Toine's heart beat painfully. How many would he have? "Will it soon be over?" he asked with the anguish of a woman who is about to become a mother. "It's to be hoped so," answered the old woman crossly, haunted by fear of failure. They waited. Friends of Toine who had got wind that the time was drawing near arrived and filled the room. Nothing else was talked about in the neighboring cottages. Inquirers asked one another for news as they stood at their doors. About 3 o'clock Toine fell asleep. He slumbered half his time nowadays. He was suddenly awakened by an unaccustomed tickling under his right arm. He put his left hand on the spot and seized a little creature covered with yellow down which fluttered in his hand. His emotion was so great that he cried out and let go his hold of the chicken, which ran over his chest. The bar was full of people at the time. The customers rushed into Toine's room and made a circle round him as they would round a travelling showman, while Madame Toine picked up the chicken, which had taken refuge under her husband's beard. No one spoke, so great was the tension. It was a warm April day. Outside the window the yellow hen could be heard calling to her newly fledged brood. Toine, who was perspiring with emotion and anxiety, murmured, "I have another now, under the left arm." His wife plunged her great bony hand into the bed and pulled out a second chicken with all the care of a midwife. The neighbors wanted to see it. It was passed from one to another and examined as if it were a phenomenon. For 20 minutes no more hatched out, then 4 emerged at the same moment from their shells. There was a great commotion among the lookers-on, and Toine smiled with satisfaction, beginning to take pride in this unusual sort of paternity. There were not many like him. Truly, he was a remarkable specimen of humanity. "That makes 6, he declared. "Good heavens, what a christening we'll have!" And a loud laugh rose from all present. Newcomers filled the bar. They asked one another, "How many are there?" 6! Toine's wife took this little family to the hen, who clucked loudly, bristled her feathers, and spread her wings wide to shelter her growing brood of little ones. "There's one more!" cried Toine. He was mistaken. There were 3. It was an unalloyed triumph. The last chicken broke through its shell at 7 o'clock in the evening. All the eggs were good. And Toine, beside himself with joy, his brood hatched out, exultant, kissed the tiny creature on the back, almost suffocating it. He wanted to keep it in his bed until morning, moved by a mother's tenderness toward the tiny being which he had brought to life, but the old woman carried it away like the others, turning a deaf ear to her husband's entreaties. The delighted spectators went off to spread the news of the event, and Horsleville, who was the last to go, asked, "You'll invite me when the first is cooked, won't you, Toine?" At this idea a smile overspread the fat man's face, and he answered, Certainly I'll invite you, my son-in-law. End of section 113. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 114 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 114. Madame Husson's Rosier. We had just left Gisors, where I was awakened to hearing the name of the town called out by the guards, and I was dozing off again when a terrific shock threw me forward on top of a large lady who sat opposite me. One of the wheels of the engine had broken, and the engine itself lay across the track. The tender and the baggage car were also derailed, and lay beside this mutilated engine, which rattled, groaned, hissed, puffed, sputtered, and resembled those horses that fall in the street, with their flanks heaving, their breasts palpitating, their nostrils steaming, and their whole body trembling, but incapable of the slightest effort to rise and start off again. There were no dead or wounded, only a few with bruises, for the train was not going at full speed, and we looked with sorrow at the great crippled iron creature that could not draw us along any more, and that blocked the track, perhaps for some time, for no doubt they would have to send to Paris for a special train to come to our aid. It was then 10 o'clock in the morning, and I at once decided to go back to Gisors for breakfast. As I was walking along, I said to myself, Gisors. Why, I know someone there. Who is it? Gisors? Let me see, I have a friend in this town. A name suddenly came to my mind. Albert Marambeau. He was an old school friend whom I had not seen for at least 12 years, who was practicing medicine in Gisors. He had often written, inviting me to come and see him, and I had always promised to do so without keeping my word, but at last I would take advantage of this opportunity. I asked the first passer-by, "Do you know where Dr. Marambeau lives?" He replied without hesitation, and with the drawling accent of the Normans, "Rue Dauphine." I presently saw, on the door of the house he pointed out, a large brass plate on which was engraved the name of my old chum. I rang the bell, but the servant, a yellow-haired girl who moved slowly, said with a stupid air, "He isn't here, he isn't here." I heard a sound of forks and of glasses, and I cried, "Hello, Marambeau!" A door opened, and a large man with whiskers and a cross look on his face appeared, carrying a dinner napkin in his hand. I certainly should not have recognized him. One would have said he was 45 at least, and, in a second, all the provincial life which makes one grow heavy, dull, and old came before me. In a single flash of thought, quicker than the act of extending my hand to him, I could see his life, his manner of existence, his line of thought, and his theories of things in general. I guessed at the prolonged meals that had rounded out his stomach, his after-dinner naps from the torpor of a slow indigestion aided by cognac, and his vague glances cast on the patient while he thought of the chicken that was roasting before the fire. His conversations about cooking, about cider, brandy, and wine, the way of preparing certain dishes and of blending certain sauces were revealed to me at the sight of his puffy red cheeks, his heavy lips, and his lustreless eyes. "You do not recognize me. I am Raoul Aubertin," I said. He opened his arms and gave me such a hug that I thought he would choke me. "You have not breakfasted, have you?" "No." "How fortunate. I was just sitting down to table, and I have an excellent trout." 5 minutes later I was sitting opposite him at breakfast. I said, "Are you a bachelor?" "Yes, indeed." "And do you like it here?" "Time does not hang heavy. I am busy. I have patients and friends. I eat well, have good health, enjoy laughing and shooting. I get along." "Is not life very monotonous in this little town?" "No, my dear boy, not when one knows how to fill in the time. A little town, in fact, is like a large one. The incidents and amusements are less varied, but one makes more of them. One has fewer acquaintances, but one meets them more frequently. When you know all the windows in a street, each one of them interests you and puzzles you more than a whole street in Paris. A little town is very amusing, you know, very amusing, very amusing. Why, take Gisors. I know it at the tips of my fingers from its beginning up to the present time. You have no idea what queer history it has." "Do you belong to Gisors?" "I? No, I come from Gournay, its neighbor and rival. Gournay is to Gisors what Lucullus was to Cicero. Here everything is for glory. They say, the proud people of Gisors. At Gournay everything is for the stomach. They say, the chewers of Gournay. Gisors despises Gournay, but Gournay laughs at Gisors. It's a very comical country, this." I perceived that I was eating something very delicious, hard-boiled eggs wrapped in a covering of meat jelly flavored with herbs and put on ice for a few moments. I said as I smacked my lips to compliment Marambeau, "That is good." He smiled. "Two things are necessary, good jelly, which is hard to get, and good eggs. Oh, how rare good eggs are, with the yolks slightly reddish and with a good flavor. I have 2 poultry yards, one for eggs and the other for chickens. I feed my laying hens in a special manner. I have my own ideas on the subject. In an egg, as in the meat of chicken, in beef or in mutton, in milk, in everything, one perceives, and ought to taste, the juice, the quintessence of all the food on which the animal has fed. How much better food would we have if more attention were paid to this? I laughed as I said, You are a gourmand. Parbleu, it is only imbeciles who are not. One is a gourmand as one is an artist, as one is learned, as one is a poet. The sense of taste, my friend, is very delicate, capable of perfection, and quite as worthy of respect as the eye and the ear. A person who lacks this sense is deprived of an exquisite faculty, the faculty of discerning the quality of food, just as one may lack the faculty of discerning the beauties of a book or of a work of art. It means to be deprived of an essential organ, of something that belongs to higher humanity. It means to belong to one of those innumerable classes of the infirm, the unfortunate, and the fools of which our race is composed. It means to have the mouth of an animal, in a word, just like the mind of an animal. A man who cannot distinguish one kind of lobster from another, a herring, that admirable fish that has all the flavors, all the odors of the sea, from a mackerel or a whiting, and a crescent from a Duchess pear, may be compared to a man who should mistake Balzac for Eugene Sue, a symphony of Beethoven for a military march composed by the bandmaster of a regiment, and the Apollo Belvedere for the statue of General de Blancmont. Who is General de Blancmont? Oh, that's true, you do not know. It is easy to tell that you do not belong to Gisors. I told you just now, my dear boy, that they called the inhabitants of this town the proud people of Gisors, and never was an epithet better deserved. But let us finish breakfast first, and then I will tell you about our town and take you to see it. He stopped talking every now and then while he slowly drank a glass of wine, which he gazed at affectionately as he replaced the glass on the table. It was amusing to see him with a napkin tied around his neck, his cheeks flushed, his eyes eager, and his whiskers spreading round his mouth as it kept working. He made me eat until I was almost choking. Then, as I was about to return to the railway station, he seized me by the arm and took me through the streets. The town, of a pretty provincial type, commanded by its citadel, the most curious monument of military architecture of the 7th century to be found in France, overlooks in its turn a long green valley where the large Norman cows graze and ruminate in the pastures. The doctor quoted, Gisors, a town of 4,000 inhabitants in the department of Eure, mentioned in Caesar's commentaries, Caesaris ostium, then Caesartium, Caesaritium, Gisortium, Gisors. I shall not take you to visit the old Roman encampment, the remains of which are still in existence. I laughed and replied, My dear friend, it seems to me that you are affected with a special malady that, as a doctor, you ought to study. It is called the spirit of provincialism. He stopped abruptly. The spirit of provincialism, my friend, is nothing but natural patriotism, he said. I love my house, my town, and my province, because I discover in them the customs of my own village. But if I love my country, if I become angry when a neighbor sets foot in it, it is because I feel that my home is in danger, because the frontier that I do not know is the high road to my province. For instance, I am a Norman, a true Norman. Well, in spite of my hatred for the German and my desire for revenge, I do not detest them. I do not hate them by instinct like I hate the English, the real, hereditary, natural enemy of Normans. For the English traversed the soil inhabited by my ancestors, plundered and ravaged it 20 times, and my aversion to this perfidious people was transmitted to me at birth by my father. See, here is the statue of the general. What general? General Blancmont. We had to have a statue. We are not the proud people of Gisors for nothing, so we discovered General de Blancmont. Look in this bookseller's window. He drew me towards the bookstore, where about 15 red, yellow, and blue volumes attracted the eye. As I read the titles, I began to laugh idiotically. They read, Gisors, Its Origin, Its Future, by Monsieur X, member of several learned societies. History of Gisors, by the Abbé A. Gisors from the time of Caesar to the present day, by Monsieur B. Landowner, Gisors and its environs, by Dr. C. The Glories of Gisors, by a Discoverer. My friend, resumed Marimbeau, not a year, not a single year, you understand, passes without a fresh history of Gisors being published here. We now have 23. And the glories of Gisors? I asked. Oh, I will not mention them all, only the principal ones. We had first General de Blancmont, then Baron de Villiers, the celebrated ceramist who explored Spain and the Balearic Isles, and brought to notice of collectors those wonderful Hispano-Arabic china. In literature we have a very clever journalist, now dead, Charles Brain, and among those who are living, the very eminent editor of the Nouvelliste de Rouen, Charles Lapierre, and many others, many others. We were traversing along a street with a gentle incline, with the June sun beating down on it and driving the residents into their houses. Suddenly there appeared at the farther end of the street a drunken man who was staggering along, with his head forward and his arms and legs limp. He would walk forward rapidly, 3, 6, or 10 steps, and then stop. When these energetic movements landed him in the middle of the road, he stopped short and swayed on his feet, hesitating between falling and a fresh start. Then he would dart off in any direction, sometimes falling against the wall of a house, against which he seemed to be fastened, as though he were trying to get in through the wall. Then he would suddenly turn round and look ahead of him, his mouth open and his eyes blinking in the sunlight, and getting away from the wall by a movement of the hips, he started off once more. A little yellow dog, a half-starved cur, followed him, barking, stopping when he stopped and starting off when he started. "Hello," said Marimbeau. "There is Madame Husson's Rosier." "Madame Husson's Rosier!" I exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean?" The doctor began to laugh. "Oh, that is what we call drunkards around here. The name comes from an old story which has now become a legend, although it is true in all respects." "Is it an amusing story?" "Oh, very amusing." "Well, then tell it to me." "I will. There lived formerly in this town a very upright old lady who was a great guardian of morals and was called Madame Husson. You know, I am telling you the real names and not the imaginary ones. Madame Husson took a special interest in good works, in helping the poor and encouraging the deserving. She was a little woman with a clipped guac and wore a black wig. She was ceremonious, polite, on very good terms with the Almighty in the person of Abbé Milan, and had a profound horror, an inborn horror of vice, and in particular that vice which the Church calls lasciviousness. Any irregularity before marriage made her furious, exasperated until she was beside herself. Now, this was a period when they presented a prize as a reward of virtue to any girl in the environs of Paris who was found to be chaste. She was called a Rosier, and Madame Husson got the idea that she would institute a similar ceremony at Gisors. She spoke about it to Abbé Milan, who at once made out a list of candidates. However, Madame Husson had an old servant, an old woman named Françoise, as upright as her mistress. As soon as the priest had left, Madame called the servant and said, "Here, Françoise, here are the girls whose names Monsieur le Curé has submitted to me for the prize of virtue. Try and find out what reputation they bear in the district." And Françoise set out. She collected all the scandal, all the stories, all the tattle, all the suspicions. That she might omit nothing, she wrote it all down together with her memoranda in her housekeeping book, and handed it each morning to Madame Husson, who, after adjusting her spectacles on her thin nose, read as follows: "Bread, 4 sous. Milk, 2 sous. Butter, 8 sous. Malvina Levesque got into trouble last year with Mathurin Poilu. Leg of mutton, 25 sous. Salt, 1 sou. Rosalie Vatinelle was seen in the Ribaudet woods with Césaire Pinoir by Madame Onesime, the ironer, on July the 20th about dusk. Radishes, 1 sou. Vinegar, 2 sous. Oxalic acid, 2 sous. Josephine Durdant, who is not believed to have committed a fault, although she corresponds with young Apparition, who is in service in Rouen, and who sent her a present of a cat by diligence. No one came out unscathed in this rigorous inquisition. Françoise inquired of everyone, neighbors, drapers, the principal, the teaching sisters at school, and gathered the slightest details. And there is not a girl in the world about whom gossips have not found something to say. There was not found in all the countryside one young girl whose name was free from some scandal. But Madame Husson declared that the Rosier of Gisors, like Caesar's wife, should be above suspicion, and she was horrified, saddened, and in despair at the record in her servant's housekeeping account-book. Then they extended their circle of inquiries to the neighboring villages, but with no satisfaction. They consulted the mayor. His candidates failed. Those of Dr. Barbasol were equally unlucky in spite of the exactness of his scientific vouchers. But one morning Françoise, on returning from one of her expeditions, said to her mistress, "You see, madame, that if you wish to give a prize to anyone, there is only Isidore in all the country round." Madame Husson remained thoughtful. She knew him well, this Isidore, the son of Virginie the greengrocer. His proverbial virtue had been the delight of Gisors for several years, and served as an entertaining theme of conversation in the town, and of amusement to the young girls who loved to tease him. He was past 21, was tall, awkward, slow, and timid, helped his mother in the business, and spent his days picking over fruit and vegetables seated on a chair outside the door. He had an abnormal dread of a petticoat, and cast his eyes down whenever a female customer looked at him smilingly, and this well-known timidity had made him the butt of all the wags in the country. Bold words, coarse expressions, indecent allusions, brought the color to his cheeks so quickly that Dr. Barbasol had nicknamed him the thermometer of modesty. Was he as innocent as he looked? Ill-natured people asked themselves. Was it the mere presentiment of unknown and shameful mysteries, or else indignation at the relations ordained as the concomitant of love that so strongly affected the son of Virginie the greengrocer? The urchins of the neighborhood, as they ran past the shop, would fling disgusting remarks at him just to see him cast down his eyes. The girls amused themselves by walking up and down before him, cracking jokes that made him go into the store. The boldest among them teased him to his face just to have a laugh, to amuse themselves, made appointments with him and proposed all sorts of things. So Madame Husson had become thoughtful. Certainly Isidore was an exceptional case of notorious, unassailable virtue. No one, among the most skeptical, most incredulous, would have dared, to suspect Isidore of the slightest infraction of any law of morality. He had never been seen in a cafe, never been seen at night on the street. He went to bed at 8 o'clock and rose at 4. He was a perfection, a pearl. But Madame Husson still hesitated. The idea of substituting a boy for a girl, a Rosier for a Rosier, troubled her, worried her a little, and she resolved to consult Abbé Malon. The abbé responded, "What do you desire to reward, madame? It is virtue, is it not, and nothing but virtue? What does it matter to you, therefore, if it is masculine or feminine? Virtue is eternal. It has neither sex nor country. It is virtue." Thus encouraged, Madame Husson went to see the mayor. He approved heartily. "We will have a fine ceremony," he said, "and another year, if we can find a girl as worthy as Isidore, we will give the reward to her. It will even be a good example that we shall set to Nanterre. Let us not be exclusive. Let us welcome all merit." Isidore, who had been told about this, blushed deeply and seemed happy. The ceremony was fixed for the 15th of August, the festival of the Virgin Mary and of the Emperor Napoleon. The municipality had decided to make an imposing ceremony and had built the platform on the Couronneau, a delightful extension of the ramparts of the old citadel where I will take you presently. With the natural revulsion of public feeling, the virtue of Isidore, ridiculed hitherto, had suddenly become respected and envied, as it would bring him 500 francs besides a savings bank book, a mountain of consideration, and glory enough and to spare. The girls now regretted their frivolity, their ridicule, their bold manners, and Isidore, although still modest and timid, had now a contented little air that bespoke his internal satisfaction. The evening before the 15th of August, the entire Rue Dauphine was decorated with flags. Oh, I forgot to tell you why this street had been called Rue Dauphine. It seems that the wife or mother of the Dauphin, I do not remember which one, while visiting Gisors, had been feted so much by the authorities that during a triumphal procession through the town, she stopped before one of the houses in this street, halting the procession, and exclaimed, "Oh, the pretty house! How I should like to go through it! To whom does it belong?" They told her the name of the owner, who was sent for and brought, proud and embarrassed, before the princess. She alighted from her carriage and went into the house, wishing to go over it from top to bottom, and even shut herself in one of the rooms alone for a few seconds. When she came out, the people, flattered at this honor paid to a citizen of Gisors, shouted, "Long live the Dauphine!" But a rhymester wrote some words to a refrain, and the street retained the title of Her Royal Highness, for the princess in a hurry, without bell, priest, or beadle, but with some water only, had baptized it. But to come back to Isidore. They had scattered flowers all along the road, as they do for processions at the Fête Dieu, and the National Guard was present, acting on the orders of their chief, Commandant des Barres, an old soldier of the Grand Army, who pointed with pride to the beard of a Cossack cut with a single sword stroke from the chin of its owner by the commandant during the retreat in Russia, and which hung beside the frame containing the cross of the Legion of Honor presented to him by the Emperor himself. The regiment that he commanded was, besides, a picked regiment celebrated all through the province, and the company of grenadiers of Gisors was called on to attend all important ceremonies for a distance of 15 to 20 leagues. The story goes that Louis Philippe, while reviewing the militia of Eur, stopped in astonishment before the company from Gisors, exclaiming, "Oh, who are these splendid grenadiers?" "The grenadiers of Gisors," replied the general. "I might have known it," murmured the king. So Commandant des Barres came at the head of his men, preceded by the band, to get Isidore in his mother's store. After a little air had been played by the band beneath the windows, the Rosier himself appeared, on the threshold. He was dressed in white duck from head to foot, and wore a straw hat with a little bunch of orange blossoms as a cockade. The question of his clothes had bothered Madame Husson a good deal, and she hesitated some time between the black coat of those who make their first communion and an entire white suit, but Françoise, her counselor, induced her to decide on the white suit, pointing out that the Rosier would look like a swan. Behind him came his guardian, his godmother, Madame Husson, in triumph. She took his arm to go out of the store, and the mayor placed himself on the other side of the Rosier. The drums beat. Commandant des Barres gave the order, "Present arms!" The procession resumed its march toward the church amid an immense crowd of people who gathered from neighboring districts. After a short mass and an affecting discourse by Abbé Malon, they continued on their way to the Couronneau, where the banquet was served in a tent. Before taking their seats at table, the mayor gave an address. "This is it, word for word. I learned it by heart. Young man, a woman of means, beloved by the poor and respected by the rich, Madame Husson, whom the whole country is thanking here, through me, had the idea, the happy and benevolent idea, of founding in this town a prize for virtue, which should serve as a valuable encouragement to the inhabitants of this beautiful country. You, young man, are the first to be rewarded in this dynasty of goodness and chastity, Your name will remain at the head of this list of the most deserving, and your life, understand me, your whole life must correspond to this happy commencement. Today, in presence of this noble woman, of these soldier citizens who have taken up their arms in your honor, in presence of this populace, affected, assembled to applaud you, or rather, to applaud virtue in your person, you make a solemn contract with the town, with all of us, to continue until your death the excellent example of your youth. Do not forget, young man, that you are the first seed cast into this field of hope. Give us the fruits that we expect of you. The mayor advanced 3 steps, opened his arms, and pressed Isidore to his heart. The Rosier was sobbing without knowing why, from a confused emotion, from pride and a vague and happy feeling of tenderness. Then the mayor placed one hand on a silk purse in which gold tingled, 500 francs in gold, and in his other hand a savings bank book, and he said in a solemn tone, "Homage, glory, and riches to virtue." Commandant des Barres shouted, "Bravo!" The grenadiers vociferated, and the crowd applauded. Madame Husson wiped her eyes in her turn. Then they all sat down at the table where the banquet was served. The repast was magnificent and seemed interminable. One course followed another, yellow cider and red wine in fraternal contact blended in the stomach of the guests. The rattle of plates, the sound of voices, and of music softly played, made an incessant deep hum, and was dispersed abroad in the clear sky where the swallows were flying. Madame Husson occasionally readjusted her black wig, which would slip over on one side, and chatted with Abbé Malon. The mayor, who was excited, talked politics with Commandant des Barres, and Isidore ate and drank as if he had never eaten or drunk before. He helped himself repeatedly to all the dishes, becoming aware for the first time of the pleasure of having one's belly full of good things which tickle the palate in the first place. He had let out a reef in his belt, and, without speaking, and although he was a little uneasy at a wine stain on his white waistcoat, he ceased eating in order to take up his glass and hold it to his mouth as long as possible, to enjoy the taste slowly. It was time for the toasts. They were many and loudly applauded. Evening was approaching, and they had been at the table since noon. Fine milky vapors were already floating in the air in the valley, the light night robe of streams and meadows. The sun neared the horizon, the cows were lowing in the distance amid the mists of the pasture. The feast was over. They returned to Gisors. The procession, now disbanded, walked in detachments. Madame Husson had taken Isidore's arm and was giving him a quantity of urgent, excellent advice. They stopped at the door of the fruit store, and the Rosier was left at his mother's house. She had not come home yet. Having been invited by her family to celebrate her son's triumph, she had taken luncheon with her sister after having followed the procession as far as the banqueting tent. So Isidore remained alone in the store, which was growing dark. He sat down on a chair, excited by the wine and by pride, and looked about him. Carrots, cabbages, and onions gave out their strong odor of vegetables in the closed room, that coarse smell of the garden blended with the sweet, penetrating odor of strawberries and the delicate, slight, evanescent fragrance of a basket of peaches. The Rosier took one of these and ate it, although he was full as an egg. Then, all at once, wild with joy, he began to dance about the store, and something rattled in his waistcoat. He was surprised, and put his hand in his pocket and brought out the purse containing the 500 francs, which he had forgotten in his agitation. 500 francs! What a fortune! He poured the gold pieces out on the counter and spread them out with his big hand, with a slow, caressing touch, so as to see them all at the same time. There were 25 round pieces, all gold. They glistened on the wood in the dim light, and he counted them over and over, one by one. Then he put them back in his purse, which he replaced in his pocket. Who will ever know, or who can tell, what a terrible conflict took place in the soul of the Rosier between good and evil, the tumultuous attack of Satan, his artifices, the temptations which he offered to this timid virgin heart? What suggestions, what imaginations, what desires were not invented by the evil one to excite and destroy this chosen one? He seized his hat, Madame Husson's saint, his hat, which still bore the little bunch of orange blossoms, and going out through the alley at the back of the house, he disappeared in the darkness. Virginia, the fruiterer, on learning that her son had returned, went home at once and found the house empty. She waited without thinking anything about it at first, but at the end of a quarter of an hour she made inquiries. The neighbors had seen Isidore come home and had not seen him go out again. They began to look for him but could not find him. His mother, in alarm, went to the mayor. The mayor knew nothing except that he had left him at the door of his home. Madame Husson had just retired when they informed her that her protégé had disappeared. She immediately put on her wig, dressed herself, and went to Virginia's house. Virginie, whose plebeian soul was readily moved, was weeping copiously amid her cabbages, carrots, and onions. They feared some accident had befallen him. What could it be? Commandant des Barres notified the police, who made a circuit of the town, and on the high road to Pontoise they found the little bunch of orange blossoms. It was placed on a table around which the authorities were deliberating. The Rosier must have been the victim of some stratagem, some trick, some jealousy. But in what way? What means had been employed to kidnap this innocent creature, and with what object? Weary of looking for him without any result, Virginie remained alone, watching and weeping. The following evening, when the coach passed by on its return from Paris, Gisors learned with astonishment that its Rosier had stopped the vehicle at a distance of 200 meters from the town, and climbed up on it and paid his fare, handing over a gold piece and receiving the change, and that he had quietly alighted in the center of the great city. There was great excitement all through the countryside. Letters passed between the mayor and the chief of police in Paris, but brought no result. The days followed one another. A week passed. Now one morning Dr. Barbasol, who had gone out early, perceived sitting on a doorstep a man dressed in a grimy linen suit, who was sleeping with his head leaning against the wall. He approached him and recognized Isidore. He tried to rouse him, but did not succeed in doing so. The ex-Rosier was in that profound, invincible sleep that is alarming, and the doctor, in surprise, went to seek assistance to help him in carrying the young man to Boncheval's drugstore. When they lifted him up, they found an empty bottle under him, and when the doctor sniffed at it, he declared that it had contained brandy. That gave a suggestion as to what treatment he would require. They succeeded in rousing him. Isidore was drunk and degraded by a week of guzzling, drunk and so disgusting that a ragman would not have touched him. His beautiful white duck suit was a gray rag, greasy, muddy, torn, and destroyed, and he smelt of the gutter and of vice. He was washed, sermonized, shut up, and did not leave the house for 4 days. He seemed ashamed and repentant. They could not find on him either his purse containing the 500 francs, or the bank book, or even his silver watch, a sacred heirloom left by his father, the fruiterer. On the 5th day he ventured into the Rue Dauphine. Curious glances followed him, and he walked along with a furtive expression in his eyes, and his head bent down. As he got outside the town towards the valley, they lost sight of him, but 2 hours later he returned laughing and rolling against the walls. He was drunk, absolutely drunk. Nothing could cure him. Driven from home by his mother, he became a wagon driver, and drove the charcoal wagons for the Pougrisel firm, which is still in existence. His reputation as a drunkard became so well known and spread so far that even at Evreux they talked of Madame Husson's Rosier, and the sots of the countryside have been given that nickname. A good deed is never lost. Dr. Marimbeau rubbed his hands as he finished the story. I asked, "Did you know the Rosier?" "Yes, I had the honor of closing his eyes." "What did he die of?" "An attack of delirium tremens, of course." We had arrived at the old citadel, a pile of ruined walls dominated by the enormous tower of St. Thomas of Canterbury and the one called the Prisoner's Tower. Marimbeau told me the story of this prisoner, who, with the aid of a nail, covered the walls of his dungeon with sculptures, tracing the reflections of the sun as it glanced through the narrow slit of a loophole. I also learned that Clotaire II had given the patrimony of Gisors to his cousin, Saint-Romain, Bishop of Rouen, that Gisors ceased to be capital of the whole of Vexin after the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte, that the town is the chief strategic center of all that portion of France, and that in consequence of this advantage she was taken and retaken over and over again. At the command of William the Red, the eminent engineer, Robert de Belesme, constructed there a powerful fortress that was attacked later by Louis le Gros, and then by the Norman barons, was defended by Robert de Candos, was finally succeeded to Louis the Gros by Geoffrey Plantagenet, was retaken by the English in consequence of the treachery of the Knights Templars, was contested by Philippe Augustus and Richard the Lionhearted, was set on fire by Edward III of England, who could not take the castle, was taken again by the English in 1419, restored later to Charles VIII by Richard de Marbury, was taken by the Duke of Calabria, occupied by the League, inhabited by Henry IV, etc., etc. And Marimbeau, eager and almost eloquent, continued, "What beggars those English! And what sots, my boy! They are all Rosiers, those hypocrites." Then, after a silence, stretching out his arm towards the tiny river that glistened in the meadows, he said, "Did you know that Henry Monnier was one of the most untiring fishermen on the banks of the Epte?" "No, I did not know it." "And Bouffe, my boy, Bouffe was a painter on glass." "You are joking." "No, indeed, how is it that you do not know these things?" End of section 114. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 115 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 115. The Adopted Son. The two cottages stood beside each other at the foot of a hill near a little seashore resort. The two peasants labored hard on the unproductive soil to rear their little ones, and each family had 4. Before the adjoining doors, a whole troop of urchins played and tumbled about from morning till night. The 2 eldest were 6 years old, and the youngest were about 15 months, the marriages, and afterward the births, having taken place nearly simultaneously in both families. The two mothers could hardly distinguish their own offspring among the lot, and as for the fathers, they were altogether at sea. The 8 names danced in their heads. They were always getting them mixed up, and when they wished to call one child, the men often called 3 names before getting the right one. The first of the 2 cottages, as you came up from the bathing beach, Rollport, was occupied by the Tuvaches, who had 3 girls and 1 boy. The other house sheltered the Valins, who had 1 girl and 3 boys. They all subsisted frugally on soup, potatoes, and fresh air. At 7 o'clock in the morning, then at noon, then at 6 o'clock in the evening, the housewives got their broods together to give them their food, as the gooseherds collect their charges. The children were seated, according to age, before the wooden table, varnished by 50 years of use, the mouths of the youngest hardly reaching the level of the table. Before them was placed a bowl filled with bread, soaked in the water in which the potatoes had been boiled, half a cabbage and 3 onions, and the whole line ate until their hunger was appeased. The mother herself fed the smallest. A small pot roast on Sunday was a feast for all, and the father on this day sat longer over the meal, repeating, "I wish we could have this every day." One afternoon in the month of August, a phaeton stopped suddenly in front of the cottages, and a young woman, who was driving the horses, said to the gentleman sitting at her side, "Oh, look at all these children, Henri! How pretty they are, tumbling about in the dust like that." The man did not answer, accustomed to these outbursts of admiration, which were a pain and almost a reproach to him. The young woman continued, "I must hug them! Oh, how I should like to have one of them! That one there, the little tiny one." Springing down from the carriage, she ran toward the children, took one of the 2 youngest, a Tuvache child, and lifting it up in her arms, she kissed him passionately on his dirty cheeks, on his tousled hair dabbed with earth, and on his little hands, with which he fought vigorously to get away from the caresses which displeased him. Then she got into the carriage again and drove off at a lively trot, but she returned the following week, and seating herself on the ground, took the youngster in her arms, stuffed him with cakes, gave candies to all the others, and played with them like a young girl, while the husband waited patiently in the carriage. She returned again, made the acquaintance of the parents, and reappeared every day with her pockets full of dainties and pennies. Her name was Madame Henri Dubière. One morning, on arriving, her husband alighted with her, and without stopping to talk to the children, who now knew her well, she entered the farmer's cottage. They were busy chopping wood for the fire. They rose to their feet in surprise, brought forward chairs, and waited expectantly. Then the woman, in a broken, trembling voice, began, "My good people, I have come to see you because I should like to take your little boy with me." The country people, too bewildered to think, did not answer. She recovered her breath and continued, "We are alone, my husband and I. We would keep it. Are you willing?" The peasant woman began to understand. She asked, "You want to take Charlot from us? Oh, no, indeed." Then Monsieur Dubière intervened. "My wife has not made her meaning clear. We wish to adopt him, but he will come back to see you. If he turns out well, as there is every reason to expect, he will be our heir. If we, perchance, should have children, he would share equally with them. But if he should not reward our care, we should give him, when he comes of age, a sum of 20,000 francs, which shall be deposited immediately in his name with a lawyer. As we have also thought of you, we should pay you, until your death, a pension of 100 francs a month. Do you understand me?" The woman had arisen, furious. "You want me to sell you, Charlot? Oh, no, that's not the sort of thing to ask a mother. Oh, no, that would be an abomination." The man, grave and deliberate, said nothing, but approved of what his wife said by a continued nodding of the head. Madame Dubière, in dismay, began to weep, turning to her husband with a voice full of tears, the voice of a child used to having all its wishes gratified. She stammered, "They will not do it, Henri, they will not do it." Then he made a last attempt. "But my friends think of the child's future, of his happiness, of—" The peasant woman, however, exasperated, cut him short. "It's all considered, it's all understood. Get out of here and don't let me see you again. The idea of wanting to take away a child like that." Madame Dubière remembered that there were 2 children, quite little, and she asked through her tears, with the tenacity of a wilful and spoiled woman, "But is the other little one not yours?" Father Tuvache answered, "No, it is our neighbors. You can go to them if you wish." And he went back into his house, whence resounded the indignant voice of his wife. The Valons were at table, slowly eating slices of bread, which they parsimoniously spread with a little rancid butter on a plate between the 2. Monsieur Dubière recommenced his proposals, but with more insinuations, more oratorical precautions, more shrewdness. The 2 country people shook their heads in a sign of refusal, but when they learned that they were to have 100 francs a month, they considered the matter, consulting one another by glances, much disturbed. They kept silent for a long time, tortured, hesitating. At last the woman asked, "What do you say to it, man?" In a weighty tone he said, "I say it's not to be despised." Madame Dubier, trembling with anguish, spoke of the future of the child, of his happiness, and of the money which he could give them later. The peasant asked, "This pension of 1,200 francs, will it be promised before a lawyer?" Monsieur Dubier responded, "Why, certainly, beginning with tomorrow." The woman, who was thinking it over, continued, 100 francs a month is not enough to pay for depriving us of the child. That child would be working in a few years. We must have 120 francs. Tapping her foot with impatience, Madame Dubier granted it at once, and, as she wished to carry off the child with her, she gave 100 francs extra as a present, while her husband drew up a paper, and the young woman, radiant, carried off the howling brat as one carries away a wished-for knick-knack from the shop. The Tuvaches, from their door, watched her departure, silent, serious, perhaps regretting their refusal. Nothing more was heard of little Jean Valin. The parents went to the lawyer every month to collect their 120 francs. They had quarreled with their neighbors, because Mother Tuvache grossly insulted them, continually, repeating from door to door that one must be unnatural to sell one's child, that it was horrible, disgusting bribery. Sometimes she would take her Charlot in her arms, ostentatiously exclaiming, as if he understood, "I didn't sell you, I didn't. I didn't sell you, my little one. I'm not rich, but I don't sell my children." The Valins lived comfortably, thanks to the pension. That was the cause of the unappeasable fury of the Tuvaches, who had remained miserably poor. Their eldest went away to serve his time in the army. Charlot alone remained to labor with his old father, to support the mother and 2 younger sisters. He had reached 21 years, when one morning a brilliant carriage stopped before the 2 cottages. A young gentleman with a gold watch chain got out, giving his hand to an aged, white-haired lady. The old lady said to him, "It is there, my child, the second house," and he entered the house of the Valins as though at home. The old mother was washing her aprons, the infirm father slumbered at the chimney corner. Both raised their heads, and the young man said, "Good morning, Papa. Good morning, Mamma." They both stood up, frightened. In a flutter, the peasant woman dropped her soap into the water and stammered, "Is it you, my child? Is it you, my child?" He took her in his arms and hugged her, repeating, "Good morning, Mamma," while the old man, all a tremble, said in his calm tone which he never lost, "Here you are back again, Jean," as if he had just seen him a month ago. When they had got to know one another again, the parents wished to take their boy out in the neighborhood and show him. They took him to the mayor, to the deputy, to the curé, and the schoolmaster. Charlot, standing on the threshold of this cottage, watched him pass. In the evening at supper, he said to the old people, "You must have been stupid to let the Valins' boy be taken." The mother answered obstinately, "I wouldn't sell my child." The father remained silent. The son continued, "It is unfortunate to be sacrificed like that." Then Father Tuvache, in an angry tone, said, "Are you going to reproach us for having kept you?" And the young man said brutally, "Yes, I reproach you for having been such fools. Parents like you make the misfortune of their children. You deserve that I should leave you." The old woman wept over her plate. She moaned as she swallowed the spoonfuls of soup, half of which she spilled. "One may kill oneself to bring up children." Then the boy said, roughly, "I'd rather not have been born than be what I am. When I saw the other, my heart stood still. I said to myself, see what I should have been now?" He got up. "See here, I feel that I would do better not to stay here, because I would throw it up to you from morning till night, and I would make your life miserable. I'll never forgive you for that." The 2 old people were silent, downcast, in tears. He continued, "No, the thought of that would be too much. I'd rather look for a living somewhere else." He opened the door. A sound of voices came in. The Valins were celebrating the return of their child. End of section 115. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 116 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 116. Coward. In society he was called Handsome Signoles. His name was Vicomte Gontran Joseph de Signol. An orphan and possessed of an ample fortune, he cut quite a dash, as it is called. He had an attractive appearance and manner, could talk well, and had a certain inborn elegance, an air of pride and nobility, a good mustache, and a tender eye that always finds favor with women. He was in great request at receptions, waltzed to perfection, and was regarded by his own sex with that smiling hostility accorded to the popular society man. He had been suspected of more than one love affair, calculated to enhance the reputation of a bachelor. He lived a happy, peaceful life, a life of physical and mental well-being. He had won considerable fame as a swordsman, and still more as a marksman. "When the time comes for me to fight a duel," he said, "I shall choose pistols. With such a weapon I am sure to kill my man." One evening, having accompanied 2 women friends of his, with their husbands, to the theatre, He invited them to take some ice cream at Tortoni's after the performance. They had been seated a few minutes in the restaurant when Signoles noticed that a man was staring persistently at one of the ladies. She seemed annoyed and lowered her eyes. At last she said to her husband, "There's a man over there looking at me. I don't know him, do you?" The husband, who had noticed nothing, glanced across at the offender and said, "No, not in the least." The wife continued, half smiling, half angry, "It's very tiresome. He spoils my ice cream." The husband shrugged his shoulders. "Nonsense, don't take any notice of him. If we were to bother our heads about all the ill-mannered people, we should have no time for anything else." But the Vicomte abruptly left his seat. He could not allow this insolent fellow to spoil an ice for a guest of his. It was for him to take cognizance of the offense, since it was through him that his friends had come to the restaurant. He went across to the man and said, "Sir, you are staring at these ladies in a manner I cannot permit. I must ask you to desist from your rudeness." The other replied, "Leave me alone, will you?" "Take care, sir," said the Vicomte between his teeth, "or you will force me to extreme measures." The man replied with a single word, a foul word which could be heard from one end of the restaurant to the other and which startled everyone there. All those whose backs were toward the two disputants turned round, all the others raised their heads, 3 waiters spun round on their heels like tops, the 2 lady cashiers jumped as if shot, then turned their bodies simultaneously, like 2 automata worked by the same spring. There was a dead silence. Then suddenly a sharp, crisp sound. The Vicomte had slapped his adversary's face. Everyone rose to interfere. Cards were exchanged. When the Vicomte reached home, he walked rapidly up and down his room for a few minutes. He was in a state of too great of agitation to think connectedly. One idea alone possessed him, a duel. But this idea aroused in him as yet no emotion of any kind. He had done what he was bound to do. He had proved himself to be what he ought to be. He would be talked about, approved, congratulated. He repeated aloud, speaking as one does when under the stress of great mental disturbance. What a brute of a man! Then he sat down and began to reflect. He would have to find seconds as soon as morning came. Whom should he choose? He bethought himself of the most influential and best-known men of his acquaintance. His choice fell at last on the Marquis de la Tournoire and Colonel Bourdon, a nobleman and a soldier. That would be just the thing. Their names would carry weight in the newspapers. He was thirsty and drank 3 glasses of water, one after the other. Then he walked up and down again. If he showed himself brave, determined, prepared to face a duel in deadly earnest, his adversary would probably draw back and proffer excuses. He picked up the card he had taken from his pocket and thrown on a table. He read it again, as he had already read it, first at a glance in the restaurant, and afterward on the way home in the light of each gas lamp. Georges Lamille, 51 Rue Moncey. That was all. He examined closely this collection of letters which seemed to him mysterious, fraught with many meanings. Georges Lamille. Who was the man? What was his profession? Why had he stared so at the woman? Was it not monstrous that a stranger, an unknown, should thus all at once upset one's whole life, simply because it had pleased him to stare rudely at a woman? And the Vicomte once more repeated aloud, "What a brute!" Then he stood motionless, thinking, his eyes still fixed on the card. Anger rose in his heart against the scrap of paper. A resentful anger, mingled with a strange sense of uneasiness. It was a stupid business altogether. He took up a penknife which lay open within reach and deliberately struck it into the middle of the printed name, as if he were stabbing someone. So he would have to fight. Should he choose swords or pistols? For he considered himself as the insulted party. With the sword he would risk less, but with the pistol there was some chance of his adversary backing out. A duel with swords is rarely fatal, since mutual prudence prevents the combatants from fighting close enough to each other for a point to enter very deep. With pistols he would seriously risk his life. But, on the other hand, he might come out of the affair with flying colors, and without a duel after all. "I must be firm," he said. "The fellow will be afraid." The sound of his own voice startled him, and he looked nervously round the room. He felt unstrung. He drank another glass of water, and then began undressing, preparatory to going to bed. As soon as he was in bed, he blew out the light and shut his eyes. "I have all day tomorrow," he reflected, "for setting my affairs in order. I must sleep now in order to be calm when the time comes." He was very warm in bed, but he could not succeed in losing consciousness. He tossed and turned, remained for 5 minutes lying on his back, then changed to his left side, then rolled over to his right. He was thirsty again, and rose to drink. Then a qualm seized him. Can it be possible that I am afraid? Why did his heart beat so uncontrollably at every well-known sound in his room? When the clock was about to strike, the prefatory grating of its spring made him start, and for several seconds he panted for breath, so unnerved was he. He began to reason with himself on the possibility of such a thing. Could I by any chance be afraid? No, indeed, he could not be afraid, since he was resolved to proceed to the last extremity, since he was irrevocably determined to fight without flinching, and yet he was so perturbed in mind and body that he asked himself, "Is it possible to be afraid in spite of oneself?" And this doubt, this fearful question took possession of him. If an irresistible power, stronger than his own will, were to quell his courage, what would happen? He would certainly go to the place appointed, his will would force him that far. But supposing, when there, he were to tremble or faint, and he thought of his social standing, his reputation, his name, and he suddenly determined to get up and look at himself in the glass. He lighted his candle. When he saw his face reflected in the mirror, he scarcely recognized it. He seemed to see before him a man whom he did not know. His eyes looked disproportionately large, and he was very pale. He remained standing before the mirror. He put out his tongue as if to examine the state of his health, and all at once the thought flashed into his mind. At this time, the day after tomorrow, I may be dead. And his heart throbbed painfully. At this time, the day after tomorrow, I may be dead. This person in front of me, this I whom I see in the glass, will perhaps be no more. What? Here I am. I look at myself. I feel myself to be alive. And yet in 24 hours I may be lying on that bed with closed eyes, dead, cold, inanimate. He turned round and could see himself distinctly lying on his back on the couch he had just quitted. He had the hollow face and the limp hands of death. Then he became afraid of his bed, and to avoid it went to his smoking room. He mechanically took a cigar, lighted it, and began walking back and forth. He was cold. He took a step toward the bell to wake his valet, but stopped with hand raised toward the bell rope. He would see that I am afraid. And instead of ringing, he made a fire himself. His hands quivered nervously as they touched various objects. His head grew dizzy, his thoughts confused, disjointed, painful. A numbness seized his spirit as if he had been drinking. And all the time he kept on saying, "What shall I do? What will become of me?" His whole body trembled spasmodically. He rose, and going to the window drew back the curtains. The day, a summer day, was breaking. The pink sky cast a glow on the city, its roofs and its walls. A flush of light enveloped the awakened world like a caress from the rising sun, and the glimmer of dawn kindled new hope in the breast of the Vicomte. What a fool he was, to let himself succumb to fear before anything was decided, before his seconds had interviewed those of Georges Lemille, before he even knew whether he would have to fight or not. He bathed, dressed, and left the house with a firm step. He repeated as he went, "I must be firm, very firm. I must show that I am not afraid." His seconds, the Marquis and the Colonel, placed themselves at his disposal, and, having shaken him warmly by the hand, began to discuss details. "You want a serious duel?" asked the Colonel. "Yes, quite serious," replied the Vicomte. "You insist on pistols," said the Marquis. "Yes." "Do you leave all other arrangements in our hands?" With a dry, jerky voice, the Vicomte answered, 20 paces, at a given signal, the arm to be raised, not lowered, shots to be exchanged until one or other is seriously wounded." "Excellent conditions," declared the Colonel in a satisfied tone. "You are a good shot. All the chances are in your favor." And they parted. The Vicomte returned home to wait for them. His agitation, only temporarily allayed, now increased momentarily. He felt, in arms, legs, and chest, a sort of trembling, a continuous vibration. He could not stay still, either sitting or standing. His mouth was parched, and he made every now and then a clicking movement of the tongue, as if to detach it from his palate. He attempted to take luncheon, but could not eat. Then it occurred to him to seek courage and drink, and he sent for a decanter of rum, which he swallowed, one after another, 6 small glasses. A burning warmth, followed by a deadening of the mental faculties, ensued. He said to himself, "I know how to manage. Now it will be all right." But at the end of an hour he had emptied the decanter, and his agitation was worse than ever. A mad longing possessed him to throw himself on the ground, to bite, to scream. Night fell. A ring at the bell so unnerved him that he had not the strength to rise to receive his seconds. He dared not even speak to them, wish them good day, utter a single word, lest his changed voice should betray him. "All is arranged as you wished," said the Colonel. "Your adversary claimed at first the privilege of the offended part, but he yielded almost at once and accepted your conditions. His seconds are 2 military men." "Thank you," said the Vicomte. The Marquis added, "Please excuse us if we do not stay now, for we have a good deal to see to yet. We shall want a reliable doctor, since the duel is not to end until a serious wound is inflicted, and you know that bullets are not to be trifled with. We must select a spot near some house to which the wounded party can be carried if necessary. In fact, the arrangements will take us another 2 or 3 hours at least." The Vicomte articulated for the second time, "Thank you." "You're all right?" asked the Colonel. "Quite calm?" "Perfectly calm, thank you." The 2 men withdrew. When he was once more alone, he felt as though he should go mad. His servant having lighted the lamps, he sat down at his table to write some letters. When he had traced at the top of a sheet of paper the words, "This is my last will and testament," he started from his seat, feeling himself incapable of connected thought, of decision in regard to anything. Every now and then his teeth chattered audibly. He thought he would read, and took down Chateau Villard's rules of dueling. Then he said, "Is the other man practised in the use of his pistol? Is he well known? Can I find out?" He remembered Baron de Vaux's book on marksmen, and searched for it from end to end. Georges Lamille was not mentioned. And yet, if he were not an adept, would he have accepted without demur such a dangerous weapon, and such deadly conditions? He opened a case of Gaston Renette which stood on a small table, and took from it a pistol. Next he stood in the correct attitude for firing, and raised his arm, but he was trembling from head to foot, and the weapon shook in his grasp. Then he said to himself, "It is impossible, I cannot fight like this." He looked at the little black, death-spitting hole at the end of the pistol. He thought of dishonor, of the whispers at the clubs, the smiles in his friends' drawing-rooms, the contempt of women, the veiled sneers of the newspapers, the insults that would be hurled at him by cowards. He still looked at the weapon, and raising the hammer saw the glitter of the priming below it. The pistol had been left loaded by some chance, some oversight, and the discovery rejoiced him, he knew not why. If he did not maintain, in the presence of his opponent, the steadfast bearing which was so necessary to his honor, he would be ruined forever. He would be branded, stigmatized as a coward, hounded out of society. And he knew, that he could not maintain that calm, unmoved demeanor. And yet he was brave, since the thought that followed was not even rounded to finish in his mind. But, opening his mouth wide, he suddenly plunged the barrel of the pistol as far back as his throat, and pressed the trigger. When the valet, alarmed at the report, rushed into the room, he found his master lying dead upon his back. A spurt of blood had splashed the white paper on the table, and had made a great crimson stain beneath the words, "This is my last will and testament." End of section 116. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 117 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 117. Old Mongilet. In the office, old Mongilet was considered a type. He was a good old employee who had never been outside Paris but once in his life. It was the end of July, and each of us, every Sunday, went to roll in the grass or soak in the water in the country nearby. Asnières, Argenteuil, Chatou, Bourgeois, Maison, Poissy had their habitués and their ardent admirers. We argued about the merits and advantages of all these places, celebrated and delightful to all Parisian employees. Daddy Mongilet declared, "You are like a lot of sheep. It must be pretty, this country you talk of." "Well, how about you, Mongilet? Don't you ever go on an excursion?" "Yes, indeed, I go in an omnibus. When I have had a good luncheon, without any hurry, at the wine shop down there, I look up my route with a plan of Paris, and the timetables of the lines and connections. And then I climb up on the box, open my umbrella, and off I go. Oh, I see lots of things, more than you, I bet. I change my surroundings. It is as though I were taking a journey across the world. The people are so different in one street and another. I know my Paris better than anyone. And then, there is nothing more amusing than the entresols. You would not believe what one sees in there at a glance. One guesses at domestic scenes simply at sight of the face of a man who is roaring. One is amused on passing by a barber's shop to see the barber leave his customer whose face is covered with lather to look out in the street. One exchanges heartfelt glances with the milliners just for fun, as one has no time to alight. Ah, how many things one sees! It is the drama, the real, the true, the drama of nature, seen as the horses trot by. Heavens! I would not give my excursions in the omnibus for all your stupid excursions in the woods. Come and try it, Mongilet. Come to the country once just to see. I was there once, he replied, 20 years ago, and you will never catch me there again. Tell us about it, Mongilet. If you wish to hear it, this is how it was. You knew Boivin, the old editorial clerk whom we called Boileau? Yes, perfectly. He was my office chum. The rascal had a house at Colombes and always invited me to spend a Sunday with him. He would say, "Come along, Maculotte." He called me Maculotte for fun. "You will see what a nice excursion we will take." I let myself be entrapped like an animal and set out, one morning by the 8 o'clock train. I arrived at a kind of town, a country town where there is nothing to see, and I at length found my way to an old wooden door with an iron bell, at the end of an alley between two walls. I rang and waited a long time, and at last the door opened. What was it that opened it? I could not tell at the first glance, a woman or an ape. The creature was old, ugly, covered with old clothes that looked dirty and wicked. It had chicken's feathers in its hair and looked as though it would devour me. "What do you want?" she said. "Mr. Bourgeois." "What do you want of him, of Mr. Bourgeois?" I felt ill at ease for being questioned by this fury. I stammered, "Why, he expects me." "Ah, it is you who have come to luncheon?" "Yes," I stammered, trembling. Then, turning toward the house, she cried in an angry tone, "Bourgeois, here is your man." It was my friend's wife. Little Bourgeois appeared immediately on the threshold of a sort of barrack of plaster covered with zinc that looked like a footstove. He wore white duck trousers covered with stains and a dirty Panama hat. After shaking my hands warmly, he took me into what he called his garden. It was at the end of another alleyway, enclosed by high walls, and was a little square the size of a pocket-handkerchief, surrounded by houses that were so high that the sun could reach it only 2 or 3 hours in the day. Pansies, pinks, wallflowers, and a few rose bushes were languishing in this well without air, and hot as an oven from the refraction of heat from the roofs. "I have no trees," said Bourgeois, "but the neighbors' walls take their place. I have as much shade as in a wood." Then he took hold of a button of my coat and said in a low tone, "You can do me a service. You saw the wife. She's not agreeable, eh? Today, as I had invited you, she gave me clean clothes, but if I spot them, all is lost. I counted on you to water my plants." I agreed. I took off my coat, rolled up my sleeves, and began to work the handle of a kind of pump that wheezed, puffed, and rattled like a consumptive as it emitted a thread of water like a Wallace drinking fountain. It took me 10 minutes to water it, and I was in a bath of perspiration. Bourgeois directed me. "Here, this plant, a little more, enough, now this one." The watering pot leaked, and my feet got more water than the flowers. The bottoms of my trousers were soaking and covered with mud, and 20 times running I kept it up, soaking my feet afresh each time, and perspiring anew as I worked on the handle of the pump. And when I was tired out and wanted to stop, Bourgeois, in a voice of entreaty, said as he put his hand on my arm, "Just one more watering pot full, just one, and that will be all." To thank me he gave me a rose, a big rose, but hardly had it touched my buttonhole than it fell to pieces, leaving only a hard little green knot as a decoration. I was surprised, but said nothing. Madame Bourgeois' voice was heard in the distance. "Are you ever coming when you know that luncheon is ready?" We went toward the footstove. If the garden was in the shade, the house, on the other hand, was in the blazing sun, and the sweating room in the Turkish bath is not as hot as was my friend's dining room. 3 plates, at the side of which were some half-washed forks, were placed on a table of yellow wood, in the middle of which stood an earthenware dish, containing boiled beef and potatoes. We began to eat. A large water bottle, full of water, lightly colored with wine, attracted my attention. Bourgeois, embarrassed, said to his wife, "See here, my dear, just on a special occasion, are you not going to give us some plain wine?" She looked at him furiously. "So that you may both get tipsy, is that it? And stay here gabbing all day? A fig for your special occasion." He said no more. After the stew, she brought in another dish of potatoes cooked with bacon. When this dish was finished, still in silence, she announced, "That is all. Now get out." Bourgeois looked at her in astonishment. "But the pigeon? The pigeon you plucked this morning?" She put her hands on her hips. "Perhaps you have not had enough. Because you bring people here is no reason why we should devour all that there is in the house. What is there for me to eat this evening?" We rose. Bourgeois whispered, "Wait for me a second and we will skip." He went into the kitchen where his wife had gone, and I overheard him say, "Give me 20 sous, my dear." "What do you want with 20 sous?" "Why, one does not know what may happen. It is always better to have some money." She yelled so that I could hear, "No, I will not give it to you. As the man has had luncheon here, the least he can do is pay your expenses for the day." Bourgeois came back to fetch me. As I wished to be polite, I bowed to the mistress of the house, stammering, "Madame, many thanks. Kind welcome." "That's all right," she replied. "But do not bring him back drunk, for you will have to answer to me, you know." We set out. We had to cross a perfectly bare plain under the burning sun. I attempted to gather a flower along the road and gave a cry of pain. It had hurt my hand frightfully. They call these plants nettles. And everywhere there was a smell of manure, enough to turn your stomach. Bourgeois said, "Have a little patience, and we will reach the river bank." We reached the river. Here there was an odor of mud and dirty water, and the sun blazed down on the water so that it burned my eyes. I begged Bourgeois to go under cover somewhere. He took me into a kind of shanty filled with men, a river boatman's tavern. He said, "This does not look very grand, but it is very comfortable." I was hungry. I ordered an omelette. But lo and behold, at the second glass of wine, that beggar Bourgeois lost his head, and I understand why his wife gave him water diluted. He got up, declaimed, wanted to show his strength, interfered in a quarrel between two drunken men who were fighting, and but for the landlord who came to the rescue, we should both have been killed. I dragged him away, holding him up until we reached the first bush where I deposited him. I lay down beside him, and it seems I fell asleep. We must certainly have slept a long time, for it was dark when I awoke. Bourgeois was snoring at my side. I shook him. He rose, but he was still drunk, though a little less so. We set out through the darkness across the plain. Bourgeois said he knew the way. He made me turn to the left, then to the right, then to the left. We could see neither sky nor earth, and found ourselves lost in the midst of a kind of forest of wooden stakes that came as high as our noses. It was a vineyard, and these were the supports. There was not a single light on the horizon. We wandered about in this vineyard for about an hour or two, hesitating, reaching out our arms without finding any limit, for we kept retracing our steps. At length, Bourgeois fell against a stake that tore his cheek, and he remained in a sitting posture on the ground, uttering with all his might long and resounding hellos, while I screamed, "Help! Help!" as loud as I could, lighting candle matches to show the way to our rescuers, and also to keep up my courage. At last a belated peasant heard us and put us on our right road. I took Bourgeois to his home, but as I was leaving him on the threshold of his garden, the door opened suddenly, and his wife appeared, a candle in her hand. She frightened me horribly. As soon as she saw her husband, whom she must have been waiting for since dark, she screamed as she darted toward me, "Ah, scoundrel, I knew you would bring him back drunk." My, how I made my escape, running all the way to the station, and as I thought the fury was pursuing me, I shut myself in an inner room, as the train was not due for half an hour. That is why I never married, and why I never go out of Paris. End of section 117. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 118 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 118. Moonlight. Madame Julie Roubert was expecting her elder sister, Madame Henriette Latour, who had just returned from a trip to Switzerland. The Latour household had left nearly 5 weeks before. Madame Henriette had allowed her husband to return alone to their estate in Calvados, where some business required his attention, and had come to spend a few days in Paris with her sister. Night came on. In the quiet parlor, Madame Roubert was reading in the twilight in an absent-minded way, raising her eyes whenever she heard a sound. At last she heard a ring at the door, and her sister appeared, wrapped in a traveling cloak, and without any formal greeting they clasped each other in an affectionate embrace, only desisting for a moment to give each other another hug. Then they talked about their health, about their respective families, and 1,000 other things, gossiping, jerking out hurried, broken sentences as they followed each other about, while Madame Henriette was removing her hat and veil. It was now quite dark. Madame Roubert rang for a lamp, and as soon as it was brought in, she scanned her sister's face, and was on the point of embracing her once more. But she held back, scared and astonished at the other's appearance. On her temples, Madame Latour had 2 large locks of white hair. All the rest of her hair was of a glossy raven-black hue, but there alone, at each side of her head, as it were, ran 2 silvery streams which were immediately lost in the black mass surrounding them. She was, nevertheless, only 24 years old, and this change had come on suddenly since her departure for Switzerland. Without moving, Madame Roubert glanced at her in amazement, tears rising to her eyes, as she thought that some mysterious and terrible calamity must have befallen her sister. She asked, "What is the matter with you, Henriette?" Smiling with a sad face, the smile of one who is heartsick, the other replied, "Why, nothing, I assure you. Were you noticing my white hair?" But Madame Roubert impetuously seized her by the shoulders, and with a searching glance at her, repeated, "What is the matter with you? Tell me what is the matter with you, and if you tell me a falsehood, I'll soon find out." They remained face to face, and Madame Henriette, who looked as if she were about to faint, had 2 pearly tears in the corners of her drooping eyes. Her sister continued, "What has happened to you? What is the matter with you? Answer me." Then, in a subdued voice, the other murmured, I have a lover." And hiding her forehead on the shoulder of her younger sister, she sobbed. Then, when she had grown a little calmer, when the heaving of her breast had subsided, she commenced to unbosom herself, as if to cast forth the secret from herself, to empty this sorrow of hers into a sympathetic heart. Thereupon, holding each other's hands tightly clasped, the 2 women went over to a sofa in a dark corner of the room, into which they sank, and the younger sister, passing her arm over the elder one's neck, and drawing her close to her heart, listened. "Oh, I know that there was no excuse for me. I do not understand myself, and since that day I feel as if I were mad. Be careful, my child, about yourself. Be careful. If you only knew how weak we are, how quickly we yield and fall, it takes so little So little, a moment of tenderness, one of those sudden fits of melancholy which come over you, one of those longings to open your arms, to love, to cherish something, which we have all had at certain moments. You know my husband, and you know how fond I am of him, but he is mature and sensible, and cannot even comprehend the tender vibrations of a woman's heart. He is always the same, always good, always smiling, always kind, always perfect. Oh, how I sometimes have wished that he would clasp me roughly in his arms, that he would embrace me with those slow, sweet kisses which make two beings intermingle, which are like mute confidences. How I have wished that he were foolish, even weak, so that he might have need of me, of my caresses, of my tears. This all seems very silly, but we women are made like that. How can we help it? And yet the thought of deceiving him never entered my mind. Now it has happened, without love, without reason, without anything, simply because the moon shone one night on the lake of Lucerne. During the month when we were traveling together, my husband, with his calm indifference, paralyzed my enthusiasm, extinguished my poetic ardor. When we were descending the mountain paths at sunrise, when as the 4 horses galloped along with the diligence, we saw, in the transparent morning haze, valleys, woods, streams, and villages, I clasped my hands with delight and said to him, "How beautiful it is, dear! Give me a kiss. Kiss me now." He only answered, with a smile of chilling kindliness, "There is no reason why we should kiss each other because you like the landscape." And his words froze me to my heart. It seems to me that when people love each other, they ought to feel more moved by love than ever in the presence of beautiful scenes. In fact, I was brimming over with poetry which he kept me from expressing. I was almost like a boiler filled with steam and hermetically sealed. One evening, we had for 4 days been staying at a hotel in Fleulen. Robert, having one of his sick headaches, went to bed immediately after dinner, and I went to take a walk all alone along the edge of the lake. It was a night such as one reads of in fairy tales. The full moon showed itself in the middle of the sky, the tall mountains with their snowy crests seemed to wear silver crowns, the waters of the lake glittering with tiny shining ripples. The air was mild, with that kind of penetrating warmth which enervates us till we are ready to faint, to be deeply affected without any apparent cause. But how sensitive, how vibrating the heart is at such moments, how quickly it beats, and how intense is its emotion. I sat down on the grass and gazed at that vast, melancholy, and fascinating lake, and a strange feeling arose in me. I was seized with an insatiable need of love, a revolt against the gloomy dullness of my life. What? Would it never be my fate to wander, arm in arm, with a man I loved, along a moon-kissed bank like this? Was I never to feel on my lips those kisses so deep, delicious, and intoxicating, which lovers exchange on nights that seem to have been made by God for tenderness? Was I never to know ardent, feverish love in the moonlit shadows of a summer night? And I burst out weeping like a crazy woman. I had heard something stirring behind me. A man stood there, gazing at me. When I turned my head round, he recognized me, and, advancing, said, "You are weeping, madame?" It was a young barrister who was traveling with his mother, and whom we had often met. His eyes had frequently followed me. I was so confused that I did not know what answer to give or what to think of the situation. I told him I felt ill. He walked on by my side in a natural and respectful manner, and began talking to me about what we had seen during our trip. All that I had felt he translated into words. Everything that made me thrill he understood perfectly, better than I did myself. And all of a sudden he repeated some verses of Alfred de Musset. I felt myself choking, seized with indescribable emotion. It seemed to me that the mountains themselves, the lake, the moonlight, were singing to me things ineffably sweet. And it happened, I don't know how, I don't know why, in a sort of hallucination. As for him, I did not see him again until the morning of his departure. He gave me his card. And sinking into her sister's arms, Madame Latour broke into groans, almost into shrieks. Then Madame Roubert, with a self-contained and serious air, said very gently, "You see, sister, very often it is not a man that we love, but love itself, and your real lover that night was the moonlight." End of section 118. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 119 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 119, The First Snowfall. The long promenade of La Clochette winds in a curve along the edge of the blue water. Yonder to the right, Esterel juts out into the sea in the distance, obstructing the view and shutting out the horizon with its pretty southern outline of pointed summits, numerous and fantastic. To the left, the Isles of Sainte Marguerite and Saint Honorat almost level with the water, display their surface, covered with pine trees. And all along the great gulf, all along the tall mountains that encircle Cannes, the white villa residences seem to be sleeping in the sunlight. You can see them from a distance, the white houses scattered from the top to the bottom of the mountains, dotting the dark greenery with specks like snow. Those near the water have gates opening on the wide promenade, which is washed by the quiet waves. The air is soft and balmy. It is one of those warm winter days when there is scarcely a breath of cool air. Above the walls of the gardens may be seen orange trees and lemon trees, full of golden fruit. Ladies are walking slowly across the sand of the avenue, followed by children rolling hoops, or chatting with gentlemen. A young woman has just passed out through the door of her coquettish little house, facing La Croisette. She stops for a moment to gaze at the promenaders, smiles, and with an exhausted air makes her way toward an empty bench facing the sea. Fatigued after having gone 20 paces, she sits down out of breath. Her pale face seems that of a dead woman. She coughs and raises to her lips her transparent fingers as if to stop those paroxysms that exhaust her. She gazes at the sky full of sunshine and swallows, at the zigzag summits of the Esterel over yonder, and at the sea, the blue, calm, beautiful sea close beside her. She smiles again and murmurs, "Oh, how happy I am!" She knows, however, that she is going to die, that she will never see the springtime, that in a year, along the same promenade, these same people who pass before her now will come again to breathe the warm air of this charming spot, with their children a little bigger, with their hearts all filled with hopes, with tenderness, with happiness, while at the bottom of an oak coffin, the poor flesh which is still left to her today will have decomposed, leaving only her bones lying in the silk robe which she has selected for a shroud. She will be no more. Everything in life will go on as before for others. For her, life will be over forever. She will be no more. She smiles and inhales as well as she can, with her diseased lungs, the perfumed air of the gardens. And she sinks into a reverie. She recalls the past. She had been married 4 years ago to a Norman gentleman. He was a strong young man, bearded, healthy-looking, with wide shoulders, narrow mind, and joyous disposition. They had been united through financial motives which she knew nothing about. She would willingly have said no. She said yes with a movement of the head, in order not to thwart her father and mother. She was a Parisian, gay and full of the joy of living. Her husband brought her home to his Norman chateau. It was a huge stone building surrounded by tall trees of great age. A high clump of pine trees shut out the view in front. On the right, an opening in the trees presented a view of the plain, which stretched out in an unbroken level as far as the distant farmsteads. A crossroad passed before the gate and led to the high road 3 kilometers away. Oh, she recalls everything, her arrival, her first day in the new abode, and her isolated life afterward. When she stepped out of the carriage, she glanced at the old building and laughingly exclaimed, "It doesn't look cheerful." Her husband began to laugh in his turn and replied, "Pooh, we get used to it, you'll see. I never feel bored in it for my part." That day they passed their time in embracing each other, and she did not find it too long. This lasted fully a month. The days passed, one after the other, in insignificant yet absorbing occupations. She learned the value and the importance of the little things of life. She knew that people can interest themselves in the price of eggs, which cost a few centimes more or less according to the seasons. It was summer. She went to the fields to see the men harvesting. The brightness of the sunshine found an echo in her heart. The autumn came. Her husband went out shooting. He started in the morning with his 2 dogs, Medor and Mirza. She remained alone, without grieving, moreover, at Henry's absence. She was very fond of him, but she did not miss him. When he returned home, her affection was especially bestowed on the dogs. She took care of them every evening with a mother's tenderness, caressed them incessantly, gave them 1,000 charming little names which she had no idea of applying to her husband. He invariably told her all about his sport. He described the places where he found partridges, expressed his astonishment at not having caught any hares in Joseph le Dentu's clever, or else appeared indignant at the conduct of Monsieur le Chapelier of Havre, who always went along the edge of his property to shoot the game that he, Henry de Parville, had started. She replied, "Yes, indeed, it is not right," thinking of something else all the while. The winter came, the Norman winter, cold and rainy. The endless floods of rain came down on the slates of the great gabled roof, rising like a knife blade toward the sky. The roads seemed like rivers of mud, the country a plain of mud, and no sound could be heard save that of water falling. No movement could be seen save the whirling flight of crows that settled down like a cloud on a field and then hurried off again. About 4 o'clock, the army of dark flying creatures came and perched in the tall beeches at the left of the chateau, emitting deafening cries. During nearly an hour, they flew from treetop to treetop, seemed to be fighting, croaked, and made a black disturbance in the gray branches. She gazed at them each evening with a weight at her heart, so deeply was she impressed by the lugubrious melancholy of the darkness falling on the deserted country. Then she rang for the lamp and drew near the fire. She burned heaps of wood without succeeding in warming the spacious apartments reeking with humidity. She was cold all day long, everywhere, in the drawing-room, at meals, in her own apartment. It seemed to her she was cold to the marrow of her bones. Her husband only came for dinner. He was always out shooting, or else he was superintending sowing the seed, tilling the soil, and all the work of the country. He would come back jovial and covered with mud, rubbing his hands as he exclaimed, "What wretched weather!" Or else, "A fire looks comfortable." Or sometimes, "Well, how are you today? Are you in good spirits?" He was happy, in good health, without desires, thinking of nothing save the simple, healthy, and quiet life. About December, when the snow had come, she suffered so much from the icy cold air of the chateau, which seemed to have become chilled in passing through the centuries, just as human beings become chilled with years, that she asked her husband one evening, "Look here, Henry, you ought to have a furnace put into the house. It would dry the walls. I assure you that I cannot keep warm from morning till night." At first he was stunned at this extravagant idea of introducing a furnace into his manor house. It would have seemed more natural to him to have his dogs fed out of silver dishes. He gave a tremendous laugh from the bottom of his chest as he exclaimed, "A furnace here! A furnace here! Ha ha ha! What a good joke!" She persisted. "I assure you, dear, I feel frozen. You don't feel it because you are always moving about, but all the same, I feel frozen." He replied, still laughing, "Pooh, you'll get used to it, and besides, it is excellent for the health. You will only be all the better for it. We are not Parisians, damn it, to live in hot houses, and besides, the spring is quite near." About the beginning of January, a great misfortune befell her. Her father and mother died in a carriage accident. She came to Paris for the funeral, and her sorrow took entire possession of her mind for about 6 months. The mildness of the beautiful summer days finally roused her, and she lived along in a state of sad languor until autumn. When the cold weather returned, she was brought face to face, for the first time, with the gloomy future. What was she to do? Nothing. What was going to happen to her henceforth? Nothing. What expectation, what hope could revive her heart? None. A doctor who was consulted declared that she would never have children. Sharper, more penetrating still than the year before, the cold made her suffer continually. She stretched out her shivering hands to the big flames. The glaring fire burned her face, but icy whiffs seemed to glide down her back and to penetrate between her skin and her underclothing, and she shivered from head to foot. Innumerable draughts of air appeared to have taken up their abode in the apartment, living, crafty currents of air as cruel as enemies. She encountered them at every moment. They blew on her incessantly their perfidious and frozen hatred, now on her face, now on her hands, and now on her back. Once more she spoke of a furnace, but her husband listened to her request as if she were asking for the moon. The introduction of such an apparatus at Parville appeared to him as impossible as the discovery of the philosopher's stone. Having been at Rouen on business one day, he brought back to his wife a dainty foot-warmer made of copper, which he laughingly called a portable furnace, and he considered that this would prevent her henceforth from ever being cold. Toward the end of December, she understood that she could not always live like this, and she said timidly one evening at dinner, "Listen, dear, are we not going to spend a week or 2 in Paris before spring?" He was stupefied. "In Paris? In Paris? But what are we to do there? Ah, by Jove, we are better off here. What odd ideas come into your head sometimes?" She faltered. "It might distract us a little." He did not understand. "What is it you want to distract you? Theaters, evening parties, dinners in town? You knew, however, when you came here, that you ought not to expect any distractions of this kind." She saw a reproach in these words, and in the tone in which they were uttered. She relapsed into silence. She was timid and gentle, without resisting power, and without strength of will. In January the cold weather returned with violence. Then the snow covered the earth. One evening, as she watched the great black crowd of crows disappearing among the trees, she began to weep in spite of herself. Her husband came in. He asked in great surprise, "What is the matter with you?" He was happy, quite happy, never having dreamed of another life or other pleasures. He had been born and had grown up in this melancholy district. He felt contented in his own house, at ease in body and mind. He did not understand that one might desire incidents, have a longing for changing pleasures. He did not understand that it does not seem natural to certain beings to remain in the same place during the 4 seasons. He did not seem to know that spring, summer, autumn, and winter have, for multitudes of persons, fresh amusements in new places. She could say nothing in reply, and she quickly dried her eyes. At last she murmured in a despairing tone, I am a little sad. I am a little bored." but she was terrified at having even said so much, and added very quickly, "And besides, I am a little cold." This last plea made him angry. "Ah, yes, still your idea of the furnace. But look here, deuce take it, you have not had one cold since you have been here." Night came on. She went up to her room, for she had insisted on having a separate apartment. She went to bed. Even in bed she felt cold. She thought, "It will always be like this. Always until I die." And she thought of her husband. How could he have said, "You have not had one cold since you came here"? She would have to be ill, to cough, before he could understand what she suffered. And she was filled with indignation, the angry indignation of a weak, timid being. She must cough. Then perhaps he would take pity on her. Well, she would cough. He should hear her coughing. The doctor should be called in. He should see. Her husband, he should see. She got out of bed, her legs and her feet bare, and a childish idea made her smile. "I want a furnace, and I must have it. I shall cough so much that he'll have to put one in the house." And she sat down in a chair in her nightdress. She waited an hour. 2 hours. She shivered, but she did not catch cold. Then she resolved on a bold experiment. She noiselessly left her room, descended the stairs, and opened the gate into the garden. The earth, covered with snows, seemed dead. She abruptly thrust forward her bare foot and plunged it into the icy, fleecy snow. A sensation of cold, painful as a wound, mounted to her heart. However, she stretched out the other leg and began to descend the steps slowly. Then she advanced through the grass, saying to herself, "I'll go as far as the pine trees." She walked with quick steps, out of breath, gasping every time she plunged her foot into the snow. She touched the first pine tree with her hand, as if to assure herself that she had carried out her plan to the end. Then she went back to the house. She thought 2 or 3 times that she was going to fall, so numbed and weak did she feel. Before going in, however, she sat down in that icy fleece and even took up several handfuls to rub on her chest. Then she went in and got to bed. It seemed to her at the end of an hour that she had a swarm of ants in her throat, and that other ants were running all over her limbs. She slept, however. Next day she was coughing and could not get up. She had inflammation of the lungs. She became delirious, and in her delirium she asked for a furnace. The doctor insisted on having one put in. Henry yielded, but with visible annoyance. She was incurable. Her lungs were seriously affected, and those about her feared for her life. "If she remains here, she will not last until the winter," said the doctor. She was sent south. She came to Caen, made the acquaintance of the sun, loved the sea, and breathed the perfume of orange blossoms. Then in the spring she returned north. But she now lived with the fear of being cured, with the fear of long winters of Normandy, and as soon as she was better she opened her window by night and recalled the sweet shores of the Mediterranean. And now she is going to die. She knows it, and she is happy. She unfolds a newspaper which she has not already opened, and reads this heading: "The First Snow in Paris." She shivers and then smiles. She looks across at the Esterel, which is becoming rosy in the rays of the setting sun. She looks at the vast blue sky, so blue, so very blue, and the vast blue sea, so very blue also, and she rises from her seat. And then she returned to the house with slow steps, only stopping to cough, for she had remained out too long and she was cold, a little cold. She finds a letter from her husband. She opens it, still smiling, and she reads, "My dear love, I hope that you are well, and that you do not regret too much our beautiful country. For some days last we have had a good frost which presages snow. For my part, I adore this weather, and you may believe that I do not light your damned furnace." She ceases reading, quite happy at the thought that she had her furnace put in. Her right hand, which holds the letter, falls slowly on her lap, while she raises her left hand to her mouth, as if to calm the obstinate cough which is racking her chest. End of section 119. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 120 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 120. Sundays of a Bourgeois, Part 1. Monsieur Patisseau, born in Paris, after having failed in his examinations at the Collège Henri IV, like many others, had entered the government service through the influence of one of his aunts, who kept a tobacco store where the head of one of the departments bought his provisions. He advanced very slowly, and would, perhaps, have died a 4th-class clerk without the aid of kindly Providence, which sometimes watches over our destiny. He is today 52 years old, and it is only at this age that he is beginning to explore, as a tourist, all that part of France which lies between the fortifications and the provinces. The story of this advance might be useful to many employees, just as the tale of his excursions may be of value to many Parisians, who will take them as a model for their own outings, and will thus, through his example, avoid certain mishaps which occurred to him. In 1854 he only enjoyed a salary of 1,800 francs. Through a peculiar trait of his character, he was unpopular with all his superiors, who let him languish in the eternal and hopeless expectation of the clerk's ideal, an increase in salary. Nevertheless he worked, but he did not know how to make himself appreciated. He had too much self-respect, he claimed. His self-respect consisted in never bowing to his superiors in a low and servile manner, as did, according to him, certain of his colleagues, whom he would not mention. He added that his frankness embarrassed many people, for, like all the rest, he protested against injustice and the favoritism shown to persons entirely foreign to the bureaucracy, but his indignant voice never passed beyond the little cage where he worked. First as a government clerk, then as a Frenchman, and finally as a man who believed in order he would adhere to whatever government was established, having an unbounded reverence for authority, except for that of his chiefs. Each time that he got the chance, he would place himself where he could see the emperor pass, in order to have the honor of taking his hat off to him, and he would go away puffed up with pride at having bowed to the head of the state. From his habit of observing the sovereign, he did as many others do. He imitated the way he trimmed his beard or arranged his hair, the cut of his clothes, his walk, his mannerisms. Indeed, how many men in each country seemed to be the living images of the head of the government? Perhaps he vaguely resembled Napoleon III, but his hair was black, therefore he dyed it, and then the likeness was complete. And when he met another gentleman in the street, also imitating the imperial countenance, he was jealous, and looked at him disdainfully. This need of imitation soon became his hobby, and, having heard an usher at the Tuileries imitate the voice of the emperor, he also acquired the same intonations, and studied slowness. He thus became so much like his model that they might easily have been mistaken for each other, and certain high dignitaries were heard to remark that they found it unseemly and even vulgar. The matter was mentioned to the Prime Minister, who ordered that the employee should appear before him, but at the sight of him he began to laugh, and repeated 2 or 3 times, "That's funny, really funny." This was repeated, and the following day Patisot's immediate superior recommended that his subordinate receive an increase of salary of 300 francs. He received it immediately. From that time on his promotions came regularly, thanks to his ape-like faculty of imitation. The presentiment that some high honor might come to him some day caused his chiefs to speak to him with deference. When the Republic was proclaimed, it was a disaster for him. He felt lost, done for, and, losing his head, he stopped dyeing his hair, shaved his face clean, and had his hair cut short, thus acquiring a paternal and benevolent expression which could not compromise him in any way. Then his chiefs took revenge for the long time during which he had imposed upon them, and, having all turned Republican through an interest of self-preservation, they cut down his salary and delayed his promotion. He too changed his opinions, but the Republic not being a palpable and living person whom one can resemble, and the presidents succeeding each other with rapidity, he found himself plunged in the greatest embarrassment, in terrible distress, and, after an unsuccessful imitation of his last ideal, Monsieur Thiers, he felt a check put on all his attempts at imitation. He needed a new manifestation of personality. He searched for a long time. Then, one morning, he arrived at the office wearing a new hat which had on the side a small red, white, and blue rosette. His colleagues were astounded. They laughed all that day, the next day, all the week, all the month. But the seriousness of his demeanor at last disconcerted them, and once more his superiors became anxious. What mystery could be hidden under this sign? Was it a simple manifestation of patriotism, or an affirmation of his allegiance to the Republic, or perhaps the badge of some powerful association? But to wear it so persistently, he must surely have some powerful and hidden protection. It would be well to be on one's guard, especially as he received all pleasantries with unruffled calmness. After that he was treated with respect, and his sham courage saved him. He was appointed head clerk on the 1st of January, 1880. His whole life had been spent indoors. He hated noise and bustle, and because of his love of rest and quiet he had remained a bachelor. He spent his Sundays reading tales of adventure and ruling guidelines, which he afterward offered to his colleagues. In his whole existence he had only taken 3 vacations of a week each, when he was changing his quarters. But sometimes on a holiday he would leave by an excursion train for Dieppe or Havre in order to celebrate his mind by the inspiring sight of the sea. He was full of that common sense which borders on stupidity. For a long time he had been living quietly, with economy, temperate through prudence, chaste by temperament, when suddenly he was assailed by a terrible apprehension. One evening in the street he suddenly felt an attack of dizziness which made him fear a stroke. He hastened to a physician, and for 5 francs obtained the following prescription. Monsieur X, 55 years old, bachelor, clerk, full-bodied, danger of apoplexy, cold water applications, moderate nourishment, plenty of exercise, Montellier, M.D. Patisseau was greatly distressed, and for a whole month in his office he kept a wet towel wrapped around his head like a turban, while the water continually dripped on his work, which he would have to do over again. Every once in a while he would read the prescription over, probably in the hope of finding some hidden meaning, of penetrating into the secret thought of the physician, and also of discovering some forms of exercise, which might perhaps make him immune from apoplexy. Then he consulted his friends, showing them the fateful paper. One advised boxing. He immediately hunted up an instructor, and, on the first day, he received a punch in the nose which immediately took away all his ambition in this direction. Single stick made him gasp for breath, and he grew so stiff from fencing that for 2 days and 2 nights he could not get any sleep. Then a bright idea struck him. It was to walk, every Sunday, to some suburb of Paris and even to certain places in the capital which he did not know. For a whole week his mind was occupied with thoughts of the equipment which you need for these excursions, and on Sunday the 30th of May he began his preparations. After reading all the extraordinary advertisements which poor, blind, and halt beggars distribute on street corners, he began to visit the stores with the intention of looking about him only and of buying later on. First of all, he visited a so-called American shoe store, where heavy traveling shoes were shown him. The clerk brought out a kind of ironclad contrivance, studded with spikes like a harrow, which he claimed to be made from Rocky Mountain bison skin. He was so carried away with them that he would willingly have bought 2 pair, but one was sufficient. He carried them away under his arm, which soon became numb from the weight. He next invested in a pair of corduroy trousers, such as carpenters wear, and a pair of oiled canvas leggings. Then he needed a knapsack for his provisions, a telescope so as to recognize villages perched on the slope of distant hills, and finally, a government survey map to enable him to find his way without asking the peasants toiling in the fields. Lastly, in order more comfortably to stand the heat, he decided to purchase a light alpaca jacket offered by the famous firm of Ramonneau, according to their advertisement, for the modest sum of 6 francs and 50 centimes. He went to the store and was welcomed by a distinguished-looking young man with a marvelous head of hair, nails as pink as those of a lady, and a pleasant smile. He showed him the garment. It did not correspond with the glowing style of the advertisement. Then Patisseau hesitatingly asked, "Well, monsieur, will it wear well?" The young man turned his eyes away in well-feigned embarrassment, like an honest man who does not wish to deceive a customer, and lowering his eyes, he said in a hesitating manner, "Dear me, monsieur, you understand that for 6 francs 50 we cannot turn out an article like this, for instance." And he showed him a much finer jacket than the first one. Patisseau examined it and asked the price, 12 francs 50. And it was very tempting, but before deciding he once more questioned the big young man, who was observing him attentively. "Is it that good? Do you guarantee it?" "Oh, certainly, monsieur, it is quite good, but of course you must not get it wet. Yes, it's really quite good, but you understand that there are goods and goods. It's excellent for the price. 12 francs 50, just think. Why, that's nothing at all. Naturally, a 25-franc coat is much better. For 25 francs, you get a superior quality, as strong as linen and which wears even better. If it gets wet, a little ironing will fix it right up. The color never fades, and it does not turn red in the sunlight. It is the warmest and lightest material out." He unfolded his wares, holding them up, shaking them, crumpling and stretching them in order to show the excellent quality of the cloth. He talked on convincingly, dispelling all hesitation by words and gesture. Patisseau was convinced. He brought the coat. The peasant salesman, still talking, tied up the bundle and continued praising the value of the purchase. When it was paid for, he was suddenly silent. He bowed with a superior air, and holding the door open, he watched his customer disappear, both arms filled with bundles and vainly trying to reach his hat to bow. Monsieur Patisseau returned home and carefully studied the map. He wished to try on his shoes, which were more like skates than shoes, owing to the spikes. He slipped and fell, promising himself to be more careful in the future. Then he spread out all his purchases on a chair and looked at them for a long time. He went to sleep with this thought. "Isn't it strange that I didn't think before of taking an excursion to the country?" During the whole week, Patisseau worked without ambition. He was dreaming of the outing which he had planned for the following Sunday, and he was seized by a sudden longing for the country, a desire of growing tender over nature, this thirst for rustic scenes which overwhelms Parisians in springtime. Only one person gave him any attention. It was a silent old copying clerk named Boivin, nicknamed Boileau. He himself lived in the country, and had a little garden which he cultivated carefully. His needs were small, and he was perfectly happy, so they said. Patisseau was now able to understand his tastes and the similarity of their ideals, and made them immediately fast friends. Old man Boivin said to him, "Do I like fishing, monsieur? Why, it's the delight of my life." Then Patisseau questioned him with deep interest. Boivin named all the fish who frolicked under this dirty water, and Patisseau thought he could see them. Bourgeois told about the different hooks, baits, spots, and times suitable for each kind, and Patisseau felt himself more like a fisherman than Bourgeois himself. They decided that the following Sunday they would meet for the opening of the season for the edification of Patisseau, who was delighted to have found such an experienced instructor. The day before the one when he was, for the first time in his life, to throw a hook into a river, Monsieur Patisseau bought, for 80 centimes, How to Become a Perfect Fisherman. In this work he learned many useful things, but he was especially impressed by the style, and he retained the following passage. In a word, if you wish, without books, without rules, to fish successfully, to the left or to the right, up or down stream, in the masterly manner that halts at no difficulty, then fish before, during, and after a storm, when the clouds break and the sky is streaked with lightning, when the earth shakes with the grumbling thunder. It is then that either through hunger or terror, all the fish forget their habits in a turbulent flight. In this confusion, follow or neglect all favorable signs, and just go on fishing. You will march to victory. In order to catch fish of all sizes, he bought 3 well-perfected poles, made to be used as a cane in the city, which, on the river, could be transformed into a fishing rod by a simple jerk. He bought some number 15 hooks for gudgeon, number 12 for bream, and with his number 7 he expected to fill his basket with carp. He bought no earthworms, because he was sure of finding them everywhere, but he laid in a provision of sandworms. He had a jar full of them, and in the evening he watched them with interest. The hideous creatures swarmed in their bath of bran as they do in putrid meat. Patisseau wished to practice baiting his hook. He took up one with disgust, but he had hardly placed the curved steel point against it when it split open. 20 times he repeated this without success, and he might have continued all night had he not feared to exhaust his supply of vermin. He left by the first train. The station was full of people equipped with fishing lines. Some, like Patisseau's, looked like simple bamboo canes. Others, in one piece, pointed their slender ends to the skies. They looked like a forest of slender sticks, which mingled and clashed like swords or swayed like masts over an ocean of broad-brimmed straw hats. When the train started, fishing rods could be seen sticking out of all the windows and doors, giving to the train the appearance of a huge bristly caterpillar winding through the fields. Everyone got off at Courbevoie and rushed for the stage for Bezons. A crowd of fishermen crowded on top of the coach, holding their rods in their hands, giving the vehicle the appearance of a porcupine. All along the road men were traveling in the same direction as though on a pilgrimage to an unknown Jerusalem. They were all carrying those long, slender sticks resembling those carried by the faithful returning to Palestine. A tin box on a strap was fastened to their backs. They were in a hurry. At Bezons the river appeared. People were lined along both banks, men in frock coats, others in duck suits, others in blouses. Women, children, and even young girls of marriageable age, all were fishing. Patisseau started for the dam where his friend Bourgeois was waiting for him. The latter greeted him rather coolly. He had just made the acquaintance of a big fat man of about 50 who seemed very strong and whose skin was tanned. All 3 hired a big boat and lay off almost under the fall of the dam, where the fish are most plentiful. Bourgeois was immediately ready. He baited his line and threw it out, and then sat motionless, watching the little float with extraordinary concentration. From time to time he would jerk his line out of the water and cast it farther out. The fat gentleman threw out his well-baited hooks, put his line down beside him, filled his pipe, lit it, crossed his arms, and, without another glance at the cork, he watched the water flow by. Patisseau once again began trying to stick sandworms on his hooks. After about 5 minutes of this occupation, he called to Bourgeois, "Monsieur Bourgeois, would you be so kind as to help me put these creatures on my hook? Try as I will, I can't seem to succeed." Bourgeois raised his head. "Please don't disturb me, Monsieur Patisseau, we are not here for pleasure." However, he baited the line, which Patisseau then threw out, carefully imitating all the motions of his friend. The boat was tossing wildly, shaken by the waves, and spun round like a top by the current, although anchored at both ends. Patisseau, absorbed in the sport, felt a kind of vague uneasiness. He was uncomfortably heavy and somewhat dizzy. They caught nothing. Little Bourgeois, very nervous, was gesticulating and shaking his head in despair. Patisseau was as sad as though some disaster had overtaken him. The fat gentleman alone, still motionless, was quietly smoking without paying any attention to his line. At last, Patisseau, disgusted, turned toward him and said in a mournful voice, "They're not biting, are they?" He quietly replied, "Of course not." Patisseau, surprised, looked at him. "Do you ever catch many?" "Never." "What? Never?" The fat man, still smoking like a factory chimney, let out the following words, which completely upset his neighbor. "It would bother me a lot if they did bite. I don't come here to fish. I come because I'm very comfortable here. I get shaken up as though I were at sea. If I take a line along, it's only to do as others do." Monsieur Patisseau, on the other hand, did not feel at all well. His discomfort, at first vague, kept increasing, and finally took on a definite form. He felt, indeed, as though he were being tossed by the sea, and he was suffering from seasickness. After the first attack had calmed down, he proposed leaving, but Bourgeois grew so furious that they almost came to blows. The fat man, moved by pity, rowed the boat back, and as soon as Patisseau had recovered from his seasickness, they bethought themselves of luncheon. 2 restaurants presented themselves. One of them, very small, looked like a beer garden, and was patronized by the poorer fishermen. The other one, which bore the imposing name of Linden Cottage, looked like a middle-class residence and was frequented by the aristocracy of the rod. The 2 owners, born enemies, watched each other with hatred across a large field which separated them, and where the white house of the dam keeper and of the inspector of the life-saving department stood out against the green grass. Moreover, these 2 officials disagreed, one of them upholding the beer garden and the other one defending the elms, and the internal feuds which arose in these 3 houses reproduced the whole history of mankind. Bourgeois, who knew the beer garden, wished to go there, exclaiming, "The food is very good, and it isn't expensive. You'll see. Anyhow, Monsieur Patisseau, you needn't expect me to get tipsy the way you did last Sunday. My wife was furious, you'll know, and she has sworn never to forgive you." The fat gentleman declared that he would only eat at the Elms, because it was an excellent place, and the cooking was as good as the best restaurants in Paris. "Do as you wish," declared Bourgeois. "I am going where I am accustomed to go." He left. Patisseau, displeased at his friend's actions, followed the fat gentleman. They ate together, exchanged ideas, discussed opinions, and found that they were made for each other. After the meal, everyone started to fish again, but the 2 new friends left together. Following along the banks, they stopped near the railroad bridge, and, still talking, they threw their lines in the water. The fish still refused to bite, but Patisseau was now making the best of it. A family was approaching. The father, whose whiskers stamped him as a judge, was holding an extraordinarily long rod. 3 boys of different sizes were carrying poles of different lengths, according to age, and the mother, who was very stout, gracefully maneuvered a charming rod with a ribbon tied to the handle. The father bowed and asked, "Is this spot good, gentlemen?" Patisseau was going to speak, when his friend answered, "Fine." The whole family smiled and settled down beside the fisherman. Then Patisseau was seized with a wild desire to catch a fish, just one, any kind, any size, in order to win the consideration of these people, so he began to handle his rod as he had seen Bourgeois do in the morning. He would let the cork follow the current to the end of the line, jerk the hooks out of the water, make them describe a large circle in the air, and throw them out again a little higher up. He had even, as he thought, caught the knack of doing this movement gracefully. He had just jerked his line out rapidly when he felt it caught on something behind him. He tugged, and a scream burst from behind him. He perceived, caught on one of his hooks, and describing in the air a curve like a meteor, a magnificent hat which he placed right in the middle of the river. He turned around, bewildered, dropping his pole, which followed the hat down the stream, and while the fat gentleman, his new friend, lay on his back and roared with laughter, that lady, hatless and astounded, choked with anger. Her husband was outraged and demanded the price of the hat, and Patisseau paid 3 times its value. Then the family departed, in a very dignified manner. Patisseau took another rod, and until nightfall he gave baths to sandworms. His neighbor was sleeping peacefully on the grass. Toward 7 in the evening he awoke. "Let's go away from here," he said. Then Patisseau withdrew his line, gave a cry, and sat down hard from astonishment. At the end of the string was a tiny little fish. When they looked at him more closely, they found that he had been hooked through the stomach. The hook had caught him as it was being drawn out of the water. Patisseau was filled with a boundless triumphant joy. He wished to have the fish fried for himself alone. During the dinner the friends grew still more intimate. He learned that the fat gentleman had lived at Argenteuil, and had been sailing boats for 30 years without losing interest in the sport. He accepted to take luncheon with him the following Sunday, and to take a sail in his friend's clipper, Plongeon. He became so interested in the conversation that he forgot all about his catch. He did not remember it until after the coffee, and he demanded that it be brought him. It was alone in the middle of the platter, and looked like a yellow, twisted gnat. But he ate it with pride and relish, and at night on the omnibus he told his neighbors that he had caught 14 pounds of fish during the day. Monsieur Patisseau had promised his friend the boating man that he would spend the following Sunday with him. An unforeseen occurrence changed his plan. One evening on the boulevard he met one of his cousins, whom he saw but very seldom. He was a pleasant journalist, well received in all classes of society, who offered to show Patisseau many interesting things. "What are you going to do next Sunday?" "I'm going boating at Argenteuil." "Come on, boating is an awful bore. There's no variety to it. Listen, I'll take you along with me. I'll introduce you to 2 celebrities. We will visit the homes of 2 artists." "But I have been ordered to go into the country." "That's just where we'll go. On the way we'll call on Meissonier at his place in Poissy, then we'll walk over to Medan, where Zola lives. I have been commissioned to obtain his next novel for our newspaper." Patisseau, wild with joy, accepted the invitation. He even bought a frock coat, as his own was much too worn to make a good appearance. He was terribly afraid of saying something foolish either to the artist or to the man of letters, as do people who speak of an art which they have never professed. He mentioned his fears to his cousin, who laughed and answered, "Pshaw! Just pay them compliments, nothing but compliments. Always compliments. In that way, if you say anything foolish, it will be overlooked. Do you know Miss Saunier's paintings?" "I should say I do." "Have you read the Rougon-Macquart series?" "From first to last." "That's enough. Mention a painting from time to time, speak of a novel here and there, and add, 'Superb, extraordinary, delightful technique, wonderfully powerful.' In that way you can always get along. I know that those two are very blasé about everything, but admiration always pleases an artist." Sunday morning they left for Poissy. Just a few steps from the station, at the end of the church square, they found Miss Saunier's property. After passing through a low door, painted red, which led into a beautiful alley of vines, the journalist stopped, and, turning toward his companion, asked, "What is your idea of Miss Saunier?" Patisseau hesitated. At last he decided. A little man, well-groomed, clean-shaven, a soldierly appearance. The other smiled. "All right, come along." A quaint building in the form of a chalet appeared to the left, and to the right side, almost opposite, was the main house. It was a strange-looking building, where there was a mixture of everything, a mingling of Gothic fortress, manor, villa, hut, residence, cathedral, mosque, pyramid, a weird combination of Eastern and Western architecture. The style was complicated enough to set a classical architect crazy, and yet there was something whimsical and pretty about it. It had been invented and built under the direction of the artist. They went in. A collection of trunks encumbered a little parlor. A man appeared dressed in a jumper. The striking thing about him was his beard. He bowed to the journalist and said, "My dear sir, I hope that you will excuse me. I only returned yesterday, and everything is all upset here. Please be seated." The other refused, excusing himself. "My dear master, I only dropped in to pay my respects while passing by." Patisseau, very much embarrassed, was bowing at every word of his friend's, as though moving automatically, and he murmured, stammering, "What a superb property!" The artist, flattered, smiled and suggested visiting it. He led them first to a little pavilion of feudal aspect where his former studio was. Then they crossed a parlor, a dining room, a vestibule full of beautiful works of art, of beautiful Beauvais, Gobelin, and Flanders tapestries. But the strange external luxury of ornamentation became, inside, a revel of immense stairways. A magnificent grand stairway, a secret stairway in one tower, a servant's stairway in another, stairways everywhere. Patisseau, by chance, opened a door and stepped back, astonished. It was a veritable temple, this place of which respectable people only mention the name in English, an original and charming sanctuary in exquisite taste, fitted up like a pagoda, and the decoration of which must certainly have caused a great effort. They next visited the park, which was complex, varied, with winding paths and full of old trees, but the journalist insisted on leaving, and, with many thanks, he took leave of the master. As they left, they met a gardener. Patisseau asked him, "Has Monsieur Meissonier owned this place for a long time?" The man answered, "Oh, monsieur, that needs explaining. I guess he bought the grounds in 1846. But as for the house, he has already torn down and rebuilt that 5 or 6 times. It must have cost him at least 2 millions. As Patisseau left, he was seized with an immense respect for the man, not on account of his success, glory, or talent, but for putting so much money into a whim, because the bourgeois deprive themselves of all pleasure in order to hoard money. After crossing Poissy, they struck out on foot along the road to Medan. The road first followed the Seine, which is dotted with charming islands at this place. Then they went up the hill and crossed the pretty village of Villaine, went down a little, and finally reached the neighborhood inhabited by the author of the Rougon-Macquart series. A pretty old church with 2 towers appeared on the left. They walked along a short distance, and a passing farmer directed them to the writer's dwelling. Before entering, they examined the house. A large building, square and new, very high, seemed, as in the fable of the mountain and the mouse, to give birth to a tiny white house which nestled near it. This house was the original dwelling and had been built by the former owner. The tower had been erected by Zola. They rang the bell. An enormous dog, a cross between a St. Bernard and a Newfoundland, began to howl so terribly that Patisseau felt a vague desire to retrace his steps. But a servant ran forward, calmed Bertrand, opened the door, and took the journalist's card in order to carry it to his master. "I hope that he will receive us," murmured Patisseau. "It would be too bad if we had come all this distance not to see him." His companion smiled and answered, "Never fear, I have a plan for getting in." But the servant, who had returned, simply asked them to follow him. They entered the new building, and Patisseau, who was quite enthusiastic, was panting as he climbed a stairway of ancient style which led to the second story. At the same time, he was trying to picture to himself this man, whose glorious name echoes at present in all corners of the earth, amid the exasperated hatred of some, the real or feigned indignation of society, the envious scorn of several of his colleagues, the respect of a mass of readers, and the frenzied admiration of a great number. He expected to see a kind of bearded giant, of awe-inspiring aspect, with a thundering voice and an appearance little prepossessing at first. The door opened on a room of uncommonly large dimensions, broad and high, lighted by an enormous window looking out over the valley. Old tapestries covered the walls. On the left, a monumental fireplace, flanked by 2 stone men, could have burned a century-old oak in one day. An immense table littered with books, papers, and magazines stood in the middle of this apartment, so vast and grand that it first engrossed the eye, and the attention was only afterward drawn to the man, stretched out when they entered on an oriental divan where 20 persons could have slept. He took a few steps toward them, bowed, motioned to 2 seats, and turned back to his divan, where he sat with one leg drawn under him. A book lay open beside him, and in his right hand he held an ivory paper cutter, at the end of which he observed from time to time with one eye, closing the other with the persistency of a nearsighted person. While the journalist explained the purpose of the visit, and the writer listened to him without yet answering, at times staring at him fixedly, Patisseau, more and more embarrassed, was observing this celebrity. Hardly 40, he was of medium height, fairly stout, and with a good-natured look. His head, very similar to those found in many Italian paintings of the 16th century, without being beautiful in the plastic sense of the word, gave an impression of great strength of character, power, and intelligence. Short hair stood up straight on the high, well-developed forehead. A straight nose stopped short, as if cut off suddenly, above the upper lip, which was covered with a black mustache. Over the whole chin was a closely cropped beard. The dark, often ironical look was piercing. One felt that behind it there was a mind always actively at work observing people, interpreting words, analyzing gestures, uncovering the heart. This strong, round head was appropriate to the name, quick and short, with the bounding resonance of the 2 vowels. When the journalist had fully explained his proposition, the writer answered him that he did not wish to make any definite arrangement, that he would, however, think the matter over, that his plans were not yet sufficiently defined. Then he stopped. It was a dismissal, and the 2 men, a little confused, arose. A desire seized Patisseau. He wished this well-known person to say something to him, anything, some word which he could repeat to his colleagues, and, growing bold, he stammered, "Oh, monsieur, if you knew how I appreciate your works." The other bowed, but answered nothing. Patisseau became very bold, and continued, "It is a great honor for me to speak to you today." The writer once more bowed, but with a stiff and impatient look. Patisseau noticed it, and completely losing his head, he added, as he retreated, "What a superb property!" Then, in the heart of the man of letters, the landowner awoke, and smiling, he opened the window to show them the immense stretch of view. An endless horizon broadened out on all sides, giving a view of Trille, Pice-Fontaine, Chanteloup, all the heights of Holtry, and the Seine as far as the eye could see. The 2 visitors, delighted, congratulated him, and the house was open to them. They saw everything, down to the dainty kitchen, whose walls and even ceilings were covered with porcelain tiles, ornamented with blue designs, which excited the wonder of the farmers. "How did you happen to buy this place?" asked the journalist. The novelist explained that, while looking for a cottage to hire for the summer, he had found a little house, which was for sale for several thousand francs, a song, almost nothing. He immediately bought it. "But everything that you added must have cost you a good deal." The writer smiled and answered, "Yes, quite a little." The 2 men left. The journalist, taking Patisseau by the arm, was philosophizing in a low voice. "Every general has his Waterloo," he said. "Every Balzac has his Jardis, and every living artist in the country feels like a landed proprietor." They took the train at the station of Villaine, and on the way home Patisseau loudly mentioned the names of the famous painter and the great novelist, as though they were his friends. He even allowed people to think that he had taken luncheon with one and dinner with the other. End of section 120. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 121 of Complete Original Short Stories of Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio. Section 121. Sundays of a Bourgeois, Part 2. The celebration is approaching and preliminary quivers are already running through the streets, just as the ripples disturb the water preparatory to a storm. The shops, draped with flags, display a variety of gay-colored bunting materials, and the dry goods people deceive one about the 3 colors as grocers do about the weight of candles. Little by little, hearts warm up to the matter. People speak about it in the street before dinner. Ideas are exchanged. "What a celebration it will be, my friend! What a celebration!" "Have you heard the news?" All the rulers are coming incognito, as bourgeois, in order to see it. I hear that the Emperor of Russia has arrived, and he expects to go about everywhere with the Prince of Wales. It certainly will be a fine celebration. It is going to be a celebration, what Monsieur Patisseau, Parisian bourgeois, calls a celebration, one of these nameless tumults which, for 15 hours, roll from one end of the city to the other, every ugly specimen togged out in its finest, a mob of perspiring bodies, where side by side are tossed about the stout gossip bedecked in red, white, and blue ribbons, grown fat behind her counter and panting from lack of breath, the rickety clerk with his wife and brat in tow, the laborer carrying his youngster astride his neck, the bewildered provincial with his foolish, dazed expression, the groom, barely shaved and still spreading the perfume of the stable, and the foreigners dressed like monkeys, English women like giraffes, the water carrier, cleaned up for the occasion, and the innumerable phalanx of little bourgeois, inoffensive little people, amused at everything. All this crowding and pressing, the sweat and dust and the turmoil, all these eddies of human flesh, trampling of corns beneath the feet of your neighbors, the city all topsy-turvy, these vile odors, these frantic efforts toward nothing, the breath of millions of people, all redolent of garlic, give to Monsieur Patisseau all the joy which it is possible for his heart to hold. After reading the proclamation of the mayor on the walls of his district, he had made his preparations. This bit of prose said, I wish to call your attention particularly to the part of individuals in this celebration. Decorate your homes, illuminate your windows. Get together, open up a subscription in order to give to your houses and to your street a more brilliant and more artistic appearance than the neighboring houses and streets. Then Monsieur Patisseau tried to imagine how he could give to his home an artistic appearance. One serious obstacle stood in the way. His only window looked out on a courtyard, a narrow, dark shaft where only the rats could have seen his 3 Japanese lanterns. He needed a public opening. He found it. On the first floor of his house lived a rich man, a nobleman and a royalist, whose coachman, also a reactionary, occupied a garret room on the 6th floor facing the street. Monsieur Patisseau supposed that by paying, every conscience can be bought, he could obtain the use of the room for the day. He proposed 5 francs to this citizen of the whip for the use of his room from noon till midnight. The offer was immediately accepted. Then he began to busy himself with the decorations. 3 flags, 4 lanterns. Was that enough to give to this box an artistic appearance? To express all the noble feelings of his soul? No, assuredly not. But, notwithstanding diligent search and nightly meditation, Monsieur Patisseau could think of nothing else. He consulted his neighbors, who were surprised at the question. He questioned his colleagues. Everyone had bought lanterns and flags, some adding, for the occasion, red, white, and blue bunting. Then he began to rack his brains for some original idea. He frequented the cafes, questioning the patrons. They lacked imagination. Then one morning he went out on top of an omnibus. A respectable-looking gentleman was smoking a cigar beside him. A little farther away, a laborer was smoking his pipe upside down. Near the driver, 2 rough fellows were joking, and clerks of every description were going to business for 3 cents. Before the stores, stacks of flags were resplendent under the rising sun. Patisseau turned to his neighbor. "It is going to be a fine celebration," he said. The gentleman looked at him sideways and answered in a haughty manner, "That makes no difference to me." "You are not going to take part in it?" asked the surprised clerk. The other shook his head disdainfully and declared, "They make me tired with their celebrations. Whose celebration is it? The government's? I do not recognize the government, monsieur." But Patisseau, as government employee, took on his superior manner and answered in a stern voice, "Monsieur, the Republic is the government." His neighbor was not in the least disturbed, and, pushing his hands down in his pockets, he exclaimed, "Well, and what then? It makes no difference to me. Whether it's for the Republic or something else, I don't care. What I want, monsieur, is to know my government. I saw Charles X and adhered to him, monsieur. I saw Louis Philippe and adhered to him, monsieur. I saw Napoleon and adhered to him, but I have never seen the Republic." Patisseau, still serious, answered, "The Republic, monsieur, is represented by its president." The other grumbled, "Well then, show him to me." Patisseau shrugged his shoulders. "Everyone can see him, he's not shut up in a closet." Suddenly the fat man grew angry. "Excuse me, monsieur, he cannot be seen. I have personally tried more than 100 times, monsieur. I have posted myself near the Élysée, he did not come out. A passer-by informed me that he was playing billiards in the café opposite. I went to the café opposite, he was not there. I had been promised that he would go to Milan for the convention. I went to Milan, I did not see him. At last I became weary. I did not even see Monsieur Gambetta, and I do not know a single deputy." He was growing excited. "A government, monsieur, is made to be seen. That's what it's there for, and nothing else. One must be able to know that on such and such a day, at such an hour, The government will pass through such and such a street. Then one goes there and is satisfied. Patisseau, now calm, was enjoying his arguments. It is true, he said, that it is agreeable to know the people by whom one is governed. The gentleman continued more gently. Do you know how I could manage the celebration? Well, monsieur, I would have a procession of gilded cars, like the chariots used at the crownings of kings. In them, I would parade all the members of the government, from the president to the deputies, throughout Paris all day long. In that manner, at least, everyone would know by sight the personnel of the state. But one of the toughs near the coachman turned around, exclaiming, And the fattened ox? Where would you put him? A laugh ran round the two benches. Patisseau understood the objection and murmured, It might not perhaps be very dignified. The gentleman thought the matter over and admitted it. Then, he said, I would place them in view someplace so that everyone could see them without going out of his way. On the triumphal arch at the Place de l'Étoile, for instance, I would have the whole population pass before them. That would be very imposing. Once more the tough turned round and said, You'd have to take telescopes to see their faces. The gentleman did not answer. He continued, It's just like the presentation of the flags. There ought to be some pretext. A mimic war ought to be organized, and the banners would be awarded to the troops as a reward. I had an idea about which I wrote to the minister, but he has not deigned to answer me. As the taking of the Bastille has been chosen for the date of the national celebration, a reproduction of this event might be made. There would be a pasteboard Bastille, fixed up by a scene painter, and concealing within its walls the whole column of July. Then, monsieur, the troop would attack. That would be a magnificent spectacle as well as a lesson, to see the army itself overthrow the ramparts of tyranny. Then this Bastille would be set fire to, and from the midst of the flames would appear the column with the genius of liberty, symbol of a new order and the freedom of the people. This time everyone was listening to him and finding the idea excellent. An old gentleman exclaimed, That is a great idea, monsieur, which does you honor. It is to be regretted that the government did not accept it. A young man declared that actors ought to recite the iambs of Barbier through the streets in order to teach the people art and liberty simultaneously. These propositions excited general enthusiasm. Each one wished to have his word, all were wrought up. From a passing hand-organ a few strains of the Marseillaise were heard, the laborer started the song, and everybody joined in, roaring the chorus. The exalted nature of the song and its wild rhythm filed the driver, who lashed his horses to a gallop. Monsieur Patisseau was bawling at the top of his lungs, and the passengers inside, frightened, were wondering what hurricane had struck them. At last they stopped, and Monsieur Patisseau, judging his neighbor to be a man of initiative, consulted him about the preparations which he expected to make. Lanterns and flags are all right, said Patisseau, but I prefer something better. The other thought for a long time, but found nothing. Then, in despair, the clerk bought 3 flags and 4 lanterns. Many poets think that nature is incomplete without women, and hence, doubtless, come all the flowery comparisons which, in their songs, make our natural companion, in turn, a rose, a violet, a tulip, or something of that order. The need of tenderness which seizes us at dusk, when the evening mist begins to roll in from the hills, and when all the perfumes of the earth intoxicate us, is but imperfectly satisfied by lyric invocations. Monsieur Patisseau, like all others, was seized with a wild desire for tenderness, for sweet kisses exchanged along a path where sunshine steals in at times, for the pressure of a pair of small hands, for a supple waist bending under his embrace. He began to look at love as an unbounded pleasure, and, in his hours of reverie, he thanked the great unknown for having put so much charm into the caresses of human beings. But he needed a companion, and he did not know where to find one. On the advice of a friend, he went to the Folies Bergère. There he saw a complete assortment. He was greatly perplexed to choose between them, for the desires of his heart were chiefly composed of poetic impulses, and poetry did not seem to be the strong point of these young ladies with penciled eyebrows, who smiled at him in such a disturbing manner, showing the enamel of their false teeth. At last his choice fell on a young beginner who seemed poor and timid, and whose sad look seemed to announce a nature easily influenced by poetry. He made an appointment with her for the following day at 9 o'clock at the Saint-Lazare station. She did not come, but she was kind enough to send a friend in her stead. She was a tall, red-haired girl, patriotically dressed in 3 colors, and covered by an immense tunnel hat, of which her head occupied the center. Monsieur Patisseau, a little disappointed, nevertheless accepted this substitute. They left for Maison Lafitte, where regattas and a grand Venetian festival had been announced. As soon as they were in the car, which was already occupied by 2 gentlemen who wore the red ribbon, and 3 ladies who must at least have been duchesses, they were so dignified, the big red-haired girl, who answered to the name of Octavie, announced to Patisseau in a screeching voice that she was a fine girl, fond of a good time, and loving the country, because there she could pick flowers and eat fried fish. She laughed with a shrillness which almost shattered the windows, familiarly calling her companion, "my big darling." Shame overwhelmed Patisseau, who, as a government employee, had to observe a certain amount of decorum. But Octavie stopped talking, glancing at her neighbors, seized with the overpowering desire which haunts all women of a certain class to make the acquaintance of respectable women. After about 5 minutes she thought she had found an opening, and, drawing from her pocket a Gil Blas, she politely offered it to one of the amazed ladies, who declined, shaking her head. Then the big red-haired girl began saying things with a double meaning, speaking of women who are stuck up without being any better than the others. Sometimes she would let out a vulgar word which acted like a bomb exploding amid the icy dignity of the passengers. At last they arrived. Patisseau immediately wished to gain the shady nooks of the park, hoping that the melancholy of the forest would quiet the ruffled temper of his companion, but an entirely different effect resulted. As soon as she was amid the leaves and grass, she began to sing at the top of her lungs snatches from operas which had stuck in her frivolous mind, warbling and trilling, passing from Robert le Diable to the Muette, lingering especially on a sentimental love song, whose last verses she sang in a voice as piercing as a gimlet. Then suddenly she grew hungry. Patisseau, who was still awaiting the hoped-for tenderness, tried in vain to retain her. Then she grew angry, exclaiming, "I'm not here for a dull time, am I?" He had to take her to the Petit Haup restaurant, which was near the place where the regatta was to be held. She ordered an endless luncheon, a succession of dishes substantial enough to feed a regiment. Then, unable to wait, she called for relishes. A box of sardines was brought. She started in on it as though she intended to swallow the box herself. But when she had eaten 2 or 3 of the little oily fish, she declared that she was no longer hungry, and that she wished to see the preparations for the race. Patisseau, in despair and in his turn seized with hunger, absolutely refused to move. She started off alone, promising to return in time for the dessert. He began to eat in lonely silence, not knowing how to lead this rebellious nature to the realization of his dreams. As she did not return, he set out in search of her. She had found some friends, a troop of boatmen, in scanty garb, sunburned to the tips of their ears, and gesticulating, who were loudly arranging the details of the race in front of the house of Formez, the builder. 2 respectable-looking gentlemen, probably the judges, were listening attentively. As soon as she saw Patisseau, Octavie, who was leaning on the tanned arm of a strapping fellow, who probably had more muscle than brains, whispered a few words in his ears. He answered, "That's an agreement." She returned to the clerk full of joy, her eyes sparkling, almost caressing. "Let's go for a row," said she. Pleased to see her so charming, he gave in to this new whim and procured a boat, but she obstinately refused to go to the races, notwithstanding Patisseau's wishes. "I had rather be alone with you, darling." His heart thrilled. At last! He took off his coat and began to row madly. An old dilapidated mill, whose worm-eaten wheels hung over the water, stood with its 2 arches across a little arm of the river. Slowly they passed beneath it, and, when they were on the other side, they noticed before them a delightful little stretch of river, shaded by great trees which formed an arch over their heads. The little stream flowed along, winding first to the right and then to the left, continually revealing new scenes, broad fields on one side, and on the other side a mill covered with cottages. They passed before a bathing establishment almost entirely hidden by the foliage, a charming country spot where gentlemen in clean gloves and beribboned ladies displayed all the ridiculous awkwardness of elegant people in the country. She cried joyously, "Later on we'll take a dip there." Farther on, in a kind of bay, she wished to stop, coaxing, "Come here, honey, right next to me." She put her arm around his neck, and, leaning her head on his shoulder, she murmured, "How nice it is! How delightful it is on the water!" Patisseau was revelling in happiness. He was thinking of those foolish boatmen who, without ever feeling the penetrating charm of the river banks and the delicate grace of the reeds, row along out of breath, perspiring and tired out, from the tavern where they take luncheon to the tavern where they take dinner. He was so comfortable that he fell asleep. When he awoke, he was alone. He called, but no one answered. Anxious, he climbed up on the side of the river, fearing that some accident might have happened. Then, in the distance, coming in his direction, he saw a long, slender gig, which 4 oarsmen as black as Negroes were driving through the water like an arrow. It came nearer, skimming over the water. A woman was holding the tiller. Heavens! It was she! In order to regulate the rhythm of the stroke, she was singing in her shrill voice a boating song, which she interrupted for a minute as she got in front of Patisseau. Then, throwing him a kiss, she cried, "You big goose!" On the occasion of the national celebration, Monsieur Antoine Perdrix, chief of Monsieur Patisseau's department, was made a knight of the Legion of Honor. He had been in service for 30 years under preceding governments, and for 10 years under the present one. His employees, although grumbling a little at being thus rewarded in the person of their chief, thought it wise, nevertheless, to offer him a cross studded with paste diamonds. The new knight, in turn, not wishing to be outdone, invited them all to dinner for the following Sunday, at his place at Asnières. The house, decorated with Moorish ornaments, looked like a café concert, but its location gave it value, as the railroad cut through the whole garden, passing within 150 feet of the porch. On the regulation plot of grass stood a basin of Roman cement, containing goldfish and a stream of water the size of that which comes from a syringe, which occasionally made microscopic rainbows, at which the guests marveled. The feeling of this irrigator was the constant preoccupation of Monsieur Perdrix, who would sometimes get up at 5 o'clock in the morning in order to fill the tank. Then in his shirt sleeves, his big stomach almost bursting from his trousers, he would pump wildly, so that on returning from the office he could have the satisfaction of letting the fountain play, and of imagining that it was cooling off the garden. On the night of the official dinner, all the guests, one after the other, went into ecstasies over the surroundings, and each time they heard a train in the distance, Monsieur Perdrix would announce to them its destination, Saint-Germain, Le Havre, Cherbourg, or Dieppe, and they would playfully wave to the passengers leaning from the windows. The whole office force was there. First came Monsieur Capitaine, the assistant chief, Monsieur Patisseau, chief clerk, then Messieurs de Sombretière and Valin, elegant young employees who only came to the office when they had to. Lastly, Monsieur Raid, known throughout the ministry for the absurd doctrines which he upheld, and the copying clerk, Monsieur Boivin. Monsieur Raid passed for a character. Some called him a dreamer or an idealist, others a revolutionary. Everyone agreed that he was very clumsy. Old, thin, and small, with bright eyes and long white hair, he had all his life professed a profound contempt for administrative work. A book rummager and a great reader, with a nature continually in revolt against everything, a seeker of truth and a despiser of popular prejudices, he had a clear and paradoxical manner of expressing his opinions, which closed the mouths of self-satisfied fools, and of those that were discontented without knowing why. People said, "That old fool of a Raid," or "that harebrained Raid," and the slowness of his promotion seemed to indicate the reason, according to commonplace minds. His freedom of speech often made his colleagues tremble. They asked themselves with terror how he had been able to keep his place as long as he had. As soon as they had seated themselves, Monsieur Perdrix thanked his collaborators in a neat little speech, promising them his protection, the more valuable as his power grew, and he ended with a stirring peroration in which he thanked and glorified a government so liberal and just that it knows how to seek out the worthy from among the humble. Monsieur Capitaine, the assistant chief, answered in the name of the office, congratulated, greeted, exalted, sang the praises of all. Frantic applause greeted those 2 bits of eloquence. After that, they settled down seriously to the business of eating. Everything went well up to the dessert. Lack of conversation went unnoticed. But after the coffee a discussion arose, and Monsieur Raid let himself loose and soon began to overstep the bounds of discretion. They naturally discussed love, and a breath of chivalry intoxicated this roomful of bureaucrats. They praised and exalted the superior beauty of women, the delicacy of her soul, her aptitude for exquisite things, the correctness of her judgment, and the refinement of her sentiments. Monsieur Raid began to protest, energetically refusing to credit the so-called fair sex with all the qualities they ascribed to it. Then, amid the general indignation, he quoted some authors. Schopenhauer, gentlemen, Schopenhauer, the great philosopher, revered by all Germany, says, "Man's intelligence must have been terribly deadened by love, in order to call this sex with the small waist, narrow shoulders, large hips, and crooked legs the fair sex. All its beauty lies in the instinct of love. Instead of calling it the fair, it would have been better to call it the unaesthetic sex. Women have neither the appreciation nor the knowledge of music, any more than they have of poetry or of the plastic arts. With them, it is merely an ape-like imitation, pure pretense, affectation cultivated from their desire to please." "The man who said that is an idiot," exclaimed Monsieur de Sombretière. Monsieur Raid smilingly continued, "And how about Rousseau, gentlemen? Here is his opinion. Women, as a rule, love no art, are skilled in none, and have no talent." Monsieur de Sombretière disdainfully shrugged his shoulders. "Then Rousseau is as much of a fool as the other, that's all." Monsieur Raid, still smiling, went on. "And this is what Lord Byron said, who, nevertheless, loved women. They should be well fed and well dressed, but not allowed to mingle with society. They should also be taught religion, but they should ignore poetry and politics, only being allowed to read religious works or cookbooks." Monsieur Raid continued, "You see, gentlemen, all of them study painting and music, but not a single one of them has ever painted a remarkable picture or composed a great opera. Why, gentlemen? Because they are the sexes sequior, the secondary sex, in every sense of the word, made to be kept apart, in the background. Monsieur Patisseau was growing angry and exclaimed, "And how about Madame Sand, monsieur?" "She is the one exception, monsieur, the one exception. I will quote to you another passage from another great philosopher, this one an Englishman, Herbert Spencer. Here is what he says. Each sex is capable, under the influence of abnormal stimulation, of manifesting faculties ordinarily reserved for the other one. Thus, for instance, in extreme cases, a special excitement may cause the breasts of men to give milk. Children deprived of their mothers have often thus been saved in time of famine. Nevertheless, we do not place this faculty of giving milk among the male attributes. It is the same with female intelligence, which, in certain cases, will give superior products, but which is not to be considered an estimate of the feminine nature as a social factor." All Monsieur Patisseau's chivalric instincts were wounded, and he declared, "You are not a Frenchman, monsieur. French gallantry is a form of patriotism." Monsieur Raid retorted, "I have very little patriotism, monsieur, as little as I can get along with." A coolness settled over the company, but he continued quietly. "Do you admit with me that war is a barbarous thing, that this custom of killing off people constitutes a condition of savagery, that it is odious, when life is the only real good, to see governments whose duty is to protect the lives of their subjects, persistently looking for means of destruction? Am I not right? Well, if war is a terrible thing, what about patriotism, which is the idea at the base of it? When a murderer kills, he has a fixed idea, it is to steal. When a good man sticks his bayonet through another man, father of a family, or perhaps a great artist, what idea is he following out?" Everybody was shocked. "When one has such thoughts, one should not express them in public." Monsieur Patisseau continued, "There are, however, monsieur, principles which all good people recognize." Monsieur Raid asked, "Which ones?" Then, very solemnly, Monsieur Patisseau pronounced, "Morality, monsieur." Monsieur Raid was beaming. He exclaimed, "Just let me give you one example, gentlemen, one little example. What is your opinion of the gentlemen with the silk caps who thrive along the boulevards on the delightful traffic which you know, and who make a living out of it?" A look of disgust ran around the table. "Well, gentlemen, only a century ago, when an elegant gentleman, very ticklish about his honor, had for friend a beautiful and rich lady, it was considered perfectly proper to live at her expense and even to squander her whole fortune. This game was considered delightful. This only goes to show that the principles of morality are by no means settled, and that—" Monsieur Perdrix, visibly embarrassed, stopped him. "Monsieur Raid, you are sapping the very foundations of society. One must always have principles. Thus, in politics, here is Monsieur de Sombretaire, who is a legitimist, Monsieur Vallon, an Orleanist, Monsieur Pateau and myself, Republicans. We all have very different principles, and yet we agree very well because we have them." But Monsieur Raid exclaimed, "I also have principles, gentlemen, very distinct ones." Monsieur Patisseau raised his head and coldly asked, "It would please me greatly to know them, monsieur." Monsieur Raid did not need to be coaxed. "Here they are, monsieur. First principle, government by one person is a monstrosity. Second principle, restricted suffrage is an injustice. Third principle, universal suffrage is idiotic. To deliver up millions of men, superior minds, scientists, even geniuses, to the caprice and will of a being who, in an instant of gaiety, madness, intoxication, or love, would not hesitate to sacrifice everything for his exalted fancy, would spend the wealth of the country amassed by others with difficulty, would have thousands of men slaughtered on the battlefields, all this appears to me, a simple logician, a monstrous aberration. But, admitting that a country must govern itself, to exclude, on some always debatable pretext, a part of the citizens from the administration of affairs, is such an injustice that it seems to me unworthy of a further discussion. There remains universal suffrage. I suppose that you will agree with me that geniuses are a rarity. Let us be liberal and say that there are at present 5 in France. Now let us add perhaps 200 men with a decided talent, 1,000 others possessing various talents, and 10,000 superior intellects. This is a staff of 11,205 minds. After that you have the army of mediocrities, followed by the multitude of fools. As the mediocrities and the fools always form the immense majority, it is impossible for them to elect an intelligent government. In order to be fair, I admit that logically, universal suffrage seems to me the only admissible principle, but it is impracticable. Here are the reasons why. To make all the living forces of the country cooperate in the government, to represent all the interests, to take into account all the rights, is an ideal dream, but hardly practicable, because the only force which can be measured is that very one which should be neglected, the stupid strength of numbers. According to your method, unintelligent numbers equal genius, knowledge, learning, wealth, and industry. When you are able to give to a member of the Institute 10,000 votes to a ragamuffin's 100 votes for a great landowner as against his farmer's 10, then you will have approached the equilibrium of forces and obtained a national representation which will really represent the strength of the nation. But I challenge you to do it. Here are my conclusions. Formerly, when a man was a failure at every other profession, he turned photographer. Now he has himself elected a deputy. A government thus composed will always be sadly lacking, incapable of evil as well as of good. On the other hand, a despot, if he be stupid, can do a lot of harm, and if he be intelligent, a thing which is very scarce, he may do good. I cannot decide between these two forms of government. I declare myself to be an anarchist, that is to say, a partisan of that power which is the most unassuming, the least felt, the most liberal, in the broadest sense of the word, and revolutionary at the same time. By that I mean the everlasting enemy of this same power, which can in no way be anything but defective. That's all. Cries of indignation rose about the table, and all, whether Legitimist, Orleanist, or Republican, through force of circumstances, grew red with anger. Monsieur Patisseau especially was choking with rage, and turning toward Monsieur Raid, he cried, "Then, monsieur, you believe in nothing?" The other answered quietly, "You're absolutely correct, monsieur." The anger felt by all the guests prevented Monsieur Raid from continuing, and Monsieur Perdrix, as chief, closed the discussion. "Enough, gentlemen. We all have our own opinion, and we have no intention of changing it." All agreed with the wise words, but Monsieur Raid, never satisfied, wished to have the last word. "I have, however, one moral," said he. "It is simple and always applicable. One sentence embraces the whole thought. Here it is. Never do unto another that which you would not have him do unto you. I defy you to pick any flaw in it, while I will undertake to demolish your most sacred principles with 3 arguments." This time there was no answer, but as they were going home at night, by couples, each one was saying to his companion, "Really, Monsieur Raid goes much too far. His mind must surely be unbalanced. He ought to be appointed assistant chief at the Charenton Asylum." End of section 121. Recording by Tatiana Chichilla, Columbus, Ohio.